Chapter 804. Rumble. Under everyone's flabbergasted gazes, this large carriage quickly drove onto the road and came to a steady stop. Elder Xia, I want to ask you, what is the maximum weight a normal carriage can carry? Zhao Jingdian suddenly turned his head and asked, It's usually around 700 to 800 jin. At most, it won't exceed 1200 jin. Although he didn't understand why Zhao Jingdian was asking this question, Xie Gufeng still answered truthfully. Why is it 1200 jin? Zhao Jingdian smiled and asked, That's actually very simple. If it's too heavy, horses won't be able to pull it. Perhaps 3, 4, or even 5 horses will be needed to pull it, but that will be very troublesome. Getting 5 horses to work together to pull a carriage wasn't something an ordinary horse could do, and it wasn't something an ordinary coachman could control. Moreover, the bearing capacity of the road also has to be taken into account. If it's too heavy, the wheels will sink into the mud and become stuck there, unable to move. Even if they can move, it will be very difficult. In this way, the journey will be long and protracted, which goes against the original purpose of the carriage. Xie Gufeng said, Zhao Jingdian's questions were all common sense. Anyone from a great clan who had had some contact with carriages should understand this. Merchants would not rise early without profit, and if they could transport more people, why wouldn't they do it? Moreover, 1200 jin, together with the weight of the carriage itself, is already very heavy. It's at least 1700 to 800 jin, perhaps even 2000 jin. This is an astonishing weight. Xie Gufeng paused for a moment before adding, Haha, Elder Xia, I understand. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Jingdian pointed at the Long Clan guards. You, all of you get on. With a casual wave of Zhao Jingdian's hand, 10 some agile warriors immediately leaped onto the carriage. This strange action immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, and the clan experts immediately began to look over with interest. Although they didn't know what Zhao Jingdian was doing, they all understood that Zhao Jingdian was doing this for some special reason. Elder Xia, there should be 1200 jin here, right? Zhao Jingdian smiled. Yes, there is. Xie Gufeng's eyelids jumped. The guards of the Wang clan were all strong and tall. With these dozen or so people, it wasn't just 1,200 kilograms, but at least 1,700 to 1,800 kilograms. You guys go too. Chuckling, Zhao Jingdian extended his right index finger and waved it at another group of Wang clan guards. Yes, my lord. Everyone giggled, as if they had already expected this. They climbed up the carriages with ease. By now, there were more than 20 Wang family guards in the back of the carriage, all squeezed together. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Zhao Jingdian had made such a carriage bed. Lord Zhao! Xie Gufeng's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he saw this. More than 20 strong men were packed tightly together. This kind of transportation method had never happened before. This was more than 2,000 to 3,000 caddies. You guys follow us. Zhao Jingdian seemed to think that this wasn't enough, and with another wave of his hand, more guards began to giggle and climb up. Some of them were standing on the edge of the carriage, while others were hanging on the protruding parts of the carriage bed. In short, the entire carriage was densely packed with people. In an instant, everyone was stunned. A single carriage was carrying more than 30 people, compared to a normal carriage that could only carry 3 or 4 people. This was 10 times the weight. This was simply unimaginable. My lord, forgive me for speaking too much. You're carrying so many people, and I'm afraid that these 2 war horses will find it very difficult to move them. Xie Gufeng suddenly took a few steps forward and said, Zhao Jingdian had found this carriage to carry too many people. Although Xie Gufeng could tell that Zhao Jingdian wanted to prove something to the crowd, this wasn't enough. Haha, how can we know if it'll work if we don't try? Zhao Jingdian heartily laughed, unconcerned. Elder Liang, let's begin. Zhao Jingdian gestured to the old driver. Hiya! With the crack of a whip, a searing whip lashed through the air and then struck the two war horses. Nay, the war horses neighed, and a moment later, the wheels of the carriage began to rumble. As the crowd watched, the two war horses began to pull the carriage, carrying 30 people forward. In the beginning, it was obvious that the two war horses were struggling, and the speed at which they were pulling was very slow. But the further they went, the faster they went. In the end, the entire carriage rumbled, pulling the 30 people in the carriage as it rushed forward. Bang! The crowd instantly fell into an uproar at this sight. His originally indifferent gaze suddenly widened, and his face was filled with shock. 30 people? How could this be? It's actually pulling, and it's moving so fast. What's going on here? This carriage is pulling 30 people, but it can't even move. Just how did he do it? How could there be a carriage that can pull it for so many years? A carriage can never pull more than 10 people. Once it does, it will sink so deeply that it won't even be able to move. How could it be so fast? The sight before them completely overturned their understanding of how heavy a carriage could be. Everyone present was a disciple of a great aristocratic family. Things like transporting goods and carriages were usually done by servants, but they didn't have to worry about it. But this didn't mean that they didn't understand the meaning behind this sight. If the carriage could be 10 times as heavy, the clan would also be able to earn 10 times as much. Perhaps they did not care about the details of the carriage, but no one would not care about the huge profits that could be made from it. But Zhao Jingdian's display was far from over. Hiya! With a shout, the coachman called Uncle Liang suddenly cracked his whip and Nei's horse neighed. The shaft of the carriage parted, and a war horse neighed as it broke free of its restraints and charged out of the muddy road. A moment later, under everyone's shocked gazes, the remaining war horse pulled the 30 Samwang clan guards and continued to charge forward. How could this be? What sort of horse could have such strength? It's too shocking. I've never seen such a sight in my entire life. Is that still a horse? How did they do it? It's simply inconceivable. No, it's not the horse, it's that carriage. No, it's not the carriage, it's that muddy road. No, it's the horse. The crowd argued endlessly. Everyone was shocked by this scene that had never appeared before. As Zhao Jingdian listened to the arguments of the crowd, his lips curled into a smile. This argument meant that his painstaking efforts had not been wasted, and it also meant that Marquis's plan was working and everything was on the right track. Nay, in the distance, the carriage stopped after traveling for more than 200 feet. Zhao Jingdian made a gesture, and the 30-some guards of the Wang clan residents laughed and jumped down from the carriage, gathering around Zhao Jingdian's side. Everyone, I presume that all of you have seen it. This is the cement road that Marquis spoke of. As long as we can build this road, our carriages will be able to bear even more weight, transport even more goods, and bring in even greater profits, saving on manpower and resources. Zhao Jingdian's gaze swept over the crowd, his eyes wise and his expression calm. And all of you should have seen that our road is extremely smooth. Although there are 30-some people standing on the carriage, there is not the slightest jolt. Everyone here is a member of a great clan and does not lack for gold, silver, or treasures. Your businesses are also very large, so it is inevitable that you will have to go out and discuss some matters. If this road is connected, it will be much easier for everyone to go out, and there will not be as many jolts. The crowd instantly fell silent. The majority of the people of the great clans were physically weak, unable to do the dirty, hard, and tiring work. What they loved the most was enjoyment. Zhao Jingdian's final words were even more attractive to the crowd than a horse pulling 30 people. If Wang Chong really built this road, everyone present would benefit. This muddy road, no, it's cement road. We don't object to investing money in it, and it doesn't matter if we invest a bit more. But if we invest so much manpower, resources, and money. What if other people come to take advantage of us? Won't we just be making wedding clothes for other people? A young man of 27 or 28 suddenly walked out and spread his hands, his eyes brimming with worry. That's right. If we pay and others enjoy the fruits of our labor, won't we be suckers? Another expert from an aristocratic family also walked out and agreed. The other clan experts, including the capital's Zhao clan and by clan, all turned to Zhao Jingdian. Although none of them said anything, their eyes revealed the same thoughts. These people are exactly the same as young master had predicted. Zhao Jingdian could not help but sigh as he sensed the gazes of the crowd. He felt even more respect for Wang Chong in distant Wushang. Although Wang Chong wasn't here, he had already predicted everything that would happen and everything that would happen. Great clans did not rise early without profit, and no one was willing to do anything without profit, and this was even more true of suckers. If he could not convince them, even if he could get their help in repairing the road, it would be greatly reduced. If he did not handle this matter well, it would have a major impact on Marquis's future plans, and it might even lead to the failure of the operation at Tala's. Fortunately, young master already made arrangements. Chapter 805. Haha, good news! This month's explosive update activity is about to begin. Everyone, quickly open Weibo and search for Huang Fuqi. Once you follow him, you can participate. Whether it'll be an explosive update at 8 or 10 will depend on everyone. Roar! Everyone! Zhao Jingdian gave a faint smile and calmly said, "Everyone be at ease. This sort of thing will never happen." Before young master left, he said that once the cement road is finished, we only need to set up a checkpoint on it and open it to all merchants. All we need to do is collect a toll from them. Our Tang dynasty is the wealthiest in the world and at its most prosperous. No one can count how many merchants there are in the world and how many people pass through it every day. Many a little makes a mickle, and our daily income will be enormous. Thus, what everyone is worried about is that our predecessors will plant trees and our descendants will enjoy the shade, that the fruits of our labor will not be plucked by others. In Wang Chang's previous world, building cement roads required an enormous amount of money and resources. Thus, it was customary to collect a toll after the construction was completed, and everyone accepted it. In his other world, this was perfectly normal, but in the Tang dynasty, people clearly did not have this concept. As expected, Zhao Jingdian's words caused everyone's eyes to brighten, their hesitation completely different from before. A good idea, but will they be willing to pay this fee? A clan expert said, "Haha, if they can transport more things in a shorter time, and it won't be as bumpy, why wouldn't they be willing?" Zhao Jingdian smiled. This time, he didn't even need Wang Chang's advice to know how to deal with it. Merchants pursued profit, and as long as there was profit to be made, the merchants would naturally pay this fee. Thus, the matter that the clans were worried about would never happen. This was a win-win situation. In addition, I wonder if any of you have noticed. As Zhao Jingdian spoke, he opened his right hand and took a massive metal hammer from a nearby guard. He strode forward, and under everyone's shocked gazes, he smashed the hammer against the cement road. Boom! Debris flew in all directions. Zhao Jingdian's full-strength blow was only able to create a small hole in the cement road. This scene gave everyone a fright. "Let me!" A Scarface clan expert charged over, took the hammer from Zhao Jingdian's hand and swung it down. Boom! This all-out attack only smashed another hole in the cement road. The expected explosion did not appear. Is this really made of mud? How can lime and clay be so hard? The scar-faced aristocratic family expert was stunned. In truth, it wasn't just him. Everyone's attention had been focused on the carriage, the horses, and the 30-some clan guards standing on the carriage. No one had noticed the path under their feet until Zhao Jingdian smashed down with his hammer. "Haha, men, take out the iron hammers and let everyone try." Zhao Jingdian immediately gave an order, and tensome guards carrying bundles of metal hammers walked out. Since Zhao Jingdian had spoken, they would not stand on ceremony. I don't believe that something made of lime and clay can be so hard. The clan experts took the iron hammers from the guards, walked to the cement road, and began to madly smash it down. Boom, boom, boom. The freshly constructed cement road began to crumble under the blows of the hammers. Several Wang clan experts tried to stop them, but Zhao Jingdian stopped them. It's fine. Let them smash. Zhao Jingdian's expression was composed, and he exuded a convincing strength. After following Wang Chong for so long, Zhao Jingdian had unwittingly picked up 40 to 50% of Wang Chong's self-confidence. Zhao Jingdian and the other Wang clan guards stood on the side, silently watching as the clan experts destroyed the cement road. After a full hour, more and more experts from the aristocratic families joined in. More than 100 experts from the aristocratic families worked together to completely destroy the cement road. But even so, this only left them more and more shocked. If this road had not been destroyed, they would have subconsciously believed that there was something strange about it. But even though they had spent a lot of time, they had been able to completely destroy it. This could only mean that this was all the work of that cement. Impossible, impossible. To use lime, clay, and that glue, or to forge something that's as hard as rock. No, even harder than normal rock. This is simply unbelievable. This is artificial rock. The young Marquis actually managed to make artificial rock. Hurry and report this to the clan. Our Lu clan has followed the right person this time. Just how did he do it? Give me another iron hammer. I want to try again. There can't be such a hard road. Ha ha ha, we've dug up a treasure. The young Marquis truly is the son of Heaven's disciple, the future 8th great general of the Tang dynasty. No matter what he does, our Qin clan only needs to follow his footsteps and give him our full support. In the blink of an eye, the crowd had finally discovered the secret of this road. It was not because of the war horses or carriages, but because the road was sufficiently hard. It could endure a weight that ordinary roads could not. This was the true secret. In a flash, all their worries were gone. Flap, flap. With this development, the situation had undergone a qualitative transformation. In front of Zhao Jingdian, the countless clans began to release messenger pigeons to their clans. This was a major discovery. The use of these artificial rocks in the Tang dynasty was probably not as simple as roads. Ha, success! Marquis' plans are truly flawless. Everything has gone according to plan. Now, we can begin the construction of the road. Zhao Jingdian breathed a long sigh of relief at this sight. Marquis' cement road project would take a long time and require countless resources. This was not something that the Wang clan, the Zhao clan, or the Bai clan could bear alone. All the great clans of the capital had to participate. Now that this was achieved, everything else could be unfolded. Write a letter for me to send to Marquis. Tell him that he can begin the next part of the project. Zhao Jingdian glanced at the Wang clan guard next to him and whispered. The latter understood, nodded quickly, and left in acknowledgement. Bang! As night fell and the first day passed, the first cement road of the Tang dynasty was destined to be engraved in the annals of history. In the history of the divine central continent, such a thing had never appeared, and this milestone had also displayed its great power. Countless aristocratic families, large and small, had been attracted and invested their financial and material resources in it. And Wang Chong was not stingy, opening up the tax that would be levied on the cement road once it was completed. In addition, Wang Chong had established a special Great Clan Road Alliance and signed an agreement with the alliance, offering the cement formula to the alliance and sharing the profits. The alliance was responsible for overseeing the cement formula and could not allow it to fall outside the Central Plains. Wang Chong's generosity received a warm response from the alliance. Once they obtained the formula, the great clans of the alliance began to pour in an enormous amount of manpower and resources. Lime, Clay, sand, stone, aluminum, and many steel bars, millions of tons, were poured into the construction of the Silk Road from the capital to the western regions. The benefits of Wang Chong's participation of the great clans also began to show. On the first day, more than 80,000 workers were put into the construction. On the second day, this number rose to 180,000, and on the third day, it reached 360,000. In the end, 700,000 to 800,000 workers had gathered on the Silk Road. Sections of greenish-white cement roads were being built on the Silk Road at an astonishing speed. This was the result of Wang Chong opening up the cement road and having the great clans participate. Rome wasn't built in a single day. Changing the massive empire isn't something that a single person can do, nor can it be accomplished with the strength of a single country. When all the great clans of the empire are gathered together, they are like millions of logs gathered together, hard and unbreakable. This is the roar of a slumbering empire. Congratulations to User for completing the second phase of the Empire's Fury mission, Road to Awakening. User has been rewarded with 800 points of destiny energy. As the road is completed, User will receive an endless stream of rewards. Congratulations to User. You have obtained an additional reward of 30 points. Congratulations to User. You have obtained an additional reward of 40 points. Congratulations to User. You have obtained an additional reward of 37 points. In the distant Wushang, Wang Chong stood on the city wall, listening to the Stone of Destiny's voice cascading through his mind. In just a few short moments, Wang Chong had obtained more than 1,000 points of destiny energy, and this number was still rising. Zhao Jingdian can finally stand on his own. With him handling the cement road, there's no need for me to worry about it. Wang Chong glanced down at the letter Zhao Jingdian had sent. With a light flick of his finger, the letter was pulverized, and countless white scraps of paper drifted down from the city wall. Chung Sanyuan, write a letter for me to Zhao Jingdian. Tell him that I already know about the cement formula and that he doesn't need to worry. I have my own plans. Yes, your subordinate will do so. Ching Sanyuan quickly left. Lose at the mulberry elm and gain at the east corner. For every gain, there must be a loss. If I want to build the cement road to the western regions as quickly as possible and participate in the Battle of Talas, I will need the help of the great clans. As for the cement formula, it's very simple. If the great clans want to steal it, they won't be able to keep it for long, so they might as well just offer it up. The various factions are closely related, and they will even try their best to help maintain the road, indirectly prolonging the time it takes for the cement formula to be leaked. Holding his hands behind his back, Wang Chong watched the winds pass by, a wise and far-sighted light in his eyes. The construction of the cement road was already on the right track, and with Zhao Jingdian handling this matter, Wang Chong could stay out of it. Now there's another matter. With a thought, Wang Chong turned to another figure. Chapter 806. Your subordinate understands. I will do so. Without another word, Chinbin jumped down from the gate tower and swiftly left. In this period of time, all the people at Wang Chong's side had sensed a tense atmosphere, and the news that Fomin Linta had been rewarded by the imperial court in Chishi had left all the people in the city of Steel furious. But on Wang Chong's side, everyone sensed that there was another undercurrent of turbulence brewing. The people of the Chishi Protectorate had come to strut around several times, but all of them had managed to endure each time. Although the Chishi Protectorate seemed to be firmly suppressing them, all of them knew that Fomin Linta wouldn't be able to remain smug for much longer. Since Marquis had said that he would leave Chishi, he would definitely do so, and it wouldn't take long. Hiya! A cloud of dust billowed through the city gate, swiftly making its way toward Chishi. Chun Bin's figure swiftly vanished into the distance. Write another letter to the eagle in the capital. Have him keep a close eye on the fourth prince's movements. I need him to inform me of the slightest movement as quickly as possible. Wang Chong indifferently said, There was no one behind him, but a person replied from the shadows, "Your subordinate will go." His figure swiftly vanished into the distance. The walls quickly fell silent, leaving only Wang Chong. After the initial phase of construction, Wushang's city of steel had become much quieter. This was a period of rest and recuperation. Wang Chong looked into the distance, at the place where the gray heavens and earth met. Although it was quiet all around, Wang Chong could clearly sense that a massive storm was sweeping toward him from the capital. The storm had already begun, and Wang Chong was well aware that this was his last chance to topple Fomin Linta. But Fomin Linta was a crafty old fox. Whether it was letting Diane Mangpoj through the pass, using a borrowed knife to kill someone on the Uzun Plateau, or finally stealing the credit, Fomin Linta had always been flawless and flawless. It was definitely not an easy task to get hold of his weakness. Most importantly, during this process, Wang Chong could not attract the slightest bit of Fomin Linta's attention. Several hundred li away, in the Chishi Protectorate headquarters creak, there was the soft creak of a door being pushed open, and an old woman with a fatigued expression walked out from the back door of the Protectorate headquarters, carrying a vegetable basket. Her footsteps were trembling, each step taken with extreme care. It seemed like she was spending a great deal of energy. Swoosh! Walking to the corner of the wall, the old woman forcefully threw out the rotten vegetable leaves in the basket. There, the rotten vegetables were piled up, exuding a rancid stench. "Foul old woman, Lord Protector General has ordered that you can't buy vegetables past noon." Suddenly, there was a boom as the back door was kicked open. A fiendish and fully armored who guarded the Chishi Protectorate strode out, his eyes sharp as he stared at the old woman outside the door. "In addition, if you cook next time, it won't just be a whipping. Give me something to eat. This old woman understands." The old woman trembled and twitched, her face filled with fear and trepidation. She bowed and pressed her white head even lower. His old and frail body was shivering in fear. It was a pitiful sight. "Humph, useless old woman. If not for the fact that you followed Lord Protector General for 10 some years, I would have killed you long ago." At the back door, the fiendish and fully armored who guard cursed and slammed the door. With a loud clang, he finally disappeared. A trace of resentment flashed across the old woman's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She lowered her head and looked at the crisscrossing blood-red scars on her sleeves. She let out a long sigh in her heart, as if she had accepted her fate. She limped away into the distance. As he left the Chishi Protectorate headquarters and turned a corner, he suddenly heard a soft voice in his ear. "Granny, Granny, here, here!" The old woman's body trembled, a hint of wariness in her eyes. She quickly scanned the area, and when she saw a handsome boy of 18 or 19 standing by the corner, she immediately relaxed. "Little Sue, it's you. Didn't I tell you not to go to such trouble? I'll just go by it myself." The old woman limped over, her expression much gentler as she looked at the boy. This boy was a peddler. She had fainted in the market after being whipped in the residence, and it was this boy who had saved her. This was how she had gotten to know this boy called Little Sue. Moreover, Little Sue knew of her plight in the residence, so whenever she went out to buy groceries, he would take the initiative to deliver them to her. As a member of the Protectorate, she had many misgivings, not daring to casually interact with strangers. But for some reason, this old woman felt a natural closeness to this Little Sue. Every time she saw him, she would see him as her own grandson. "Granny, did they hit you again?" Little Sue looked at the old woman's limping figure and felt sorry for her. I'm used to it. Lord Protector General has a bad temper because of his failures in the imperial court. It's been like this since 10 some years ago, and I'm already used to it." The old woman said, "But Granny is already old. How many more times can Granny endure this kind of whipping?" Little Sue couldn't bear to see the old woman's struggling appearance. "What can I do? I'm just an old woman. Where else can I go besides the Protectorate? In addition, the Protectorate is different from other places. Although I'm being whipped, there's always some good medicine. I'll be fine once I go back and rub it on." The old woman bitterly smiled. In the eyes of outsiders, the people of the Protectorate enjoyed endless glory and splendor. But who could understand the pain they had to endure? The old woman knew what outsiders were thinking, so she didn't easily reveal what was on her mind. Only in front of this little Sue would she reveal her true side. "Granny, be at ease. There will come a day when I will save you." Little Sue solemnly said to the old woman, "Ha, it's enough for you to have such thoughts. Granny is already very content." The old woman froze for a moment, but then she smiled. How could the mighty Chi-Chi Protector General, the great general of the empire, let her go just because he said so? She could only think about it, nothing more. After taking the small cart of groceries that little Sue had prepared, the old woman began to limp back to the Protectorate. The rules of the Protectorate were very strict. If she didn't return on time, she would be punished with another heavy punishment. Little Sue couldn't help but give a long sigh as he watched the old woman's limping figure, a hint of pity in his eyes. "Granny, be at ease. I'll definitely do what I promised you. Once I'm done, I'll definitely take you away," little Sue muttered to himself. A few moments later, he slowly straightened his body, turned around, and flew off in another direction. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a rock eagle commonly seen in the western regions soared into the sky and vanished. "Marquis, I received a letter from Jean Quebec. They've already made contact with the target. All of the Chi-Chi Protectorate headquarters is under surveillance." As the rock eagle flew by, a Wushang scout quickly ascended the walls and stopped behind Wang Chong. Bowing, he handed over the letter with both hands. I understand." Wang Chong stood at the edge of the walls, his eyes gazing in the direction of the distant Chi-Chi desert. He extended his right hand and took the letter from the scout, glanced at it, and then put it away. Everything was on the right track. Fomin Linta had always been cautious, rough on the outside but meticulous on the inside. While his actions seemed crude, they were actually watertight. Thus, even if Wang Chong wanted to move him, he had no real way of doing so. Great generals like these had extremely high statuses, immense authority, and deep influence. Moreover, they were extremely experienced. Moving them was not an easy task. Even though Wang Chong was the son of Heaven's disciple and had the assistance of the King of Song in the court, it was still not an easy task. Alas, despite his vast experience, Fomin Linta had one major flaw: his violent temper and fondness for punishing his subordinates. The old kitchen maid that Wang Chong had sent Zhang Ke to make contact with was one of these people. Not many people knew of this, and the Chi-Chi Protectorate had always been careful to keep this a secret. But Wang Chong did know. In the future, when that incident occurred, this old kitchen maid was one of the key figures. When Fomin Linta became embroiled in that matter, the old kitchen maid was the only person in the Chi-Chi Protectorate who dared to stand up and criticize Fomin Linta. This matter had left a deep impression on Wang Chong, which was why he had arranged for Zhang Ke to get in touch with them. In addition, Zhang Ke also has a request in his letter. He hopes that after this matter is over, Marquis can help rescue that old woman from the Chi-Chi Protectorate so that she can enjoy a peaceful old age. The scout hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Yes. Wang Chong immediately agreed. Even if Zhang Ke hadn't said anything, once this matter was over, he would have arranged for this old woman to live out her remaining years in peace. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay in Chi-Chi. "Thank you, Marquis." The scout was elated by these words. Wang Chong only smiled. Although Zhang Ke hadn't been in Wushang for long, he was very adept at using money and power. He had gotten along well with many of the soldiers in the army, and even this scout was willing to speak up for him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. There were many things waiting to be done in the City of Steel. A complete fief was not as simple as carving out a piece of land and building a city. There were many things that needed to be taken care of if he wanted this place to be developed in the manner he envisioned. Early in the morning, while Wang Chong was in his residence in the City of Steel taking care of some documents, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps rushing into his residence. "Marquis, Zhang Ke has sent word that there's been some activity from the Qixi Protectorate." The guard's words were concise and comprehensive. Wang Chong had been in the middle of his work, but when he heard these words, he grimaced and raised his head. Bang! Not long after this guard rushed in. Another gust of wind rushed in. "Marquis, Lord Su has sent word that the Qixi Protectorate has left Qixi." The second guard rushed in after him. Chapter 808. The matter had started last night. In Fomin Linta's residence, the old kitchen maid, who had been preparing meals for everyone, had suddenly noticed that several dishes were missing. The old kitchen maid had followed Fomin Linta for decades, and she knew everyone's preferences like the back of her hand. The people at Fomin Linta's side were very picky when it came to food, and it was very difficult to satisfy them. Each of them had a special dish that they liked to eat, and they would eat it at every meal. Over the years, only the old kitchen maid's cooking had been able to satisfy their tastes. This was also why, despite her age, Fomin Linta had kept her by his side. Fomin Linta was very cautious. He never allowed others to interfere with important matters, much less let them know. Thus, although the old kitchen maid had been with him for decades, she had rarely come into contact with his core secrets. But no matter how careful Fomin Linta was, he still had to have 3 meals a day. The old kitchen maid only needed a glance to know which dishes were missing, and which were missing to know which of Fomin Linta's people were present and which were not. But this sort of thing could only be used as a clue, not as solid evidence. Thus, Zhang Ke had been confirming it since yesterday. In the morning, when he was almost certain, he immediately reported it to Wang Chong. "How many people are missing from Fomin Linta's residence?" Wang Chong asked, his brow tightly furrowed. 5. At the very least, it's 5, because 5 dishes are missing. But it might be more than that, because we can't rule out the possibility that some people might have left during the meal. In short, this matter is very unusual. At the very least, it's definitely not normal for 5 people's dishes to suddenly be missing. Zhang Ke sternly said, his expression solemn. Zhang Ke had been rushing back to the City of Steel after confirming the matter and sending the messenger pigeon. Not long after, he arrived at the City of Steel. The young Marquis would never do anything without reason. Whether it was before the Southwestern War had even begun, he had spent all his wealth to build some strange steel walls, or not too long ago, when he had suddenly led an army to Longxi, only to find a secret path to attack Zhangsheng and destroy one of their training camps. After spending so much time with the young Marquis, one would unwittingly become accustomed to his style. Although Wang Chong had not explicitly said that this matter involved the Imperial Protector General Fomin Linta, even the stupidest person would know that this was no small matter. The slightest carelessness could result in a landslide that could alter the entire structure of the empire, and Marquis's influence might also reach its limit in this matter. Because of this, Zhang Ke had immediately rushed to Wang Chong's side to report what had happened. "Suki, how many do you have on your side? Have there been any oversights?" Wang Chong solemnly turned his head to Suki. Zhang Ke was far from the only one who had noticed the anomaly. Suki had also noticed it. After this incident, Wang Chong decided to summon him over. "Marquis, according to your orders, we've already used the 1,000 Li incense to tamper with all of Fomin Linta's trusted subordinates. As soon as they leave Qixi and get within a certain distance, we'll immediately sense them." Sukai was speaking of a special kind of incense, a method used by those of the martial arts world to track their targets. The person who used this 1,000 Li incense would first place a base incense on the target and then have a well-trained mastiff smell it. Once the target was a certain distance away, the scent would fade and the mastiff would begin to madly bark, completely different from its usual quiet and docile self. Suki did not know how to use this sort of thing. This method had been suggested by the eagle. Wang Chong had entrusted this task to Yang Hongchang of the western regions. The Yang clan had been operating in the western regions for many years and knew all sorts of methods. In less than a day, Yang Hongchang had sent over all the mastiffs and thousandly incense that Wang Chong needed. I've already confirmed that there are at least 7 mastiffs barking at the same time. 7 of them should have already left the western regions. Suki said. The mood in the room was extremely solemn, and Wang Chong's brow was deeply furrowed. When he said nothing, no one dared to even breathe too loudly. All of them could sense a hint of tension and gravity from Wang Chong's body. It was clear that this matter was extremely serious. 5, 7. Fomin Linta, just what are you doing? Which one is your true goal? Or have you already sensed something? Wang Chong raised his head, the index and middle fingers of his right hand unconsciously tapping against his palm as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. If everything went as expected, the Shuiyang Palace incident that would shake the entire court was about to take place. As Qixi Protector General, Fomin Linta was now embroiled in the war of the princes of the capital. This was a major taboo for a great general of the border. In any dynasty, this was a taboo that the sovereigns and important ministers of the court would censure. Countless generals in the army had been removed from their positions because of this reason. But when this incident broke out, although it had shaken the world and Fomin Linta had received a flurry of impeachment letters, he had been lucky enough to escape the calamity because he lacked the most crucial evidence. Coupled with the various contributions he had made, the Holy Emperor had ultimately chosen to strip him of his title of nobility, but he had retained his position as Protector General, calling it retaining his position to be discussed. If Wang Chong wanted to deal with Fomin Linta, this was his last chance. But first he had to find the trusted aide that Fomin Linta had sent out and find the pledge of allegiance that Fomin Linta had sent to the prince. Only then could he deal a heavy blow to Fomin Linta. Although the Shuiyang Palace incident had caused a huge uproar, involving many great generals of the border and enraging the Holy Emperor, the lack of that pledge of allegiance had prevented Fomin Linta from being convicted. And after that incident, Fomin Linta had become extremely cautious, even more conservative than he had ever been. He would not allow anyone to use him against him, making it impossible for anyone to find a flaw in him. If the situation developed once more, all of Wang Chong's previous efforts would have been for naught. Wang Chong's battle at the Triangular Gap on the Uzun Plateau would have been pointless. An entire Qixi protectorate would be firmly in Fomin Linta's hands. And as long as Fomin Linta remained in his position, Wang Chong's movements in the western regions would be hampered in every possible way, and all his plans for the future would come to a premature end. Crucially, Fomin Linta and Anqi Protector General Gao Xinji had never been on good terms. As long as he remained in his position, the bitter defeat at Talas would probably repeat itself, and the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains would lose all of its territory in the western regions, entering an era of internal strife. This was something that Wang Chong could not accept. Fomin Linta is a Hu, but he is an extremely ambitious one. This was the case with the regional commanders incident, and this was also the case when he stole my credit at the Triangular Gap. Everything is for the sake of power and credit. Fomin Linta wants to climb even higher as Qixi Protector General, which is why he colluded with a prince of the imperial household. Wait a moment. Zhangqiu Jinqiong's promotion from Protector General of the Southwest to Minister of War must have provoked him. No, it's not just that. In my last life, I didn't appear here, nor did I take part in the Battle of the Triangular Gap. But now that Fomin Linta has stolen my credit, his ambition is bursting, so he's even more ambitious than before, even more impatient. Wang Chong muttered to himself, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. He was 80 to 90% sure that Fomin Linta had sent his trusted aide to the capital to prove his loyalty. How cunning! Wang Chong mentally sighed. Not many people knew of the matter between Fomin Linta and that prince. At the very least, it was still a secret. Even though Fomin Linta knew nothing about it and that the outside world was completely safe, he had still sent 5 to 7 of his trusted aides. This sort of caution was enough to make one put 120% of one's attention. Even though Fomin Linta didn't know that Wang Chong had already seen through his secret, just this sort of natural caution made dealing with him no easy task. Su Qi, take all the men and pursue with all your might. The other 2 groups of people should go to Sand Pass first. The terrain of Sand Pass is unique. No matter which path they take from Chishi, as long as they reach the capital, they'll have to pass through Sand Pass. But once we miss Sand Pass, there will be hundreds of other paths to the capital, and we'll find it very difficult to catch up. Time was of the essence, and Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Yes, Marquis. Understanding the urgency of the matter, Su Qi hurriedly bowed and acknowledged. In addition, Zhang Ke, send out your eagle team. Horses can't outrun eagles. No matter what, keep an eye on them from the air. Wang Chong turned to Jean Quebec. Yes, Marquis. Zhang Ke's reply was crisp and forceful. In addition, remember, no matter what, you can't attract their attention. Fomin Linta is extremely cautious and paranoid, and his subordinates will definitely be the same. We can't arouse their suspicions during the pursuit. If we miss this opportunity, we can't try again. Otherwise, if Fomin Linta notices something, all our efforts will be for naught. Wang Chong's expression was extremely grave as he spoke. It was no fluke that someone like Fomin Linta had managed to become Protector General. Wang Chong did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If he missed this opportunity, Fomin Linta might never be able to move from his position. Your subordinate understands. Su Kai and Zhang Ke said in unison. The 2 of them had grave expressions, both sensing the gravity of this matter. Wang Chong nodded. Remember, the person you're looking for has a black jade brand on his right wrist. Now go. With these final words, Wang Chong waved his hand, and a moment later, Wang Chong gave the order. Zhang Ke, Su Kai, and countless others charged out of the City of Steel. Marquis, do you need me to go? With my speed, I can definitely catch up to them. Chapter 809. No. Wang Chong waved his hand, his expression solemn as he refused without hesitation. We still don't know who Fomin Linta's letter is with, Wang Chong said. Perhaps he used some other method to separate the letter and give it to someone else, and then it returned to his trusted aides. This kind of method had appeared in the past dynasties. Fomin Linta can't be careless about such an important matter. Fomin Linta has already noticed you in the battle at the triangular gap on the Uzun Plateau. Moreover, your body is so large that the moment you leave the City of Steel, you'll quickly attract the attention of others. That will only backfire and give Fomin Linta a warning in advance. At that time, the mission might fail. Li Sai was stunned and speechless for a moment. Everyone had their strengths and weaknesses, and Wang Chong's words were something that he had never expected. Even though he was invincible on the battlefield, he seemed to be unable to do anything in this matter. Enough. I have my own plans for this matter. This is not a matter that can be resolved with strength. It's not just you. Even I can't do anything right now. Leave everything to Zhang Ke and Su Kai. Wang Chong said, Hurry. Follow the mastiffs. Don't lose them. If one looked down from the sky, one would see a winding road that seemed like a jade belt connecting Chishi and the capital. Several dozen war horses galloped toward the capital in a cloud of dust. At the very front of this group were 5 pitch-black, strangely shaped mastiffs with bulging muscles. The 5 mastiffs were as fast as lightning, even faster than the war horses. They howled as they chased, their noses twitching in the air as if they were smelling something. But soon enough, the 5 mastiffs that were running side by side split up. My lord, look. One of the cavalrymen pulled on the reins and suddenly stopped, pointing to the front. In front of them, 5 huge black mastiffs were barking in 5 different directions. Seeing this, Suki sat on his horse and frowned. "Sir, what should we do?" Everyone turned to look at Suki. The 5 trusted subordinates of Fomin Linta had obviously parted ways, advancing in 5 different directions. If they continued to follow, they would have to split into 5 different directions. "Has the news from the other 2 routes reached Marquis?" Suki asked without turning his head. "My lord, my subordinates have already sent a messenger pigeon." As expected, Marquis should already know that the other 2 trusted subordinates of Fomin Linta did not leave Chishi after the banquet, but went to the Uzun Plateau. A scout half knelt on the ground and said, "Very good. Now, we only need to follow these 5 groups. Do you remember what I told you before we set off?" Suki asked. "Understood. No matter what we do, we can't attract the attention of Fomin Linta or those people," the scout sternly said. "It's good that you remember. It's good that you remember. The Marquis values this very much. Let's proceed according to the plan. Remember, even if the mission fails, we can't arouse their suspicions or vigilance." With these final words, Sukai waved his hand, and the 30-some horsemen immediately split into 5 groups, stirring up a cloud of dust as they galloped off. Countless merchants traveled to and fro on the road to the west, and at noon a long caravan began to make its way to the capital amidst the jingling of camel bells. This was a group of Arab merchants, all of them with thick beards and green eyes. As they led their camels forward, they heartily laughed. Not too far away from them was another merchant dressed in a thick robe. He maintained a distance of around 4 feet from them, and as he advanced, he warily observed his surroundings. It seemed strange for merchants and Arab merchants to mingle together, but on the road to the west, this was all too common. There were far too many bandits and brigands on the road to the west, so they could take care of each other. "Ah, save me, save me." Suddenly, a shout came from behind them, immediately attracting the attention of the Arab merchants. The Arab merchants turned their heads and saw that on the road they had come from, a child of 7 or 8 years old was running barefoot toward them, his hair disheveled and his clothes ragged. As he ran, he would look back in fear. "Little brat, daring to steal from our Lord. You must be tired of living. You still dare to run? I'd like to see where you can run to. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Behind the child, a fierce-looking, burly man came from a war horse. He clamped his legs on the horse's abdomen and swung his whip with all his might, charging towards the child. "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. I didn't steal it, it was your lord who broke it. Why are you blaming me and saying that I stole it?" The child had an aggrieved look on his face as he ran. The surrounding who roared with laughter at this sight. The western regions was a place where only violence mattered, not reason. It was obvious that this child had accidentally offended some wealthy clan and happened to run into them when they were in a bad mood, thus becoming their punching bag. If everything went as expected, this child would be viciously beaten once he was captured. As expected, the burly man only cared about cursing and insulting the child. The child finally panicked, and in a moment of carelessness, he bumped into the merchant. "Get out of my way!" Enraged, the merchant pushed the child to the ground with a palm strike. Caught off guard, the child had a look of indignation in his eyes, but when he saw the fiendish look on the merchant's face, he didn't dare to say a word. He got up and ran. A few moments later, "How was it? You didn't arouse his suspicion, did you?" In the forest, the fierce-looking burly man looked at the child and said, "No, he didn't even glance at me." The child shook his head. Did you see the symbol on his hand?" The burly man said. The child shook his head. On another road, boom! With an earth-shattering noise, a carriage charged forward, knocking over several other carriages in succession. Finally, it crashed into a large green carriage at the very front smashing the body of the carriage into pieces. Even one of the wheels was sent flying. "Damn it! You bastards, don't you have eyes? Can't you see where you're going?" Ahu suddenly jumped out of the carriage, flustered and exasperated, his entire body on the verge of exploding with rage. Sorry, the horse went wild. I'll definitely compensate you for your losses. Definitely." A middle-aged merchant jumped down from the carriage that had caused the accident and began to apologize. "Tell Marquis that this road is also wrong. The person Marquis is looking for is not here. There is no black jade symbol on his hand." A few moments later, 2 muscular men gathered on the side of the road. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of wings flapping, a messenger pigeon quickly rose into the sky. Hiya! A cloud of dust churned on the 3rd road as tensome horsemen galloped forward. These people were traveling at their fastest speed, and when 10 of them rode side by side, they immediately stirred up a fierce gale. Whoosh! 10 horsemen galloped past a Hu merchant, the fierce gale causing the Hu merchant's robe to flutter. No one noticed that the outermost cavalryman, as he passed by the Hu merchant, had turned his head around like a bolt of lightning. However, it was only a fleeting glance before he immediately turned his head back, his speed so fast that the bystanders thought it was an illusion. No. A few moments later, several hundred zhang in front of the Hu merchant, the other horsemen turned to look at the horseman on the outermost side. No, this one's also wrong. The horseman knew what they wanted to say, so he spread open his hands and shook his head. One piece of information after another was sent to Wushang's city of steel. Everyone had gathered around Wang Chong, their eyes focused on a miniature model of Qixi in front of them. 1, 2, 3. 2 of Fomin Linta's trusted subordinates have gone to the Uzun Plateau. It should have something to do with our base at the Triangular Gap. Of the other 5, 3 have already been eliminated, leaving only 2. That item must be with one of them. Wang Chong propped up his chin with one hand and tapped his fingers with the other. "Cheng Sanyuan, what's the situation with Zhang Ke?" Wang Chong said he had never liked to place his hopes on a single person or a group of people. Fomin Linta's matter was no trifling matter. It concerned the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers at Talas and the future survival of the Tang dynasty. "Marquis, everything is under control. Zhang Ke's Rock Eagles are currently following the enemy," Cheng Sanyuan deferentially said. This matter was of utmost importance, and Wang Chong was paying close attention to it. All of his subordinates were on high alert, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Zhang Ke and the City of Steel were constantly communicating with each other. Every half a cup of tea's time, a bird would fly in from outside and another bird would fly out. Zhang Ke had been with the eagle for many years and was extremely experienced in training birds. He had only been in the western regions for a few months, but he had already taken advantage of the rich resources here to purchase several hundred rock eagles from the western regions. After training them, he already had 60 to 70 qualified rock eagles, and more were still being released from their cages. This was the foundation of Zhang Ke's eagle team. As for the rock eagle on Zhang Ke's shoulder, it had become the eagle king of this team. And these massive numbers of eagles were playing an enormous role at this time. The rock eagles coming and going from the City of Steel were almost constantly sending messages. "Tell Zhang Ke not to let down his guard. In addition, inform Su Kui to speed up the investigation. We must find that person with the black jade mark on his arm. That item is definitely on him." Wang Chong placed his hands on the miniature Qixi sand table. The truth was slowly coming to light. 3 people had been eliminated, leaving only 2. The room was quiet for a time as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and waited for Su Kui's final news. But the development of the matter took everyone by surprise. Reporting. Less than an hour later, while everyone was waiting for news, a scout rushed into the room with a panicked expression. Chapter 810. What? The scout's report was like a boulder crashing into the room, instantly unleashing massive waves. Even Wang Chong and Li Sai grimaced. Wang Chong had been sitting on a wooden armchair, waiting for news. But at this moment he suddenly stood up. How could this be? Weren't they going to the capital? Why would they turn back now? Turning back means that we don't even need to investigate. They've already been eliminated. All 5 of them have been eliminated. What's going on? Marquis, I suggest that we have Suki investigate right now. Like a gale, this news completely disrupted everyone's expectations and rhythm. No one had expected that the last 2 suspects would turn back at a time like this. But this was not the only thing that left them dumbfounded and shocked. Reporting. At this moment, another scout rushed into the room. Marquis, Lord Zhang Ke has sent word from the front that the 3 suspects have suddenly sped up. Marquis, please tell us if we should continue to follow and pursue them. Buzz. The raucous room instantly became deathly still. In the end, all eyes gathered on Wang Chong in the middle of the room. Everyone's astonishment was clear on their faces. The situation had taken a 180-degree turn. Those who were suspicious were suddenly no longer suspicious, and those who weren't suspicious were suddenly suspicious. In a flash, everyone was at a loss as to what to do next. Things that were originally clear became confusing in an instant, as if they had sunk into a dense fog. How could this be? Wang Chong stood in the room, his mind in even more disarray than the others. The envoy sent by Fomin Linta should have been the one with the black jade seal on his wrist. Those 3 didn't have it, so they could be eliminated as suspects. The other 2 had entered the plateau, and Zhang Ke's eagle was still following them, so they could also be eliminated. All that was left were the 2 people who hadn't been cleared of suspicion. As long as he could find the one with the black jade mark on his arm, he would be able to do so. The whole thing was simple and clear. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. What was the problem? Why did those 2 people suddenly turn back? Could it be that he had made a mistake? At this moment, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, and his expression was incomparably solemn. Things had gone wrong, at least not as he had expected. He had to find out what had gone wrong. Marquis, Sukai is still waiting. Those 2 will probably return to Chishi soon. Should we continue the investigation? A voice whispered into Wang Chong's ear. Wang Chong didn't say anything. He was deep in thought. However, the changes in the situation were far more complicated than expected. It only took a moment for another scout to rush in with a flustered expression. Report. Marquis, bad news. Lord Zhang has sent word. Of the 3 targets, one of them has suddenly vanished. We've lost them. It was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped on them. If the people in the room could still maintain their composure, then when they heard that the target had disappeared, they immediately panicked. This was not the first time that Fomin Linta and Marquis had opposed each other, and he had even used Uzin's men. He was truly unscrupulous. If they could not use this chance to bring down Fomin Linta, their future in the City of Steel could be easily imagined. Although they didn't know why this had happened, there was no doubt that the target who had suddenly vanished was the person carrying the important letter from Fomin Linta. Marquis, there's no time. Why don't we appear now and conduct a full search? We'll definitely find that person. That's right, Marquis. The person who vanished is definitely the true target. We've all been tricked by Fomin Linta. Marquis, let's give chase. Marquis, let me go. Let me. Everyone felt an intense sense of urgency. Time was fleeting. If they did not find the missing person, they would suffer a crushing defeat, and their mission would be a complete failure. Wait, just when everyone was getting excited and volunteering to go search for that person, a calm voice boomed through the room like a clap of thunder. Without my order, no one is allowed to move. Wang Chong's order was firm and unquestionable, immediately pulling everyone back from their excitement. Everyone, don't act on your own. Marquis will decide everything. Li Sai swept his gaze over the crowd and quickly turned around, striding over to Wang Chang's side. Marquis, if there is a need, I can act at any time. Although I don't know where he went, as long as I have the heart, I believe I can definitely find him. When saying this, Li Sai deliberately lowered his voice. Almost only Wang Chong could hear him. Although he did not know what was going on, judging from the current results, it was very likely that there was something wrong with Wang Chong's judgment. It was just that no one mentioned it. No. Wang Chong shook his head, as if he did not hear Li Sai's words. His expression was solemn, completely different from his usual self. This matter is definitely not that simple. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The scenes that had happened in the past kept appearing before his eyes. Fomin Linta did not know of his existence. To be more precise, Fomin Linta did not know that his secret collusion with the prince in the court had been exposed. He also did not know that he was secretly dealing with him in this matter. This was also the precondition for Wang Chong to take him away. Moreover, the matter of the Shuyang Palace is of great importance. Fomin Linta would never use the ordinary method of sending pigeons. That would be too much of a trifle. Fomin Linta would definitely send one of his trusted aides for such an important matter. Thus, no matter what, the most crucial letter that can prove that Fomin Linta is colluding with the prince must be in the hands of one of Fomin Linta's trusted aides. Wang Chong remained silent, his mind rapidly turning over the matter. In other words, there is no need for Fomin Linta to be so deliberately mystifying, unless he sensed something. This final thought was like an axe cleaving through the darkness. Wang Chong's body trembled, and he suddenly called out, "Chung Sanyuan, ask Zhang Ke again. Is there anything else strange besides this? I want to know everything from start to finish. I want to know every single detail. If there is anything suspicious, don't let me off the hook." Wang Chong's shout was abrupt, and his grave expression made everyone sense something. Yes, Chung Sanyuan immediately turned and left. Zhang Ke's reply quickly arrived. "My lord, Zhang Ke says that nothing has happened. Ask again." "My lord, there truly is nothing strange. Ask again." "My lord, Zhang Ke says that not long after scouting the 3 targets, other than finding a few carrier pigeons, there really is nothing else. Because the matter was not very important, Zhang Ke felt that it was nothing, so he did not report it." Buzz. Before anyone else could react to Zhang Ke's final report, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as if he had been stabbed by a needle. "Order Zhang Ke to have all the birds withdraw. Do not move recklessly and do not pursue. Inform Sukhi to have all his men withdraw. As for the 2 targets that are currently returning, do not let them continue probing or pursue. Without my order, no one is allowed to move recklessly." With these final words, Wang Chong clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles creaked. He had underestimated Fomin Linta far too much. This bastard was even more cautious than he had imagined. This was the most crucial moment. If he gave Fomin Linta the slightest bit of doubt, Wang Chong's previous efforts would be for naught, and all his previous efforts would be for naught. "Marquis, what happened?" Li Sai walked over and asked in a low voice. Wang Chong's 2 orders had been inexplicable. One of the 3 targets had disappeared while the other 2 were picking up speed. Not only had Wang Chong not ordered his men to pursue, he had even ordered them to retreat. Everyone was left scratching their heads in confusion. Wang Chong's authority in the City of Steel was growing by the day, and no one dared to question Wang Chong's decisions. At this time, only Li Sai could go and ask, "Marquis, has Fomin Linta sensed us?" Wang Chong nodded. "We were so focused on finding out if those 5 targets were real or fake that we neglected Fomin Linta's caution in this matter. It's no longer important if we can find that person with the black jade mark on his right wrist. The most important thing is that we can't arouse Fomin Linta's vigilance. But how could Fomin Linta sense us? We've already been very careful. There shouldn't be any problems," Li Sai said with a frown. All the methods of probing were carefully considered and discussed by everyone beforehand. It was precisely because they were certain that it was natural and would not arouse any suspicion that they had taken these actions. Li Sai did not understand why Fomin Linta would be so vigilant. You don't understand. Wang Chong gave a deep sigh. Not even Li Sai could understand what was going on, much less the others. If they had not run into him, Fomin Linta's plan would have most likely succeeded. So far, we've used 3 methods: the beggar, the carriage collision, and the cavalry. Among them, the easiest to attract attention is the carriage collision. However, we first collided with the other carriages before accidentally colliding with the target's carriage. In this way, even if the target was suspicious, they wouldn't think too much. From a single target's perspective, our methods would indeed not arouse suspicion. However, when these things are linked together and a few consecutive problems occur, if you were Fomin Linta, would you be suspicious? This, Li Sai was stunned. In fact, not only him, but the others in the room were also stunned when they heard Wang Chong's words. Indeed, everyone did everything extremely well and tried their best to be as perfect as possible. However, when everything was linked together, it was far from the case. However, these 5 targets are very far away. How did Fomin Linta find out so quickly? Chapter 8:11. Do you understand now? Wang Chong gave Li Sai a profound glance, knowing that he understood the crux of the matter. Those pigeons that Zhang Ke thought were fine just happened to be the crux of this matter. That old fox, Fomin Linta, is far more difficult to deal with than we imagined, and far more cunning as well. If my guess is correct, although he doesn't know of our existence, he left a carrier pigeon with each of his trusted subordinates. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, they have to inform him as quickly as possible. Zhang Ke's side was too careless. If my guess is correct, after our men investigated the targets, they secretly released their carrier pigeons. Zhang Ke was deceived by them. Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. In truth, Zhang Ke was already very outstanding, but one also had to see who he was facing. Fomin Linta was an extremely shrewd protector general. Even Wang Chong would have to put in 120% effort to deal with him. Let alone Jean Quebec were no longer dealing with those 5 groups, but with Fomin Linta in the distant Chishi protectorate. The following period will be extremely crucial. If we can't get Fomin Linta to give up on his plans and relax his guard, we won't be able to do anything else, because it's simply impossible for us to succeed. Wang Chong said. This operation had gone from a simple probing of the 5 targets to finding the person with the black jade seal on his wrist, to a contest between himself and Fomin Linta. There would be no glint of swords in this contest, no smoke of battle, but the final result would decide the fate of all of Chishi, the fate of an imperial great general, himself, and even Gao Xinji and the tens of thousands of Tang dynasty elites under his command in the Anxi protectorate. The room was quiet as Wang Chong's order was quickly passed on. Marquis, Zhang Ke has withdrawn. Marquis, Su Kai has retreated. 2 carrier pigeons flew into the city of steel. Wang Chong's order had been carried out, and no one in the room dared to breathe too loudly. In the current situation, if Wang Chong's judgment was wrong, they would soon lose the target and the opportunity. If Wang Chong's judgment was correct, it would be even more serious. It would mean that they would fail before they could complete this stage of the mission. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was tense. Time passed slowly as they waited. Marquis, we've lost our targets. We don't know where the 3 groups are going. Soon, news came that this operation was far more than just 2 groups of people in the air and on the ground. Although they couldn't follow the target closely or test them, there was always a group of people observing along the way. There was a person at regular intervals. But now, even they had lost track of the 3 groups of people. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. No one spoke, but they couldn't help but glance at Wang Chong out of the corner of their eyes. There's no rush. Wait. Wang Chang's eyes were closed, his head slightly raised. He remained motionless, his expression calm and without the slightest panic. No matter what method Fomenlinta used, it had no effect on Wang Chong. He was now sure that Fomenlinta was waiting for him to make a move. Now it was a battle of patience. This was a contest between him and Fomenlinta. Time slowly passed. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy that it was suffocating. Although no one spoke, the mood was slowly changing. No one doubted Wang Chong's decision. On this journey, Wang Chong had used his wisdom and foresight to amply prove himself. But based on the current situation, this time Wang Chong might very well be wrong. Marquis. Even Chung Sanyuan and Su Shixian couldn't help but look at Wang Chong. No one felt that Wang Chong had done anything wrong. Everyone could make mistakes, but the consequences of this matter were not as simple as making a mistake. Given how important Wang Chong was to this matter, they had probably already lost their final chance to deal with Fomenlinta. From now on, whether in Qixi or Wushang, Wang Chong would forever be bound and restrained by Fomenlinta. Time slowly passed, and while the atmosphere was tense and morale was low, in another place, the atmosphere was even more solemn and tense. "My lord, our people are all in position, but we still haven't found anything." In the main hall of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, a Hu general was bowing as he cautiously reported to Fomenlinta. Across from him, Fomenlinta, dressed in heavy armor, was boldly seated on the throne representing Qixi Protector General, his entire body exuding a majestic aura. His eyes were tightly shut as he sat there motionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. "Search again," Fomenlinta sternly said. This was the third time he had issued the same order, but no one dared to say anything with the group of generals surrounding him in the hall. The Hu generals quickly left, returning 15 minutes later. "My lord, Qi Bo, ours group has already picked up speed, but they still haven't found anyone following them. Search again." "My lord, we've already searched 3 times, but we still haven't found anything. Search again." "My lord, Qi Bo, ours group is about to reach Sand Pass, but they still haven't found anything. Search again." "My lord, Qi Bo, or hasn't found anyone within 60 kilometers of him. Search again." "My lord, Qi Bo, and Ilaluo have already reached Sand Pass. Qi Bo, has sent a messenger pigeon, asking if they should continue forward." With these last words, the hall suddenly lit up. Fomenlinta, seated on his throne, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, all was quiet and deathly stillness. Everyone was waiting for Fomenlinta's decision. What's going on? Did my senses really make a mistake? The look in Fomenlinta's eyes flickered, and for the first time, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Fomenlinta had always been cautious, especially when it came to that prince of court. Fomenlinta was even more cautious. Thus, for this operation, Fomenlinta had sent a total of 5 groups of people to the capital. If any of these 5 groups had a problem, Fomenlinta would instinctively feel uneasy, not to mention that 2 groups had problems at the same time. One group had been hit by a young beggar, and the other group had been hit by a madly runaway horse carriage, which had been used as a cover, smashed into pieces. These 2 incidents seemed normal, as they were very normal occurrences on the Silk Road to the west, but Fomenlinta instinctively felt uneasy. This was also the reason why he urgently summoned 2 groups of people, while simultaneously ordering the other 3 groups to speed up. If there really was someone following behind him, Fomenlinta believed that this action would definitely be enough to make the other party panic. As long as the other party followed closely behind and sped up in pursuit, then the people that Fomenlinta had arranged along the way would immediately discover them. As long as the situation was as he had guessed, Fomenlinta would not hesitate to destroy the letter. There is no harm in being careful. although Fomin Linta did not believe that anyone would know about his secret dealings with that prince. This was a serious matter. It had always been a taboo for a general of the border to participate in a battle between princes. Fomin Linta did not dare to take this risk. Could it be that I was really mistaken? There really wasn't anything wrong with those two groups? Fomin Linta's expression did not change, but for the first time he began to doubt his own decision. A long time had already passed, and the people he had arranged to disguise themselves as various people lying in ambush on the road had already investigated several times, but they had not found anything. If there really was someone following him, then they should have found some clues after so long. At the very least, there should have been traces within a range of 60 kilometers. Fomin Linta muttered to himself. At this moment, time seemed to stop. At the same time, Wang Chong was also muttering to himself in silence. For some reason, he felt like something was missing in his mind. Chang Sanyuan, is the cavalryman who was sent to crash into the carriage still there? Wang Chong suddenly said. His words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yes. Chang Sanyuan subconsciously replied. Tell Su Kei to send that cavalryman to Chishi to repair the carriage. Remember, he has to follow the official road, and he has to be seen by those who merchants. Wang Chong's sudden order left everyone confused. No one knew what Wang Chong was up to, but Wang Chong's composed expression made it impossible for anyone to disobey. Yes. Chang Sanyuan froze for a moment, then quickly left. Once Chang Sanyuan left, the room quickly fell silent, morale plummeting. Wang Chong only chuckled at this sight, seemingly unconcerned. Fomin Linta, the rest is up to you. This thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, but he quickly calmed down. Reporting, my lord. A report from Chishi says that our men have discovered the person who smashed Chibo's carriage. He has already returned and is cursing and swearing as he repairs the carriage in the marketplace. A fully armored scout of the Chishi Protectorate suddenly rushed in and kneeled in the hall. What? Fomin Linta's body trembled at this news, and he immediately stood up from his seat. Is this information reliable? My lord, there's no doubt about it. Our men have already confirmed it time and time again. In addition, our men have already investigated his identity. There's truly nothing wrong with that person. He's just a small-time businessman. He truly did accidentally crash into Chibo's carriage, and he's already paid for it. The kneeling scout sincerely said. Fomin Linta stood in the hall, his eyes constantly shifting. As Fomin Linta fell silent, the others didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After some time, Fomin Linta's eyes settled, and he finally came to a decision. Pass on my order. Recall Chibo and Ilaluo. Have them return from San Pass. In addition, have Kifuli and the others continue on their original path. Yes. A final order resounded through the hall, and the dust finally settled. Fomin Linta gave a long sigh and sat back down on his throne. Chapter 812. In Wushan's City of Steel. Everyone was still, silently waiting. They had lost contact with all 5 groups, and their confidence had fallen to rock bottom, though no one was willing to admit it. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Reporting. Marquis, we've received news from the front lines that the last 2 targets have not returned to Chishi. Our men have not found any signs of them returning to Chishi. Suddenly, a scout rushed into the main hall. Ah, how could this be? Based on the time, they should have returned by now. That shouldn't be the case. Did something happen? What's going on here? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Even the slowest of them could sense that something was wrong. Quite a few hours had passed since they had turned back. Logically speaking, even if they hadn't reached Chishi, they should have been there by now. If they had not returned, then it could only mean one thing. They had never intended to return to Chishi in the first place. But all this was far from over. Reporting. Marquis, Zhang Ke reports that the 3 targets that disappeared have reappeared, and they've already begun to return to Qixi. Lord Zhang requests instructions as to what to do next. Reporting. Marquis Su Kai reports that before we could even test them, the 2 targets that had turned back have reappeared and are continuing on their way. Lord Su requests instructions as to what to do next. News after news came one after another, and everyone was dumbfounded. The reversal was too fast. No one knew what had happened. They didn't even know what was going on. Ha ha ha. In the hall, Wang Chong suddenly laughed. This was the first time a smile had appeared on his face. Fomin Linta, you really did fall for it. Although the people in the hall still had no idea what had happened, Wang Chong knew that he had guessed correctly, gambled correctly, and acted correctly. Fomin Linta's actions were indeed baiting him. He had 3 groups of people speed up while the other 2 groups returned. This was all to lure him into the trap. However, he still failed in this round of competition. The devil rises 1 foot, the Taoist rises 10. Fomin Linta, you're still not patient enough. Wang Chong laughed. He was almost certain that when he asked Su Kai to send out the cavalryman who crashed into the carriage, it must have been effective. Otherwise, Fomin Linta wouldn't have been so coincidental. Not long after he made this decision, Fomin Linta had immediately sent those people back. Tell Su Kai and Zhang Ke to proceed with the original plan. Continue to follow the last 2 targets, but don't alert them before they reach their original turning point. As for the other 3 targets, since they've already returned, there's no need to pay attention to them anymore. Wang Chong said. This simple sentence immediately played the role of a stabilizing force, calling everyone's attention back to the present. This subordinate understands. The scout quickly left. Everyone in the room couldn't help but look ashamed. It was clear that Wang Chong's judgment had been correct. If they had pursued just now, they really would have failed and drawn Fomin Linta's attention. When they thought about how they had suspected Wang Chong of making the wrong decision not too long ago, they felt even more ashamed. Ha ha! All right, there's no need to worry about these minor matters. Let's get moving. Wang Chong waved his hand and indifferently said. Even with the advantage of foresight, he had to expend a great deal of effort to deal with a crafty old fox like Fomin Linta, let alone them. This sort of performance was normal. A contest of this level was not something they could participate in. Now, the dust has finally settled. Wang Chong looked out the door. The dark clouds over the city of steel had finally dispersed. At this moment, Wang Chong felt much more relaxed. Su Kai quickly sent word that the person with the black jade symbol on his right wrist had been found. It was one of the 2 people Su Kai had sent, and Zhang Ke's rock eagle were currently tracking him. But there was still one problem. Wang Chong still had no way of confirming that the most important letter was in that person's hands. Nor could he confirm that Fomin Linta had separated the letter from the person. Marquis, since we've already confirmed our target, we only need to capture both of them if necessary. The letter is definitely with the 2 of them, Chung Sanyuan suggested. There's no need. The people Fomin Linta sent are definitely his trusted aides. We just need to confirm that it's the 2 of them. There's no need to raise Fomin Linta's vigilance over such a minor matter. In addition, both Wushang and Sanpass are too close to Qixi. It's hard to say if Fomin Linta has some other method to ensure the safety of the letter on the way. Rash actions are far too dangerous, and they might even provoke an extreme reaction from Fomin Linta. Wang Chong said. There was something else that Wang Chong did not say. This matter did not just involve Fomin Linta, but also that person in the capital. If a problem occurred in Qixi and that prince was alerted, Fomin Linta's mission would also fail. Toppling an imperial great general like Fomin Linta was not as simple as one might imagine. Li Sai, send a letter to the King of Song. Send him a drawing of the target. Leave the rest to the King of Song. Yes, this general will do as you say. A deep voice came from behind him. accompanied by the clanging of armor. Li Sai quickly turned and left the hall. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a carrier pigeon soared into the sky, flying toward the capital. In the room, with everything set up, Wang Chong felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart. Reporting. Marquis, there's a lady outside called Su Yi-Chin requesting an audience. She says that she's your friend. At this moment, a series of footsteps suddenly rang out from outside. A scout hurriedly walked in with the sound of a gust of wind. What? So fast? Wang Chong's eyes brightened, his mind rejoicing. Under the surprised gaze of the scout, he quickly strode through the door and vanished. Within the city of steel, one building after another had risen from the ground, and the place was bustling with activity. This originally barren land had gradually begun to take the shape of a city. It was completely different from how it was before. In the battle at Uzin's Triangular Gap, Foman Linta had blamed it on himself, claiming that he had stolen Wang Chong's achievements. But to those scions of the great clans who had mingled with Wang Chong, this matter could not be any clearer. That major victory had been an enormous impetus to the construction of the City of Steel. It had made many great clans extremely confident in the security around Wushang, as well as the defensive capabilities of the City of Steel. If a force that could scatter the corpses of the elite Uzin soldiers wasn't strong enough, then it would be impossible to find a stronger one. This matter had caused the great clans of the capital to rapidly increase their investment in the City of Steel, not doubling their investment, but 7 or 8 times, sometimes even 10 times. This massive investment had caused the construction of the City of Steel to reach a new peak, and the speed of construction was on a completely different level from before. Wang Chong walked out of his room, passing through the richly ornamented buildings, turning past the gardens, ponds, and transplanted flowers. At the open city gate, Wang Chong finally saw that familiar figure. She was dressed in a long white dress, and her black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. As she stood at the city gate, her exquisite curves were on full display. At her side, an endless stream of carriages was dragging heavy loads of supplies into the City of Steel. She was only casually standing by the side of the carriage, her every movement composed and composed, like a beautiful fairy that had descended to the mortal world. This made the desolate and remote Wushang seem beautiful and bright, like a garden in full bloom. Su Yi-Chin. Wang Chong rejoiced, his excited voice echoing through the gates of the City of Steel. That distant figure was a little unfamiliar, but also extremely familiar. After 3 months, Su Yi-Chin seemed to have grown even more enchanting. At this thought, Wang Chong couldn't help but smile. Su Yi-Chin's body trembled, and she subconsciously turned her head. The moment she saw Wang Chong, that graceful and elegant aura that seemed to have been nurtured by the 1,000 mountains immediately became like the spring sun, bathing in the spring wind. This smile was so enchanting that Wang Chong's footsteps paused, and he couldn't help but become a little absent-minded. Wang Chong. Su Yi-Chin strode forward. She made no attempt to conceal the joy on her face. This is the City of Steel you spoke of? It's even grander than what you described in your letter. There was a smile on Su Yi-Chin's lips. It was like she had been in the City of Steel for a very long time. Her eyes glowed as she gazed at the towering City of Steel, making no effort to conceal her admiration. Although she had imagined this City of Steel before coming here, when she saw it with her own eyes, Su Yi-Chin realized that it was even more stunning than she had imagined. When she thought about how everything here was Wang Chong's handiwork, Su Yi-Chin couldn't help but feel even more admiration. That youth who had defeated her in chess at Deflecting Blade Manor had become even more dazzling, even more handsome. Everything that was impossible became easy in his hands. It was as if there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. It truly is grand, but there are some things that only you can accomplish. Let's go. I'll take you around. In addition, you must be tired from this long journey. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay. Chapter 813. Every city had been built from scratch, and there were hundreds of things waiting to be done. Moreover, the construction of a fief involved many aspects, and it was far from something that Wang Chong could manage alone. At present, on Wang Chong's side, only Su Yiqin had the ability to manage all sorts of complicated matters in an orderly and proper manner. More importantly, war was not just a competition of strength, but also logistics. In the future Battle of Talas, Wang Chong could not focus on so many things at once. He needed someone to share the pressure and manage the logistics. Su Yiqin softly replied with a smile as she followed Wang Chong's footsteps. The two of them stood side by side, a beautiful sight that attracted the gazes of countless people in the City of Steel. Su Yiqin followed behind Wang Chong, a smile on her lips as she curiously looked around, unaware that she and Wang Chong had become the center of attention. Time slowly passed. While Wang Chong was in Wushang handling the affairs of the City of Steel, on another front, Zhao Jingdian was also dealing with the cement road. Ha! War cries resounded over the road. From the capital to the western regions, an unprecedented road forged from cement was being built, stretching across the earth like an awakened dragon. Countless clans, manpower, and resources poured into this unprecedented cement road like a surging river. Every day, dozens of li, even hundreds of li of roads were being built on this road leading to the western regions. The smoothness, and hardness of the road left everyone sighing in praise. Everyone was excited and delighted to see an unprecedented, brand new path system taking shape and expanding rapidly under their participation. The Silk Road was the Golden Road, the most famous road in the world. Traveling between the east and the west were the most famous and wealthy merchants of the world. The merchants of jewels, agate, and spice, if this road was completed. Everyone could anticipate the enormous profits that could be made from it. Roll! The sound of wheels resounded through the void. When tens of thousands of workers joined in the construction of this road, a special carriage with a green curtain drove on the newly built cement road, looking extremely eye-catching. However, none of the blacksmiths were paying attention to them. After working on the newly built cement road for a long time, everyone was already used to the existence of this carriage. Every morning, it would set off from the capital and travel along the newly constructed road. Then, at noon, they began to turn back. Day after day, it had never changed. Lord Zhao, how is it? Are you satisfied? In the spacious carriage with green curtains, a fawning voice suddenly said cautiously. While all the craftsmen were immersed in their work, not many people noticed that, in a corner of the carriage, the curtains were pulled open, and two gazes were silently looking out of the carriage window. Yes. Zhao Jingdian gave a slight grunt of acknowledgement, his eyes silently watching as the craftsmen poured water over the newly constructed cement roads. A cement road could not be simply built. Once it was completed, it still needed to be watered and maintained. This was something that Wang Chong had repeatedly emphasized in his letters. At the same time, Zhao Jingdian attached great importance to this. It's fine as long as my lord is satisfied. Now that our alliance has taken over everything, we will definitely do our utmost to help Marquis complete this cement road from the capital to Wushang. In addition, our great clans also have shares in Wushang City of Steel, right? It's shares, right? It's so strange. In short, we're all in the same boat as Marquis. We're all on the same side, so Marquis's business is our business. It's just that a rather wretched clan expert next to Zhao Jingdian suddenly paused, a fawning look on his face. As for the construction of the road, can you discuss it with Marquis again? Don't you think we should just use the road that leads to the western regions? This way, we won't have to waste time and effort, and it will be beneficial to everyone. Don't you think so? Zhao Jingdian's brow creased as he turned to look at the clan expert, his expression turning much colder. Do you need me to repeat Marquis's words? No means no. There's no room for negotiation. Anyone who breaks this rule will withdraw from the alliance. Everything related to the western regions, including the cement roads, will have nothing to do with him. Zhao Jingdian's eyes were as sharp as swords. Under his intense gaze, the clan expert hurriedly lowered his head, a look of guilt on his face. The two of them were speaking of an agreement that Wang Chong had made with the clan alliance. All new cement roads could not use the existing Silk Road, only newly excavated roads. This meant that besides buying lime, clay, aluminum, and sand, the clan alliance would also have to spend a great deal of manpower and resources to excavate new roads. From a business perspective, this was not in line with the clan alliance's interests. Thus, wave after wave of clan alliance experts had been trying to persuade Zhao Jingdian. Zhao Jingdian couldn't even remember how many times he had tried, and each time he had firmly refused. Zhao Jingdian had also asked Wang Chong about this matter, and Wang Chong had held nothing back. From the moment the cement road appeared, it had already become an unstoppable torrent. If everything went as expected, regardless of whether Wang Chong agreed or not, cement roads would become extremely popular in the Tang dynasty due to their convenience and high capacity. This meant that it wouldn't just be from the capital to the western regions, but throughout the entire Tang dynasty, cement roads would also appear. What Wang Chong wanted to avoid was this sort of clan alliance encroaching on existing roads, building cement roads over them, and then collecting tolls. This would cause the common people to complain, turning a project that was supposed to benefit the Tang dynasty into a project that would suck away the wealth of the people, a project that would not benefit the empire. This was the exact opposite of Wang Chong's original intentions. Thus, Wang Chong would never agree, and this was what Wang Chong had repeatedly urged him to do. No matter how much the clan alliance tried to persuade him, Zhao Jingdian would never agree. "Lord Zhao, please forgive this one for speaking out of turn." The clan alliance expert hurriedly changed the subject. "At the current speed, how long do you think it will take to reach Wushang?" Zhao Jingdian suddenly asked, not bothering to argue with them. It should take at least 4 or 5 months. The clan expert said, but he didn't seem very enthusiastic. It was clear that Zhao Jingdian's answer was not what he had hoped for, and he had taken a blow. "We don't have that much time. This kind of progress is too slow." Zhao Jingdian frowned. This number was very different from what he had expected. "Go back and tell the alliance of aristocratic families that although the young master can agree to use the original official road to build a cement road, if you can complete the construction within 3 months, the young master can still give you another 5% of the profits on the original basis. And if you can finish in 2 months, our young master can give you 10% of the profits." Zhao Jingdian's words immediately caused the dejected clan expert's eyes to brighten and his spirits to rise in excitement. "Is Lord Zhao speaking the truth?" The clan expert asked, his eyes bright. The contract Wang Chong had signed with the clan alliance was permanent. In the future, all cement roads built by the Tang dynasty would be governed and bound by this contract. Although it was only a difference of 5% or 10%, the profits involved were unimaginably massive. And for the next few decades, centuries, or even millennia, this contract would be permanent. This was the charm of the contract between Wang Chong and the clan alliance. If Wang Chong could permanently give up 10% of the profits, the clan alliance would go crazy. All the great clans would pay any price to complete the cement road from the capital to Wushang. Compared to the enormous profits they could bring in the future, the losses they had to pay now were negligible. This was something that all the aristocratic families could rationally analyze. Our young master's words are worth their weight in gold. When has he ever gone back on his word? Zhao Jingdian indifferently asked. "Wonderful. My lord, please wait a moment. I will return to the alliance and discuss this with the elders. The elders will definitely agree to it." After saying this, the aristocratic family expert suddenly opened the car door and quickly disappeared outside the door, heading towards the location of the aristocratic family alliance at lightning speed. Bang! As expected, Zhao Jingdian's report of Wang Chong's words quickly set off a massive uproar in the clan alliance. No one had expected Wang Chong to give up such a large share of the profits. These conditions were simply irresistible. In an instant, the aristocratic family alliance quickly responded. Deal. With this new agreement, the construction of the cement road began to advance by leaps and bounds, undergoing a qualitative transformation. The speed of construction, which had already reached its peak, was immediately pushed to a new level, becoming even more frenzied. And for the sake of obtaining the share of profits from Wang Chong, the great clans put aside much of their clan's business and devoted all their resources to this project, even sending many clan experts to supervise the work. The construction of the cement road instantly sped up several times. Putting aside Zhao Jingdian and the matter of the cement road, time flew by, and a tense atmosphere was slowly building up in a place nearby. Have you found anything? Outside the southern gate of the capital, a magnificent carriage was parked on the side of the road. Next to the carriage was a middle-aged man of around 40, his hands held behind his back and exuding an air of nobility as he silently waited. Streams of people passed by, but just by standing there, the middle-aged man exuded an aura that stood out like a crane among chickens. Even the nobles and nobles of the capital paled in comparison to the aura exuded by this middle-aged man, like fireflies before the bright moon. Your Highness, we have already clearly investigated. In Chishi, it was a child called Zhang Ke who was following them, but over here it was the eagle who was in charge. In addition, I heard that the child called Zhang Ke is the eagle's disciple. Beside King Song, the old butler and Lu Ting stood on the left and right respectively. The old butler bowed and his lips moved as he spoke leisurely. Chapter 814. The King of Song gave a slight nod. Fomin Linta was the Chishi Protector General, an extremely influential figure in the Tang dynasty. In his early years, the King of Song had interacted with him once. As the most senior great general, he seemed crude, but he was actually extremely shrewd. From Chishi to the capital, Fomin Linta had dispatched this trusted subordinate with extreme caution. He had never taken an ordinary path, twisting and turning, sometimes pausing, sometimes turning back, and sometimes jumping off a completely different path. Tracking him was extremely troublesome. Even when he got close to the capital, this trusted subordinate of Fomin Linta was extremely careful. He did not enter through the normal western gate, but instead took a large detour to the southern gate. The King of Song was not surprised by this spy's behavior. The King of Song could see traces and impressions of the Fomin Linta that he knew. Take out the drawing. Since that child Wang Chong views this matter with such importance and has asked me to personally handle it, there can't be a single mistake. There are many people going in and out of the city gate, and the eagles, birds, might not be able to track him. Once his eyes light up, we can't let him sneak into the city. The King of Song sternly said, Yes. The old butler and the black-clothed expert at the King of Song's side replied in unison. The King of Song was an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, and his legacy had been passed down through several generations. He had an extremely deep foundation, and his estate had many experts, not just the old butler. The black-clothed expert with the icy expression was one of the experts the King of Song had transferred over at the last moment. Time slowly passed, and in the darkening darkness, the casually dressed the King of Song, the old butler, and the others stood on the side of the road, seemingly unremarkable. They didn't move at all, as if they had turned into statues by the roadside. After an unknown period of time, just as the night gradually darkened and the city gates were about to close, the old butler's figure moved. His originally murky eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light like that of a falcon. At almost the same time, the corners of the King of Song's eyes twitched. His body was ramrod straight and motionless, but his gaze was fixed on a merchant with his head lowered and his eyes fixed on his feet. Although this merchant had done his best to conceal himself, he was still very conspicuous in a place like the southern gate, which was dominated by Han people. Smart but foolish. The King of Song smiled and strode forward. Suddenly, he went against the flow of people and took the lead. The King of Song stopped right in front of the Hu merchant, blocking his path. "Chief Fuli, I've been waiting for you for a long time." These simple words were spoken casually, but in the ears of the Hu merchant, they were like a clap of thunder. His shoulders trembled, and he raised his head, his deep blue eyes widening in shock. "Humph, it's you." Seeing the Hu merchant's reaction, the King of Song didn't even need to look at the drawing to know that this Hu merchant was one of Fomin Linta's trusted aides. Easy. Chief fully sensed an intense danger, and his dantian trembled, exploding with a storm of energy. But before he could attack, a silver-white cloud-embroidered dragon's shoe lightly stepped on the ground, sending an inconceivably powerful energy out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, it blasted through the Hu merchant's defenses, traveled through the Yongquan point on the soles of his feet, and rumbled through all the meridians in his body, instantly sealing off all the meridians in his body. King Song's attack had been abnormally fast, and it had been so light and gentle that no one had seen the slightest sign of it. Before the crowd could even react, everything was over, and no one even knew that they had made a move. "Your Highness, young Master Chong has sent a drawing. It's definitely him." The old steward's footsteps were silent as he appeared at the King of Song's side like a ghost. He opened his hands and unfurled a thin white drawing. On it was a faint drawing of a Hu, identical to the Hu merchant before him. "It's him." At some point, Lu Ting had walked over, one hand lifting up the Hu merchant's sleeve. On the Hu merchant's right wrist, there was a clear black jade insignia that had been branded by some unknown tool. Lu Ting did not know martial arts, and there was no need for him to do anything to stop Fomin Linta's aid. Lu Ting had another reason for appearing here. "Chief Fuli, why didn't you tell us that you've reached the capital?" Ha. "Didn't your master say that he had a letter for me? Quickly, let me see." Lu Ting said with a smile on his face. He reached out with his right hand and took out a letter from Chief Fuli's bosom in a very natural and imperceptible manner. Lu Ting's expression was calm, as if he was an old friend of this Hu merchant. No one could sense anything out of the ordinary. Shua, casually tearing open the letter, he took out a white piece of paper, narrowed his eyes, and quickly scanned through its contents. In the next moment, Lu Ting's gaze fell on a large scarlet seal at the bottom right corner of the letter. "Your Highness, this truly is the seal of Fomin Linta's Chishi Protectorate Commander's seal. This subordinate has seen the records from the Bureau of Military Personnel, and it is flawless. There is no doubt about it." Lu Ting lowered his head, his voice so low that only the King of Song and the old steward could hear him. Lu Ting's mission in this operation was very simple: to confirm the authenticity of the letter from Fomin Linta on the Hu merchant. Buzz! The King of Song and the old steward grimaced at these words. The King of Song extended his right hand and took the letter from Lu Ting's hand. With just a glance, the King of Song instantly grimaced. Everything Wang Chong had said in the letter had come true. But this was not what the King of Song was concerned about. He was not surprised by Fomin Linta's ambition. When he had first met him many years ago, the King of Song had already predicted that this day would come. What he truly cared about was the name of the Tang Dynasty prince that Fomin Linta had mentioned in this letter. The King of Song put down the letter and stuffed it into his sleeve. He couldn't help but give a long sigh, his eyes brimming with disappointment. The prince mentioned in Fomin Linta's letter had caused a huge uproar in the capital, and there were many rumors about him. But the King of Song had always believed that as a member of the imperial clan and a descendant of the true dragon, he should at least have a sense of right and wrong. The Tang Dynasty was the Tang Dynasty of the Han people, and the world belonged to the Han people. Back then, Emperor Taizong had relied on military force to conquer the lands to establish the Tang Dynasty of today, not the Hu people who had voluntarily submitted to him. Every matter had its priorities, and the empire also had its masters and subordinates. It was not that the King of Song had any prejudice against the Hu people, but that the Hu people only cared about the survival of the fittest and had no concept of benevolence and righteousness. Only when the empire was in the hands of the Han people and governed the world with benevolence and righteousness could there be such an orderly situation where the Hu and the Han people were in harmony. That prince had the bloodline of the true dragon and had the qualifications and strength to inherit the throne, but he did not even understand this simple principle. Instead, he had colluded with the Hu generals at the border and treated them as outsiders. This was a great taboo for a prince. Even if such a prince ascended to the throne, he would still be a source of disaster for the Tang dynasty in the future. The king of Song had always treated all the princes in the imperial palace equally and did not favor any of them. But in this situation, colluding with the Hu generals and shaking the foundations of the Tang dynasty, the king of Song could not tolerate it. "Let's go. There are too many people here. Let's talk in the carriage." Countless thoughts flashed through the king of Song's mind, but he quickly turned around with his hands behind his back and the letter in his palm. In the blink of an eye, he had entered a bronze carriage without any noble clan insignia. Behind him, the old steward and the cold-faced, black-clothed expert, one on the left and the other on the right, quietly and quickly entered the carriage with Fomin Linta's trusted aide. "Hiya!" With a shout, the carriage moved and quickly passed through the city gates, disappearing into the bustling streets in the night. "Your Highness, what should we do now? Should we give this letter to His Majesty?" Lu Ting asked. The atmosphere in the carriage was heavy. The letter that Fomin Linta had sent to the prince deep in the palace had first come from Lu Ting. But after entering the carriage, the letter had passed through everyone's hands and finally returned to Lu Ting's hands. The contents of the letter were too shocking. If the contents of the deal between the prince and Fomin Linta were to be leaked, it would probably cause a huge uproar. No, not a huge uproar, but an earthquake-like turmoil in the imperial court. Although Wang Chong had already mentioned it in the previous letter, only when one saw the secret letter did one realize how important it was. Right now, the initiative was in the hands of the King of Song and everyone else. Now, all they had to do was to decide whether to detonate it or not. What did Wang Chong say in the letter? The King of Song had a complicated look in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Lu Ting. "Your Highness, there's no need for you to feel conflicted. Your Highness has always stayed out of the affairs of the royal palace. Chong Gongzi had already expected that even if your Highness knew that the prince had colluded with the Hu generals, you would still feel conflicted and find it hard to make a decision. Thus, Chong Gongzi said that your Highness need not worry about it and should just wait and see. At some point in the future, your Highness will understand." Lu Ting said calmly. Lu Ting admired the youngest son of the Wang clan who was far away in Wushang. On this journey, he had personally witnessed Wang Chong bring his little sister Wang Xiaoyao to the summit of the vast crane pavilion. He had also witnessed Wang Chong's efforts to turn the tide in the southwest, his triumphant return, and his rise to the rank of marquis. He had also witnessed Wang Chong devising strategies in the western regions, starting from scratch, slowly opening up the situation, and establishing his footing. This made Lu Ting feel incomparably proud of himself. Lu Ting had always been fond of promoting the younger generation, but of all of them, only Wang Chong made Lu Ting feel the most proud. Wang Chong's rise had also verified his judgment of him back then. He was a true pillar of the dynasty. It was the fortune of the world and the country for the Tang dynasty to have such a person. Hearing Lu Ting's words, the King of Song finally nodded his head. Time slowly passed, and the young man from back then grew into a great figure. There were many things that he could do for Wang Chong now. Chapter 8:15. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing this, Lu Ting's expression turned solemn, and he respectfully saluted. Lu Ting did not follow the King of Song back to his residence. Midway, he returned to the official residence that the imperial court had arranged for him. After closing the door, the hall was shrouded in darkness, with only a weak light shining through the closed windows. After a few moments of hesitation, Lu Ting finally took out another letter from his bosom. The King of Song's judgment had not been wrong. Wang Chong had not only written to him, but also to Lu Ting. Respectfully from this student, Teacher Lu, to this student, Wang Chong. Upon opening the letter, the familiar, crooked handwriting immediately leapt into view. These words are still as ugly as ever. Looking at this line of words, the tense expression on Lu Ting's face disappeared, and he could not help but chuckle. You've already become the young Marquis, and the Son of Heaven has bestowed words upon you. Can't you spend a little more time practicing these words? If word got out, who would believe that this was a letter from a Marquis, and one from Duke Jiu, a virtuous and respected descendant of a virtuous minister of the Tang dynasty? Although Lu Ting spoke these words, his heart was filled with warmth. Of all the people that Lu Ting had interacted with, the only person who had been able to maintain a pure and loyal heart, both before and after becoming famous, was Wang Chong. It was said that one's words reflected one's character, and one could see from Wang Chong's words that the current Wang Chong was still the Wang Chong he knew. Lu Ting opened the letter and read through it once more. The contents of Wang Chong's letter were very simple. Other than the matter regarding the King of Song, Wang Chong had also mentioned another matter. He hoped that Lu Ting would use his powerful mimicry skills to copy the Pledge of Allegiance that Fomin Linta had written to the prince, imitate Fomin Linta's Chishi, Protector General seal, and then print it with red clay before sending it to the prince. Only this way would he not alert the enemy and arouse the prince's suspicions, making it impossible for him to advance. What Wang Chong wanted was for everything to proceed according to their original trajectory. Whether it was Fomin Linta or the prince, they would still have a close relationship. But the most crucial Pledge of Allegiance would be left in the hands of him and the King of Song. Fomin Linta, it would have been fine if you had just been Protector General, but you actually wanted to help that prince ascend to the throne and change the regime of the Tang dynasty. In the future, you would be able to dictate everything on your own and do something that has never been done before. His Highness, the King of Song, cannot tolerate you on this point, and neither can the Tang dynasty. More importantly, you shouldn't have angered that person. Lu Ting shook his head and sighed. He quickly unfolded a piece of paper and placed it on the table. He took a brush from the brush rack and then took Fomin Linta's Pledge of Allegiance from his bosom and placed it on the table to his right. After a few moments of silence, Lu Ting began to write on the bookshelf with a flourish. A few moments later, an identical letter appeared on the table. If not for the fact that the ink on the left side was still wet and the scarlet seal of the Protector General hadn't been added, it would have been impossible to tell the authenticity of these two letters. After hurriedly writing this letter, Lu Ting didn't linger. He took out a hidden drawer from under the table and took out a Protector General seal that he had prepared beforehand. After the ink on the second letter had dried a little, he pressed it down. This should be about it. Lu Ting sighed in his heart. This Protector General seal was something he had prepared after receiving Wang Chong's letter. Lu Ting's identity as a university student and his relationship with the King of Song allowed him to enter many places. So he knew the jade seals of the Protector Generals like the back of his hand. The jade seals of the Protector Generals were extremely unique, and it was impossible to imitate them completely. However, it was still possible to imitate them perfectly. At the very least, Lu Ting had seen the jade seals of the Protector Generals before, but that person deep in the palace had never seen them before. Given Lu Ting's abilities, it was easy for him to fool him. Jia. At this moment, the door opened and a ray of light shone in. In the light, a huge shadow was cast. The old butler had his hands hidden in his sleeves, and with a leisurely expression, he slowly walked over. Even though he was right in front of him, Lu Ting couldn't hear his footsteps, nor could he sense his aura. It was as if he was a ghost that didn't exist. "How is it? Are you ready?" the old butler asked in a deep and hoarse voice. Lu Ting nodded, as if he wasn't surprised by the old butler's appearance at all. "That's good." The old butler glanced at the letter on the table in front of Lu Ting and nodded. His Highness is an imperial prince of the Tang dynasty, a member of the royal family. Don't let him know of this matter. This is probably the reason why that child Wang Chong wrote to you. Leave the rest to me. I will think of a way to find a suitable who and hand him over to that prince. Lu Ting nodded with a solemn expression. The few of us aren't much. What's important is the welfare of the Tang dynasty. As long as it's beneficial to the country and the people, what does it matter even if we are crushed into powder? But as for Chong Gongzi, if possible, I hope that he won't interfere in this matter. After all, he's still young, and his future is limitless. Forging the seal of the Protector General wasn't a small matter. If it were to be exposed, one's entire clan would be exterminated. This was also the reason why Lu Ting didn't want the King of Song to know of this matter. In Lu Ting's view, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. It would be best if even Wang Chong didn't know about it. Actually, there are times when even I don't know what that child is doing. Upon hearing Wang Chong's name, the old butler fell silent. But regardless of what he's doing, there's one thing I can be sure of. He knows what he's doing. Moreover, everything he does is for the benefit of the country and the people. This is also why we and the King of Song are willing to sacrifice our lives to help him. As for what you said, although I don't know why he seems so mature and prudent at only 16 or 17, I feel that he must have already foreseen every possible outcome for himself and has long since cast his own life and death aside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the southwest alone. These last words caused the two men in the hall to fall silent. Although Wang Chong's journey to the southwest appeared to have been more daunting than dangerous in hindsight, but anyone who had experienced that incident knew that it had been fraught with danger and that death was certain. When Wang Chong had gone to the southwest, many people had already treated him as a dead man. No one understood why Wang Chong, who could have stayed in the capital as the scion of a clan of ministers and generals, had disregarded everything and risked his life to go to the southwest, placing himself in a place of certain death. Even now, the events of that time were still shocking to think about. There seemed to be an enormous and terrifying power hidden in that young body that could make one's soul tremble. It wasn't fear, but deep respect and love. Moreover, it was willing to help him at all costs to do what he wanted to do. Right now, I only hope that I can have a little more time, that I can live a little longer, that I can help that young master as long as possible. Lu Ting said, "My thoughts on this point are the same as yours." The old butler took the letter from the table and quickly left. Around an hour later, who with a similar black jade seal on his right wrist entered the depths of the palace with that letter. "Marquis, Lu Ting has sent a letter. Everything has been arranged according to young master's instructions." Several days later, a black messenger pigeon flew over the lofty mountains and rivers, quickly entering Wushang's city of steel. "Oh!" Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he took a small sip and then put down the teacup, a pensive look in his eyes. "Give me a reply. I've troubled Lord Lu, but there's no need for him to interfere in the future." With these words, Wang Chong stood up from the table. The capital was moving much faster than he had expected, and if everything went as expected, once Lu Ting did as he had said, the greatly encouraged prince would quickly get carried away and take action. And it wouldn't be long before the Shuiyang Palace incident would also be exposed after that incident. This could be said to be the greatest event of the Tang dynasty after the consort Taizhan incident. "Is it about Fomenlinta?" A voice as pleasant as a silver bell came from the side. Su Yiqin, dressed in snow-white clothes and as beautiful as a fairy, lightly chuckled. Wang Chong smiled and nodded, not hiding anything. With her at his side, Su Yiqin was getting more and more involved in his affairs, and her involvement was getting deeper and deeper. In the War of the Southwest, if not for her logistic support, Wang Chong would have died long ago. Thus, there were many things that Wang Chong did not hide from her. Fomenlinta stole your credit and tried to kill you at every turn. In the regional commander's incident, it was because of him that you were imprisoned in the imperial prison, so he has no effect on you. Is this because you feel uneasy because of that prince? Su Yi-Chin's eyes glimmered as she spoke. It seems like I can't hide anything from you. Wang Chong grunted as he smiled at Su Yi-Chin. Su Yi-Chin was both intelligent and refined, and he truly could not hide anything from her. She had only put down her teacup and taken a few steps away from the round table, but she had already understood the unease in his heart. In his last life, he had never interacted with that prince, nor had he ever participated in the War of the Princes. Although it was for the sake of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong still felt uneasy. In truth, you should think of it this way. Even without you, this matter would still have happened. There are some things that you can only push a little, but you can't change anything. Each person's fate is decided by themselves. If that prince truly has an upright character, just like your grandfather Duke Jiu, or the left Guanglu supervising imperial censor, Dr. Wei, during Emperor Taizong's reign, then no matter what anyone does, they won't be able to harm him. In truth, all of this is his own choice. Chapter 8:16. Chapter 8:12, the 9th update. Wang Chong was dazed. Correct. Each person's fate was decided by themselves. Unlike him, Su Yi-Chin did not know what would happen in the future, but everything she had said was spot on. Whether he was there or not, that prince's fate would be the same. In comparison, whatever he did would have no effect on him. Just like Su Yi-Chin had said, one's fate was decided by oneself. Haha, okay, let's not talk about this matter. Let's talk about the western regions. Only you can resolve this matter. In addition, I hope that you can handle the Turkic horse merchant, Hulaeg. We've just finished the first batch, and we still have a few more to come. In addition, Sinu's Hyderabad should also be handled for me. We've spent most of the silver in the City of Steel, so we can only think of other ways to deal with war horses. Wang Chong said, Haha, in truth, it's far from that troublesome. If you're short on money, you can just sell that City of Steel at the triangular gap to the country, or you can build another City of Steel in the adjacent area and sell it to the imperial court. Right now, only you have the technology to build a City of Steel. And if you can build a base on the plateau and keep the Uzan out, I'm confident that the officials of the imperial court, the Bureau of Revenue, and the Bureau of Personnel will be happy to buy it, no matter how much it costs. Su Yi-Chin brightly smiled, her expression exuding an aura of ease and confidence, as if there was nothing in the world that could stump her. Buy a city? Wang Chong's eyes brightened as he turned his head. Although he knew that Su Yi-Chin would be the famed queen of logistics in her last life, Wang Chong had never imagined that her mind would be so vast as to think of such a method. In the Tang dynasty, the backward construction methods made the construction of a city extremely time-consuming and laborious, and even after a massive price had been paid, the city would often look like nothing. In comparison, Wang Chong's City of Steel seemed to cost a great deal, but compared to a city of the same size, it actually saved a great deal of time and effort. Most importantly, the defensive capabilities of the City of Steel were unmatched by any other city. This was precisely what the officials of the imperial court needed. In truth, it's not just that. Since you can negotiate with the Sindhi and become their sole agent in the Central Plains, why can't you use the same method on your City of Steel? And if you're worried that they'll learn the technology of your City of Steel, you can also use it after it's completed. You can just pour some metal over the walls, weld them together, and then burn the blueprints. The people of the western regions aren't as clever and skilled as the Han. Even if they have a blueprint, they might not know how. Furthermore, without the support of such a huge steel output, it would be useless to know the secret. Dynasty updated Steel 1 update her light 2 for Dynasty has 2 Chuanming 2. Light flowed through her eyes, revealing a boundless intelligence and wisdom, as well as a profundity that seemed to be able to see through all things. But the western regions are different. The land here is barren, and many places are made of rock. Your City of Steel will be of great use here. In addition, the countries of the western regions are extremely wealthy, with all kinds of gems, pearls, and agates. No matter how much you ask, I'm confident that they will buy. Not only that, it's not just the countries of the western regions that need a city of steel, but also Sin. You don't have to use gold to trade for goods. You can build a city of steel for Hyderabad's Wuzi Steel, and I'm confident that they will be very willing to accept it. And I believe that they will be very happy to accept it. After all, I heard that Sindhu is often attacked by other countries. This way, your trade will be even more long-term. Ha, good. As expected of a talented woman of our Tang dynasty, the future empress of logistics, I'll leave everything to you. Wang Chong looked at Su Yi-Chin, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. In the end, he couldn't help but heartily laugh. Time slowly passed. Other than Wang Chong and the King of Song, no one else knew what was happening in the capital. A few days later, at night, a figure staggered out of the western gate of the imperial palace. He seemed to be a bit drunk. Under the illumination of the lantern behind him, the lanky figure drew a long shadow on the ground. Come, another cup. Fill it up. Fill it up again. In the distance, one could hear that person muttering to himself in words that only he could hear. If one looked carefully, one would see that this person was wearing an official's hat, and his cheeks were red. He was clearly drunk. The Lower Prime Festival. Come, everyone, a toast to His Highness. As the weather grew colder, the number of people on the streets dwindled. Only 2 or 3 people were walking on the normally bustling streets. But even so, white steam was rising from the houses on both sides of the street, and the steam was suffused with the fragrance of cabbage and meat stuffing. The 15th day of the 10th month was the Lower Prime Festival. It was a day when the common people offered sacrifices to their ancestors and the 3 great emperors. On this day, all the markets would end early, and the common people would return home to eat cabbage and meat dumplings and offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Isn't that Lord Yang, the left servant? Suddenly, the rumbling of a carriage came from the street. On the street, the drunken man raised his head and saw that a carriage with embroidered purple curtains had at some point stopped next to him. The curtain of the carriage was parted, and a middle-aged man wearing an official's hat poked his head out. Although he was dressed in casual clothes, his every movement exuded the prestige of an official that ordinary people did not possess. Lord Xia, why are you here? Yang Chao hiccuped, his eyes hazy from his drunkenness. He recognized him at a glance. Lord Yang, it's such a cold day. Why are you here alone? Come, come, come. Everyone's here, except for you. Hurry up and get in. Xia Yeshu called out from the carriage. Yang Chao was drunk, and just as he was about to refuse, a hand suddenly reached out from the carriage and pulled him into the carriage. Go! Yang Chao heard someone call in his ear, and then the carriage began to move forward. Yang Chao was a little drunk, and did not pay attention to where the carriage passed or where it ended up. He only remembered that when the carriage stopped, 2 figures, one on the left and one on the right, took him out of the carriage and brought him into the restaurant. In contrast to the cold outside, the restaurant was steaming hot like a warm spring day. Inside the restaurant, there were long tables about 2 feet and 4 inches long. The tables were made of the best quality sandalwood, and they were painted with a layer of varnish to preserve the original texture of the sandalwood. They emitted a refreshing woody fragrance. On both sides of the tables, white mist curled around them. Many figures, either wearing a hat or casual clothes, sat casually at the tables. The tables were filled with steaming hot food and wine. When Yang Chao entered, everyone had clearly been drinking for a while. He did not look closely, and under Xia Yeshu's guidance, he found a random seat and sat down. To the side, someone had already handed him a wine cup, chopsticks, and plate. Another person had picked up a wine pot and poured him a full cup. Lord Yang, my apologies. Lord Chao and Lord Zhang have also arrived. I'll go give them a toast. Xia Yeshu's familiar voice came from far away. Yang Chao smiled and waved his hand, picking up the wine cup on the table and draining it in one gulp, not minding at all. Go on, go on. Yang Chao was in high spirits, and with the warm atmosphere of the restaurant, he was unconsciously influenced by the sounds of people toasting each other. He simply picked up the wine cup on the table and drank by himself, enjoying himself. Let me tell you, that fourth prince is too impudent. The imperial palace forbids riding horses, but he actually rode a horse onto the official road after an unknown amount of time, just as Yang Chao was in the middle of drinking. A drunken voice suddenly came from another corner of the restaurant. The voice was incomparably loud, and it carried a hint of resentment. Fourth prince? Yang Chao hiccuped, immediately noticing this voice. It was very familiar. He had a vague impression that it belonged to a minor official in the Bureau of Economic Affairs. However, that person was still talking loudly and cursing. So what if he's a prince? A prince looks down on people. That horse didn't even look at me and almost stepped on me. The person cursed and hiccuped, appearing to be even more drunk than Yang Chao. Someone beside him seemed to be trying to dissuade him, but that person was unrelenting, continuing to speak as if he didn't know what he was saying. Although every prince has a chance of inheriting the throne, someone like him won't be able to ascend to the throne even in several lifetimes. Riding a horse in the imperial palace. Does he think he's a Turk? Pa! Buzz! The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down, and everyone turned to look at that drunken official. Just which official is this? He's too impudent. Hearing that person's cursing, Yang Chao didn't know why, but he felt waves of anger. He searched through his memories and faintly remembered something. Zhou Cheng, a clerk of the Bureau of Economic Affairs, a small official the size of a mung bean. He had once been a minister-counselor in the Ministry of Revenue, but later on he had been depressed and frustrated in the bureaucracy. He was demoted from minister-counselor to secretary of the Bureau of Economic Affairs, becoming a minor official in charge of keeping records of officials entering and leaving the Bureau of Economic Affairs. But that Zhou Cheng seemed to be very drunk, and all of his depression and frustration were being shouted out in this situation, and his words were becoming more and more excessive. There's a rumor in the palace that the fourth prince has Turkic blood in him. In my opinion, he's a descendant of the Hu, riding a horse in the palace and riding on the official roads. With this kind of conduct, which idiot in or out of the court would support him? Tomorrow I'll tell His Majesty that he'll never be able to sit on the throne. Zhou Cheng scolded. Impudent. The more Yang Chao heard, the angrier he became. Finally, he couldn't help but slam the table and stand up, cursing. A lowly clerk of the Bureau of Economic Affairs dares to boast so shamelessly. Is the fourth prince someone you can slander? The fourth prince is wise and mighty, so why can't he be the emperor? Even if you don't support him, there will naturally be others who will support him, and there will be many, many people who will support him. Yang Chao became more and more impatient as he spoke, his drunken face growing redder and redder. He paused, then drained the wine in his hand. Pa, who will support him? Just you, Yang Chao? Can you say it? Can you say it? Let me tell you, the fourth prince isn't fit to be a prince, and he has no right to inherit the throne and become the emperor. Chapter 817. Bullshit. Lord Zhang and Lord Zhao of the Ministry of War, Lord Xie and Lord Li of the Ministry of Revenue, Lord Chen and Lord Shen of the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Liu and Lord Huang, they're all there, celebrating the Lower Prime Festival with the fourth prince. There's also the Protector Generals of the border. They're all supporting the fourth prince's succession. I just attended a gathering there and saw it with my own eyes, Yang Chao loudly said. Buzz. As soon as Yang Chao's voice fell, the entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence. All sounds disappeared without a trace, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was as if they had suddenly moved from the crowded downtown to the remote wilderness. Countless gazes focused on Yang Chao, all of them brimming with deep shock. At almost the same time, Yang Chao realized that he had spoken indiscreetly, but it was already too late. Sensing the shocked gazes from all around him, Yang Chao's heart chilled to the extreme. It was also at this moment that Yang Chao finally realized where he was. This was the most famous restaurant in the capital, Green Cloud Restaurant. Gathered in this restaurant were almost half the officials of the court, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Punishments, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works. Almost all the officials of the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Works were present. Even the imperial censor, He Zhang, was present. His eyes were fixed on Yang Chao, his face as grim as water. It's over. At this moment, Yang Chao's heart sank, his face ashen. Rumble. Like a massive boulder falling into a lake, the incident at Green Cloud Restaurant sent a massive wave through the capital. On the morning of the next day, the imperial censor, He Zhang, submitted a memorial to the court impeaching Yang Chao. And Yang Chao's words at Green Cloud Restaurant sent a massive shock through the imperial court. A prince of the Tang dynasty had privately invited the ministers of the court to a banquet and colluded with a great general of the border. This was a major taboo at any time. Before the morning court session had even ended, Yang Chao had already been arrested and imprisoned. But all this was only the beginning. No one could have imagined what sort of shock and impact the incident at Green Cloud Restaurant would cause in the future. And at Green Cloud Restaurant, nearly half the people of the court had personally heard Yang Chao's every word. This was the most fatal fact, and it had also completely corroborated Yang Chao's crimes. The princes of the Tang dynasty privately invited the ministers of the court to a banquet and colluded with the generals of the frontier, which was a big taboo at any time. Before the morning court session was over, Yang Chao had already been arrested and thrown into prison. However, this was just the beginning. No one knew how big of a storm it would cause in the Tang dynasty. In the name of offering sacrifices to the wise sages and the 3 great emperors during the Lantern Festival, the 4th prince invited his henchmen from the court to gather together. These people are spread throughout the 6 ministries and deeply rooted in all the departments. Moreover, in order to nurture his own wings, the 4th prince even roped in the various great generals of the border. Anshi, Protector General Gao Xianji, Qishi, Protector General Fomin Linta, Biting Protector General and Sis Han, Big Dipper Great General Geshu Han. The 4th prince wrote letters to almost all the Hu Protector Generals and Great Generals of the Empire, inviting them to join him and help him ascend to the throne. The things that Yang Chao had confessed in the imperial prison on that night quickly set off an unprecedented storm in the imperial court. There was nothing strange about the 4th prince inviting his trusted aides and henchmen to a banquet. Although this was not in accordance with the laws of the imperial court and had always been forbidden by the Holy Emperor, the War of the Princes had always been about each side using their own methods. Whoever was more capable would ascend to the throne. Hadn't the Holy Emperor also secretly roped in his own henchmen when he was still a prince? But this was not the crux of the matter. It was the names that Yang Chao had confessed. Anshi, Protector General Gao Xianji, Qishi, Protector General Fomin Linta, Biting Protector General and Sis Han, Big Dipper Great General Geshu Han. Each of these names was like the sun at high noon, holding an influential position in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, they were true soldiers, great generals with military authority. If any of these people's names appeared on the list of confessions, it would be a huge matter. And these were 4 of the most elite great generals of the empire. Rumble. It was as if a bolt of lightning crashed down. This time, even the Holy Emperor was startled, his thunderous rage raging. On the 2nd day after Yang Chao was arrested, Zhang Xian and Zhao Yu of the Bureau of Military Personnel, Xie Xie, and Li Chang of the Bureau of Revenue, Chen Bian and Shin Exan of the Bureau of Personnel, all the civil and military officials who had attended the 4th prince's banquet on the day of the Lower Prime Festival, were arrested and thrown into prison. Moreover, the imperial army was personally dispatched, and the chief eunuch of the court was personally supervising. However, everyone knew that this storm was far from over. Damn it, this Yang Chao can't do anything right, but he's more than capable of ruining things. If I had known, I wouldn't have invited him. I was too careless. This bastard ate wine so carelessly that he brought about today's disaster. His death is truly not to be regretted. In the Shuiyang Palace, a middle-aged scholar who seemed to be an advisor to the fourth prince had a furious expression on his face as he cursed. If looks could kill, Yang Chao would have died many times over in the imperial prison. Enough! The fourth prince bellowed in a low voice, stopping the middle-aged scholar. Compared to the indignation of his advisor, the fourth prince was much calmer and more composed. However, his ashen face and gloomy eyes revealed his true thoughts. More and more details about Yang Chao's matter were revealed. Although Yang Chao had leaked the information in order to defend himself, it was meaningless to the fourth prince. Has everything been taken care of? Your Highness, everything has been taken care of on the night of Yang Chao's arrest. All evidence that would be detrimental to your Highness has already been disposed of. Even the most crucial letter from Fomenlinta was torn to shreds by your Highness. We collected the fragments and burned them to ashes to prevent those people from the Sure residence from collecting the fragments and putting them back together. The middle-aged scholar, who seemed to be an advisor, lowered his head. The fourth prince nodded, and his expression immediately became much better. As long as there is no conclusive evidence, no matter how the officials in the court make groundless accusations or how the censors impeach me, Imperial Father will not be able to convict me based on this. However, if we let them find conclusive evidence, then we really won't have any chance. With these last words, the fourth prince's expression became much more solemn and desolate, revealing the true worry in his heart. Calamity had fallen from the sky, and he had never expected the verdant cloud pavilion incident. But as a prince, he could not leave, could not escape, and could not even walk out of the imperial palace. Not only that, but he also had to pretend to be calm as usual and not show anything. The more dangerous the situation, the more he could not panic. Your Highness, be at ease. Everything will be fine. The middle-aged scholar, who seemed to be an advisor, had a gloomy expression as he softly consoled. With the support of the Protector General and the officials, he had been brimming with ambition and satisfaction. No one could have imagined that the situation would suddenly take a turn for the worse, plunging him into the depths of the abyss. Hiss! The fourth prince took in a deep breath and quickly calmed himself down. He had never been one to wallow in self-pity, and even now, he had not given up on resisting. Imperial Father has already placed me under house arrest, and Yang Chao's words carry little weight. No matter what he says, his words alone aren't enough to convince Imperial Father, and Imperial Father won't really imprison me. But once Zhang Xian and Zhao Yu obtain more information, everything will be different. Imperial Father will probably imprison me in the Imperial prison very soon. Send a letter to Fomenlinta and tell him that the letter has been taken care of. When the time comes, no matter what happens in the court, he will have to shirk responsibility and keep him in the dark. In addition, once the storm is over, wait for me to come out again. The agreement between the two of us still stands. I hope that he will also abide by the promise between us. The fourth prince sternly said, Yes, Your Highness. This subordinate will do it right away. The middle-aged scholar respectfully said, Even though the fourth prince was currently restricted from entering and leaving, he still had some power after such a long period of time. It wasn't a problem to just send some letters. Next, the fourth prince gave many more instructions. It was a crucial moment, and he had to win the greatest chance of survival for himself. Step aside. The Holy Emperor has ordered for the fourth prince to be invited, and in almost the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a loud noise suddenly came from outside, and the clanging of footsteps could be heard rapidly in the direction of the Shuiyang Palace. Hearing that sound, the fourth prince's and the middle-aged scholar's expressions changed drastically. Go! The fourth prince pushed the middle-aged scholar, and almost a moment later, With a rumble, the door opened, and a group of fully armed royal guards walked in with a gust of cold wind. "Fourth prince, please." Boom! Following the fourth prince's arrest and imprisonment, the influence of the Shuiyang Palace incident during the Lower Lantern Festival quickly spread and reached its peak. All those who had participated in the fourth prince's Lower Lantern Festival banquet had been arrested and brought to trial by the Imperial Clan Court, the Court of Judicial Review, and the Bureau of Punishments. In addition, several princes of the court were also supervising them. Not only that, even eunuch Gao, who had always been by the Holy Emperor's side, had been sent to investigate the case. One could easily imagine the severity of the matter, and with the confessions of Zhang Xian and Zhao Yu from the Bureau of Military Personnel, the matter began to ferment even further. One thing was already certain. In order to nurture his own wings to contend against the first prince and second prince, who had the support of many important officials in the court, the fourth prince had made a brilliant move. He had tried to rope in the protector generals and generals at the border, these powerful and influential officials who wielded military authority. Moreover, according to Zhang Xian's confession, the fourth prince had obtained the allegiance of one or several protector generals and a large number of generals on the border. In addition, he had also obtained letters of allegiance signed by them, declaring that they would do their best to assist the fourth prince in ascending to the throne. If it was Yang Chao's words, then he was just spouting nonsense. After all, this matter involved a noble prince of the palace, so it wasn't up to him to make irresponsible remarks alone. But the confessions of Zhang Xian, Zhao Yu, and the other important members of the 6 bureaus had a completely different effect on the matter. The fourth prince had colluded with the great generals on the border in an attempt to rebel. At this point, it was no longer just Yang Chao's confession. Bastard! When this news came out, the Holy Emperor, who had yet to express his stance, flew into a rage. With a boom, the entire political scene of the empire experienced an unprecedented earthquake. In a single day, 12 decrees from the Holy Emperor were sent to Baiting, Anxi, Qixi, and Longxi, requesting that the 4 protector generals come to the capital to explain themselves. At this point, the Holy Emperor's rage had reached an unprecedented level. Chapter 819. Peace was not a very important matter, and the Holy Emperor was rarely enraged, much less use the 12 Holy Emperor tokens. This could only mean one thing. The incident at Shuiyang Palace had offended the Holy Emperor's greatest taboo, and it was far more serious than many people had imagined. In the distant Qixi Protectorate headquarters, the mood was gloomy and solemn. With the incident at the capital, the Qixi Protectorate headquarters was no longer in the festive mood of fighting for merit and being rewarded by the imperial court. In the gloomy hall, the generals had their heads lowered, fear and unease on their faces. "Has everything been taken care of?" A deep and domineering voice came from the main hall. Fomin Linta sat upright and still, his face as gloomy as water. Compared to the unease of his generals, Fomin Linta was much calmer, displaying the demeanor of a great general. "Everything has been taken care of. I've already sent a messenger pigeon to inform Kifili to return as quickly as possible. At the same time, I don't want to attract anyone's attention. In addition, the letter has been carefully written so that it won't arouse any suspicion. It won't make anyone think of this hall." To Fomin Linta's left, a seemingly rather intelligent general said. As one of the parties involved in the incident at Shuiyang Palace, Fomin Linta had reacted as soon as he received the news. Of all the people present, no one was more concerned about this matter than Fomin Linta. After all, Fomin Linta was truly loyal to the fourth prince, and he had even sent a letter that concerned his life and future prospects. "My lord, but the fourth prince," several generals in the hall looked hesitantly at Fomin Linta. "Relax." Fomin Linta waved his hand, his expression calm and composed, exuding a soothing and convincing strength. "The fourth prince isn't that stupid. No matter when or what the conditions are, he definitely won't summon me. If he doesn't expose me, he might still be able to make a comeback in the future. But if he does, the severity of this matter will be completely different. But the rumors in the capital have already implicated my lord, and the Holy Emperor is enraged. He has already personally asked about this matter and sent several tokens. We are all worried that this matter will be disadvantageous to my lord." The generals looked at Fomin Linta worriedly. Fomin Linta's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed slightly. The leak of the fourth prince's identity was secondary. The Holy Emperor's fury was the most unsettling thing. Although Fomin Linta appeared calm, it was impossible to say that this matter had no effect on him. However, it only took a moment for Fomin Linta to return to normal. "There's no need for all of you to worry. I have my own plans for this matter. I am an old subject of the Western regions, one of the earliest great generals, and I have also made great contributions to the Tang dynasty. No matter how the Holy Emperor is enraged, as long as there is no conclusive evidence, His Majesty will not be able to use these groundless rumors to punish me. No matter how this matter develops, I will always be Qixi's Protector General. No one can shake my position." As Fomin Linta spoke, a storm of energy exploded from his body, and his dignified eyes began to shine with a dazzling light. In his many years of experience in the Tang dynasty, the Shuiyang Palace incident was not the only problem he had encountered. Although he was not as shrewd as the Han and was not as well versed in the intricacies of the imperial court, Fomin Linta had long ago come to understand a certain principle. As long as he was still Qixi Protector General, as long as he still wielded a large number of soldiers and could still block the armies of Uzin and the Western Turkic Khaganate for the empire, the Holy Emperor would not easily remove him from the position of Protector General. This was also why he, as a Hu, had been able to stand tall in the Han imperial court of the Tang dynasty for so many years. Fomin Linta's confident words immediately eased the tension in the hall. "Reporting. The capital's Borcharu has sent a letter. My lord, please take a look." While everyone was speaking, a Hu scout suddenly rushed in and got down on one knee. Buzz! Fomin Linta's pupils constricted as if he had been pricked by a needle. Borcharu was not an ordinary Hu name, or at least not an ordinary one. In Fomin Linta's mind, only one person would use this name. "Let me see." Fomin Linta remained seated at the head of the hall, but with a wave of his finger, the letter flew out of the Hu scout's hand and landed in Fomin Linta's hand. "Ha, good. With this letter, I will be able to sit as still as a mountain in Shuiyang Palace. No one will be able to do anything to me." Fomin Linta scanned the letter and then heartily laughed, his vigorous laughter causing the ceiling of the hall to tremble. As he laughed, Fomin Linta quickly passed the letter to all his subordinates. "Wonderful. With the fourth prince's letter, my lord can truly rest easy. My lord is truly safe this time." After reading this letter, the worried Hu generals were instantly invigorated, and the mood in the Qixi Protectorate also relaxed. Borcharu in Turkic represented the supreme and future Red Sun. This was the Turkic name Fomin Linta had chosen for the fourth prince. The fourth prince revered the bravery of the Turks, so he had specially requested that Fomin Linta choose this name for himself. In the entire Tang dynasty, there were probably only a handful of people who knew of this Turkic name. Fomin Linta just so happened to be one of them. The Hu generals in the hall were all his trusted subordinates, so they naturally knew of this matter. The fourth prince's letter was very simple, telling Fomin Linta not to worry. Everything had been taken care of and nothing would implicate him. "Irinala, help me draft a memorial to the Holy Emperor. Say that I, Fomin Linta, have done nothing wrong and that my conscience is clear." The last sentence was the final word, and the entire hall immediately regained its tranquility. How is Fomin Linta's reaction? Several hundred li from the Qixi Protectorate headquarters in Wushang, under a large scholar tree, Wang Chong was watching the maids and servants dispatched by the great clans plant and water the flowers. Qixi had originally been a barren and lifeless land, but now It was slowly becoming more and more lively. The Chishi Protectorate headquarters is calm. It's like nothing has happened. Li Sai stood behind Wang Chong like a mountain as he sternly said, Fomin Linta's reaction is rather fast. Despite such a major incident, he's not the slightest bit panicked. It seems like he has nothing to fear. If my guess is right, the fourth prince should have told him that everything had been taken care of and that there's no need to worry. Wang Chong chuckled. Everything was just as it had been all those years ago. Fomin Linta had weathered many storms, and his greatest flaw in the Shuiyang Palace incident had been that pledge of fealty. Now that the fourth prince had taken care of that pledge of fealty, Fomin Linta had nothing to worry about, so he naturally had nothing to fear. But if he really thinks this way, then he's far too childish. As Wang Chong spoke, he extended his right hand and lightly pinched a scholar tree leaf that had drifted down in the wind. This matter won't end so easily. Fomin Linta probably still doesn't know of young master's existence, but I'm afraid that he won't be able to hide this matter for much longer. Li Sai worriedly said, Haha, there's no need to worry about such things now. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Wang Chong casually said. He was now thinking about that imprisoned fourth prince, although he felt a little regretful. Wang Chong did not regret dragging him down with him. Of all the princes, the fourth prince was an anomaly. Although he was of noble birth and a scion of the imperial household, this prince's preferences were completely different. This prince had been fond of the Turks since he was a child, doing his utmost to imitate the Turks in every aspect. Wang Chong had heard many rumors about him that were later confirmed. These included that he liked to wear Turk clothing when no one was around, that he would set up a Turk tent in the Shuiyang Palace on his birthday, that he would imitate the Turks' eating style, that he liked to use knives to cut meat, and that he would recruit maids. However, these were just minor details. The fourth prince loved the Turks so much so that before he died, he would summon a group of trusted aides and subordinates to ride on horses and imitate the Hu people's funerals. They would surround him and howl incessantly like wolves and foxes. Thus, today, the fourth prince had thought of roping in the Hu great generals on the border and promising them great benefits to help him seize the throne. In Wang Chong's view, this was completely normal. But what Wang Chong found the most intolerable was that besides Geshu Han and Sis Han and Fomin Linta, the fourth prince had also thought of roping in the center of the Tang dynasty in Zaluoshan. And according to the information that Wang Chong learned later, unlike the other great generals, the fourth prince had privately given Zaluoshan a large amount of aid. And Zaluoshan's rapid rise in power could not escape the fourth prince's involvement. This was something that Wang Chong could not tolerate. Wang Chong actually wanted to use this chance to drag Zaluoshan down with him, but his current rank was simply too low, so not many people would care. Moreover, Zaluoshan's hands and feet had been extremely clean. Even the matter of him colluding with the fourth prince had been revealed many years later. On the other side, Li Sai had no idea what Wang Chong was thinking. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, he nodded. No matter what the result was, Fomin Linta had to be removed first. With him around, he and Wang Chong would find it very difficult to do anything. The two of them had reached a complete consensus on this point. When does Marquis plan to have them move against the capital? Scholar Liu has already sent letters urging us on several occasions. Li Sai asked. Although Wushang was very far from the capital, with the eagle acting as mediator, the two sides had an endless stream of letters. It's about time. This time, Wang Chong had a solemn look in his eyes. Although he appeared to be admiring the flowers and the moon, he had actually been paying close attention to this matter. He would quickly receive news of the slightest disturbance in the capital. The fastest pigeon between Wushang and the capital will take 2 days. Let Fomin Linta be happy for a few days. Tell Scholar Liu to immediately begin the operation on the day he receives the letter. Yes. Li Sai lowered his head and quickly left. Chapter 820. Unlike the indifference of Fomenlinta and Wang Chong, the Shuiyang Palace incident had a completely different effect on the other border regions of the Tang dynasty. In the Anqi Protectorate headquarters, Gao Xianji and Feng Chongqing had gathered together, the hall brimming with unease and anxiety. "Chongqing, it's fortunate that I listened to you and didn't mix with the fourth prince. Otherwise, you and I would have been consigned to eternal damnation," Gao Xianji said, his brow deeply furrowed and his head lowered as he paced back and forth in the room. "My lord, there's no need to worry. We didn't collude with the fourth prince, so what need is there for us to fear the Holy Emperor's wrath?" Feng Chongqing consoled. "Even if that's the case, this matter is no small matter. The fourth prince once tried to rope us in and even promised us a great deal. This is also a fact. If the Holy Emperor misunderstands that we colluded with the fourth prince, our futures will be ruined," Gao Xianji sternly said. Quite a few border great generals who had interfered in the War of the Princes had been stripped of their ranks and imprisoned. With the lessons learned from the mistakes of the past, Gao Xianji couldn't help but worry that the Holy Emperor would misunderstand him and implicate him. Feng Chongqing gave a deep sigh. No one could imagine the effect this incident would have on the border, protector generals, and great generals. Unlike a fearless veteran like Fomenlinta, the general did not have as much seniority in the army. He had only been able to climb from the bottom to the position of Anqi Protector General by relying on the favor of the Holy Emperor, as well as his careful and cautious attitude of treading on thin ice, constantly making contributions and never making a single mistake. This was also why he had constantly issued challenges in Anqi, including the attack on the Sher Kingdom. Only by constantly making contributions could the general stabilize his position and obtain the favor of the Holy Emperor. Otherwise, if a situation like this occurred, other great generals and protector generals might have nothing to fear, but the general could not. This was also his and the general's innate flaw. "Your Excellency will cross the bridge when we get to it. We're not ashamed of the heavens, and we're not ashamed of the earth. We only have military merits against the Tang dynasty, and we're not at fault. If the Holy Emperor blames me, I, Chongqing, am willing to bring my head to the capital to clear your name," Feng Chongqing said sincerely. Hearing Feng Chongqing's words, Gao Xianji suddenly sobered up. "Chongqing, you and I have been through thick and thin together for more than 10 years. How can I let you sacrifice yourself for me?" "Alas, forget it. Chongqing, prepare a brush, ink, and paper for me. I will personally write a letter to the Holy Emperor, stating my grievances. The Holy Emperor is wise and powerful. He will definitely understand that we have no intention of rebelling." Gao Xianji let out a long sigh and finally made up his mind. Flap, flap. A few moments later, a messenger bird soared into the sky and flew toward the capital. At the same time, in Longxi and Biting, messenger birds also soared into the sky and flew toward the capital. No one could ignore the will of the Holy Emperor. Whether it was Gao Xianji, Geshuhan, or Insishan, all of them were apprehensive and uneasy. All the great generals and protector generals had written to the court as quickly as possible the moment they received their golden tokens, explaining their intentions in the hopes of dispelling the Holy Emperor's doubts. Time slowly passed, and the Shuiyang Palace incident continued to ferment. The memorials from the protector generals and great generals caused this matter to garner even more attention. This was the first time since the founding of the Tang dynasty that so many great generals had intervened in the War of the Princes. As a result, it attracted unprecedented attention. Everyone inside and outside the court was discussing this matter, and many people were speculating as to which great generals had intervened in the fourth prince's matter. Would it be one, two, or all of them? The entire capital was in an uproar. Even Wang Zhongxi, Zhang Shogui, and the other esteemed figures of the Han were paying close attention to this matter. In the royal palace, the first prince, second prince, and the other princes were also paying close attention to this matter. Big brother, fourth brother, is truly bold. He actually dared to collude with the Hu. In the first prince's palace, the second prince Liao stood, his face seething with rage. If not for that muddlehead Yang Chao drinking too much and spitting out the truth, we would have never known that he was using such a method. Second brother, why be so impatient? In the great hall, eldest prince Li Ying sat upright. He held a teacup in one hand and a lid in the other. He gently wiped the layer of tea foam on the surface, blew on it, and then took a sip. His throat slid as he swallowed. The entire process was slow and unhurried. It was completely different from second prince Liao's impatience. Fourth brother was anxious, so he thought of using the Hu's methods. Back then, grandfather Taizong conquered the lands and was called the Khan of Heaven by all the countries. All the barbarians submitted to him. Moreover, later on, the barbarians submitted, willing to follow Grandpa Taizong and help him conquer the world. This was the origin of the current Hu people. Fourth brother probably thought of grandfather Taizong to think of this move. Humph, you sure can keep your composure. You're still speaking up for him at this time. If he succeeds, don't you think about the consequences? Second prince Liao said indignantly. Now that the matter has been exposed, the outcome has been decided. What is there for second brother to worry about? Moreover, as long as I maintain a neutral position and don't give him any chances. So what if he obtains the support of all the Hu? In the end, Imperial Father's word is still law. Rather than worrying about this, it's better to worry about third brother. He's been in the Imperial clan court for some time now. Find some time to see him and tell him to behave himself. In addition, tell the guards to give him a letter and have him write his own confession. As long as he can move Imperial Father and make Imperial Father feel that he has changed, you and I can plead for leniency. It's about time, and he's already been punished. Imperial Father will probably let him out. The first prince put down his teacup and indifferently said. His expression was calm and unperturbed, as if there was nothing in this world that could move him, and everything was under his control. Compared to that muddle-headed fourth brother, who was thrown into prison by Imperial Father because of a single Yang Chao, I'm more concerned about fifth brother Li Heng. You and I both know what fifth brother was like in the past, but you also saw how shrewd he was in the Hall of Princes. Step by step, he spoke with confidence and assurance, and third brother fell into his trap without even realizing it. He clearly had the guidance of an expert, and I would never believe that he didn't have someone behind him. Compared to fourth brother, I'm more interested in who the person behind him is. The eldest prince's eyelids twitched slightly, and an astonishing cold gleam shot out, causing one's entire body to tremble. However, it was only for a moment, and the cold gleam disappeared after a flash. The eldest prince immediately returned to normal. He was as tranquil and peaceful as before, causing others to be unable to see any flaws. Time flew by, and as the Shuyan Palace incident gained more and more attention, more and more information was revealed. When the Holy Emperor was enraged, the matter reached its peak. But it didn't take long for the memorials from the Hu protector generals and great generals who had been implicated to arrive at the capital and be revealed. Without exception, all the Hu protector generals panicked in their memorials, claiming that they were innocent and pleading to the Holy Emperor that they had no collusion with the fourth prince. Only one of them admitted that the fourth prince had tried to rope him in, but he had sternly refused. Geshu Han and Sis Han were the same. The Shuiyang Palace incident had fallen into a deadlock. Although Yang Chao, Zhang Xian, and Zhao Yu had all claimed that the fourth prince had obtained the support of the Hu great generals on the border, this was only their side of the story. There was not a single letter between the fourth prince and the border great generals. As for the fourth prince himself, he had declared that there was no such thing. Thus, the entire interrogation was in a stalemate. Even though everything pointed to the Hu protector generals and great generals on the border, there was no conclusive evidence that Geshu Han and Sis Han, Foman Linta, Gao Xinji, or anyone else had been involved. Although Big Dipper, Great General Geshu Han, and the others were Hu, They had made great contributions to the imperial court, and they had always been clean and honest. Moreover, they had been promoted by the Tang dynasty's war god and crown prince's junior guardian, Wang Zhongxi. In private, compared to the joint interrogation of Yang Chao, Zhang Xian, and Zhao Yu by the Court of Judicial Review, the Bureau of Justice and the Bureau of Justice, more people agreed with Geshu Han's argument in his memorials. The fourth prince truly had realized his value and had tried to rope him in, but he had been rejected. In truth, all the princes of the imperial palace had tried to rope in the important officials of the court, but many of them had been rejected. Being rejected and succeeding were two completely different concepts. Being rejected was the same as if nothing had happened. Only agreeing could be considered as colluding with the important officials of the court. Relying solely on the testimonies of Yang Chao, Zhang Xian, and Zhao Yu was simply not enough to convict the Hu protector generals. After all, each of these protector generals had an illustrious status. They couldn't be imprisoned just because of the groundless accusations of a few people. Otherwise, what face would the important officials of the court have left to speak of? It would be far too childish. But just when the heat of this matter was beginning to die down with the testimonies of the protector generals, during the morning court session of the next day, an event that no one could have imagined took place. Your Majesty, subject Deng Chong has a memorial. At the end of the day's court session, the white-haired imperial censor Deng Chong sternly stepped forward, his ceremonial tablet in hand. Old imperial censor, what matter do you have? Speak. Chapter 821. Chapter 816, the first update. Your Majesty, a few days ago, when the city guard was patrolling, they noticed a suspicious who acting suspiciously. In the end, when they interrogated him, this who claimed that he was from the Qixi Protectorate, and that he was a trusted subordinate of Protector General Fomin Linta. Old Censor Deng said sternly, "Buzz." As soon as Censor Deng's voice fell, the hall immediately buzzed, and the atmosphere instantly changed. In this period of time, the matter that had garnered the most attention and fiercest debate was undoubtedly the Shuiyang Palace incident. The old censor had only started the conversation once, but the crowd could already smell the scent and vaguely understand what was going on. The old censor didn't speak earlier or later. What is the meaning of him speaking now? It's no wonder the old censor usually doesn't attend court, but he's participating this time. So this is the reason. But why did he specifically mention Fomin Linta? One doesn't come to a temple without a cause. I wonder what the old censor has discovered and why he's come to pay his respects. Everyone in the hall was thinking of all sorts of things. The matter of the Shuiyang Palace incident and the Hu Protector Generals had actually died down by now, and no one knew why the old censor would bring it up again. Old censor, Fomin Linta, and the other Hu great generals are all important officials of the Tang dynasty and have contributed greatly to the Tang dynasty. You should think carefully about what you want to say. We can't let these great generals who have contributed so much to the court be bitterly disappointed. Right? At this moment, the imperial-robed King Qi suddenly spoke. The old censor was directly making a memorial to the Holy Emperor. Only an imperial prince of the imperial household, a transcendent imperial prince, could interject at a time like this. Of all the imperial princes of the court, King Qi had the best relationship with the Hu great generals. The reason for this good relationship was very simple. Because the King of Song had pulled over almost all the Han generals, King Qi had no choice but to take a roundabout route to pull in the Hu great generals. But even so, King Qi still had some sense of propriety, maintaining a distance between himself and the Hu, but not too close. This was also the strategy that his advisor had formulated for him. At a time like this, only he could speak up for the Hu great generals. Your Majesty, the old imperial censor said nothing, only shooting a glance at King Qi. Then he continued to look at the upper part of the hall, at the person in control of the central divine artifact, the supreme and most revered holy emperor of the empire. As a border general of the imperial court, You actually left the army without permission. This is deserting your post and committing a grave crime. In addition, he had disguised himself as a merchant and snuck into the capital. He definitely had ulterior motives. The city guard caught him on the spot. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the city guard had found a letter on him. This letter is also the main reason why I am here. The civil officials do not love wealth. The generals do not fear death. Everyone is content with their positions, scrupulously fulfilling their duties, not interfering with each other. This is the foundation upon which my Tang dynasty has stood for centuries of peace. But Fomenlinta, as a great general of the border, Chishi, protector general, and a great general of the empire, does not place his mind on the border, but on the service of the imperial court. Instead, he frequently exchanges letters with the fourth prince, thinking only of colluding with the fourth prince. One promises to do his utmost to help the fourth prince ascend to the imperial throne, while the other promises to make Fomenlinta great prime minister and state preceptor once the fourth prince succeeded. The two of them colluded in evil, truly shameless to the extreme. This old subject wishes to impeach Fomenlinta for having ulterior motives and plotting a rebellion. As the old imperial censor spoke, his entire body trembled in excitement. As soon as the old imperial censor's voice fell, there was a rumble. It was as if a boulder had fallen into the hall. It immediately caused a huge commotion among the civil and military officials, and the entire hall was in an uproar. Every day, there were all sorts of impeachments in the capital. The duty of the imperial censors was to supervise the world and impeach those who had committed crimes, from the 3 grand dukes and 9 ministers to the ordinary county officials. Even the supreme holy emperor was on the list of impeachments. After spending so much time in the court, they had long ago grown accustomed to it, but this time it was completely different. In the words of the old censor, Deng Chong, there were a few unusual words that could even be considered taboo. One was throne, another was prime minister, and there was also the word transaction. To a subject, this was an absolute taboo. Lord Deng, is what you say true? A border great general colluding with a prince in exchange for the position of prime minister? This is simply shameless. Fomenlinta is quite bold. Deng Chong, don't speak nonsense. One is an imperial great general, and the other is a prince. Think carefully before you speak. This is no trifling matter. Moreover, didn't Fomenlinta just make a great contribution on the Yuzin Plateau? Are you trying to slander a meritorious subject? What do you mean by think carefully? Imperial censor Deng is an old subject of the court. If he doesn't understand, do you? The duty of an imperial censor has always been to supervise the world, and this is the duty of an imperial censor. But you, why are you speaking up for Fomenlinta at this time? Are you also involved? The imperial court was in an uproar. The Shuiyang Palace incident had involved many people, and many of the 6 bureaus had already been dragged in. The current imperial court was clearly divided. It wasn't that they were speaking on behalf of Fomenlinta, but that many of the prisoners in the prison were their colleagues and old friends. After decades of friendship, how could they possibly bear to see this happen? Imperial censor Deng, His Majesty has ordered you to bring up the letter. Just as the debate in the imperial court was at its most intense and chaotic, Chief Eunuch Gao Lisher, who was seated next to the sage emperor and wielding a horsetail whisk, suddenly spoke up. With that, Deng Chong did not say anything. He took out the letter he had long prepared from his sleeve and took the initiative to step forward. At the side, 2 fully armed palace generals stepped forward and took the letter from Imperial Censor Deng's hands. They lowered their heads and respectfully handed it over. Seeing this scene, the originally noisy imperial court instantly quietened down. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked at the top of the imperial court. Although imperial censor Deng Chong had said that Fomenlinta was colluding with the 4th prince, no one had seen the letter and did not know whether it was true or not. Buzz! Just as the letter landed in the Holy Emperor's hands, the entire imperial court suddenly sank. Without any warning, the atmosphere in the imperial court suddenly became extremely heavy, as if countless mountains had fallen on top of each other. In that instant, everyone felt a strong sense of unease. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped. Although they couldn't see anything in the surroundings, they could clearly feel a suffocating and terrifying aura sweeping out like a storm. Before this aura, everyone in the imperial court was as insignificant as an ant. Bastard! A thunderous and furious voice resounded through the hall, causing the entire imperial palace to fiercely tremble. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. Summon Fomenlinta. We want to hear his personal explanation. A single order from the Holy Emperor had set off a massive earthquake in the capital and caused the entire structure of the empire to change. Marquis, we've succeeded. The capital is in an uproar. Everyone is talking about the deal between Fomenlinta and the fourth prince, and Fomenlinta even wants to become prime minister. Now that this matter has been exposed, he's become the target of public criticism. It's not just us. Even Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui, Minister of War Zhangqiu Jianqiong, Big Dipper Great General Geshu Han, all the other civil and military officials, and even the current prime minister, view him as a thorn in their side. Just this matter alone will make it impossible for Fomenlinta to sit stably on Mount Tai. In the distant Wushan, Chung Sanyuan excitedly rushed in with a letter in his hand. Marquis, Fomenlinta is truly doomed this time. Is that so? Wang Chong faintly chuckled as he and Su Yiqin sipped tea, their expressions unperturbed, as if they had already predicted all this. Fomenlinta never had the talent to become prime minister, but he desperately wanted to be one. He only has himself to blame. Now that this matter has been exposed, it shouldn't be strange for him to become the target of public criticism, right? But given Fomenlinta's personality, he probably won't give up so easily. You shouldn't get careless. On the other side, Su Yiqin covered her mouth and chuckled as she put down the teacup in her hand. Unlike Wang Chong, she was drinking peony tea. A layer of peony flowers floated over the surface of the tea, exuding a refreshing fragrance that made it seem extremely elegant. He won't get the chance. The evidence of his collusion with the fourth prince is irrefutable, and there's even his Protector General's seal on it. There's no way he can defend himself against this. No one can help him now, not even the Holy Emperor. Wang Chong indifferently said, "Moreover, this matter is far from over." With these last words, Wang Chong's eyes shone with deep meaning. That pledge of allegiance to the fourth prince truly had given Fomenlinta a massive headache and thrown him into prison. But this was not the only headache that Fomenlinta had to deal with. At the very least, Wang Chong had not yet submitted a memorial to the imperial court that Fomenlinta had stolen his credit, lied about the military, and allowed Dian Mangpoj to enter the pass. That's right. How is the Qixi Protectorate doing? Wang Chong asked. Haha, the Qixi Protectorate is already in an uproar. How could Fomenlinta sit still after such a major incident? If everything goes as expected, Fomenlinta will be leaving for the capital in 3 days. His Majesty is truly angry this time. Chung Sanyuan heartily laughed. Wang Chong nodded, not at all surprised. In the past, he would have been fine, but not too long ago, the Holy Emperor had asked Fomenlinta about this matter, and Fomenlinta had replied that there was no such matter. Now that the matter had been revealed, this was a crime of deceiving the sovereign, so it was reasonable for the Holy Emperor to be enraged. Chapter 8:22. I've gotten in touch with him. I've discovered that Hilayeg is still a little slow at gathering warhorses. I'm currently trying to help him sort out his relationships with the tribes of the steppe, and at the same time, I'm changing the method of gathering warhorses. In the future, when he wants to trade with us, he'll be able to do so much earlier. Su Yiqin smiled. Wang Chong and the others in the room couldn't help but sigh in praise. Su Yiqin truly had changed a great deal after her arrival at the City of Steel. The construction of the City of Steel had originally been carried out on its own, and because some of the land had already been sold to some great clans, the various clans had built their own buildings. But after Su Yi-Qin's arrival, she had made changes to all the resources and centralized management, allowing the construction of the City of Steel to proceed much more orderly and quickly. Even the construction of the shops of the great clans had sped up. In just a little more than a month after arriving in Wushang, Su Yi-Qin had already won the heartfelt respect and admiration of the people here. Even for a Turkic horse merchant like Hulaeg, Su Yi-Qin was able to help him sort out his relationships and speed up the process of gathering war horses. I'll have to trouble you in this period of time. No matter what, I hope to get those war horses as quickly as possible. Wang Chong said. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. As Wang Chong was inspecting a map of the western regions, he suddenly heard the rumbling of hooves in the distance. Before Wang Chong could react, there was a flash of light, and a scout hurriedly rushed in. Marquis, it's bad. Foeman Linta has come. Buzz. As soon as the scout finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. There was no one in the City of Steel who did not know of the relationship between Foeman Linta and Wushang. Even the lowest level scouts and craftsmen knew that their own Marquis and the Chishi Protector General were irreconcilable enemies. They also knew that the Dian Mangpoj and the Uzin White Braves had been allowed in by Foeman Linta, including the regional commander's incident where Foeman Linta had once tried to kill Marquis. This matter had long since spread throughout the City of Steel. It was said that those who came did not come with good intentions, and those with good intentions did not come. For Fuming Lingcha to appear in the City of Steel at this time clearly meant that he did not have good intentions. Boom! Standing on the walls of the City of Steel and looking down, Wang Chong finally saw Foeman Linta galloping over. To the northwest of the City of Steel, Foeman Linta, dressed in martial attire, was galloping over with tensome guards. Although he had lost the thousands of soldiers and guards of the Chishi Protectorate, Foeman Linta still exuded a majestic and domineering aura. No matter how much of a ruckus the court was making, no matter how the court viewed this Chishi Protector General, just the title of Imperial Great General was enough to make anyone feel some respect and fear. Marquis Foeman Linta has probably come with ill intentions. Li Sai stood behind Wang Chong, his brow furrowed in concern. Foeman Linta had colluded with a prince and was about to enter the capital to meet with the Holy Emperor. Instead of rushing to the capital, he had come to Wushang's City of Steel. Even a fool could tell that he was up to no good. Wang Chong. At this moment, a furious roar came from the northwest. Foeman Linta suddenly reined in his horse, his intimidating eyes gleaming with cold light as he stared in the direction of the City of Steel. I know you're there. Get down here. His voice resounded through every corner of the City of Steel. An entire City of Steel fell silent. All the craftsmen and soldiers raised their heads, listening intently, their gazes fixed on Wang Chong on the walls. Marquis, you can't go. Now is not the time to meet with Foeman Linta. That's right. Marquis can't go. Foeman Linta has nothing to lose. He's going to the capital right now. My lord, there's no need to worry about him. Next to Wang Chong, Su Qi, Zhang Ke, Qing Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and the others were all trying to persuade him. On the matter of Foeman Linta, everyone at Wang Chong's side, including Li Sai and Su Yi-Qin, had reached an agreement. Wang Chong, it's best if you hide for now. At a time like this, it's better not to see him. Su Yi-Qin looked at Wang Chong, a hint of worry in her beautiful eyes. Wang Chong said nothing, only stared at Foeman Linta, his eyes twinkling. No one could tell what he was thinking. While everyone was worried, Wang Chong suddenly waved his hand and smiled. There's no need to worry. Nothing will happen. No matter what, Foeman Linta won't dare to do anything. These words left everyone dumbfounded, but Wang Chong did not explain. With a wave of his sleeve, he began to descend the walls. Marquis, wait a moment. Everyone was anxious and hurriedly followed him. A few moments later, the gates opened, and with the neighing of Ney's horse, Wang Chong rode out on his white-hoofed shadow. Behind him, Li Sai and the others followed. Outside the city, the winds howled and the ground was covered in dust. As countless people on the walls watched, Wang Chong and Fomin Linta approached each other. "Ha! Lord Protector General, long time no see." Wang Chong clasped his hands and urged his horse forward. His expression was calm, and there was even a smile on his face. His entire person was extremely relaxed. If one didn't know better, they would think that he and Fomin Linta were not mortal enemies, but close friends. On the other side, Fomin Linta's pupils constricted at the sight of Wang Chong's beaming face, a cold light flashing through his eyes. "Humph!" With an angry snort, Fomin Linta waved his hand and led his men forward. Not far from Wang Chong, Fomin Linta stopped. "Wang Chong, you're quite bold. I didn't think that you would still have the courage to see me. My lord must be joking. You and I are both officials of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong truly doesn't understand why I wouldn't dare to see my lord." Wang Chong softly chuckled. His easygoing demeanor was a stark contrast to Fomin Linta's overbearing and murderous aura. There was no hint of nervousness in his demeanor. "Wang Chong, look at what you've done. Did you really think that we didn't know? Do you believe that our milord won't kill you with a single slash of his saber?" Before Fomin Linta could say anything, his two trusted subordinates behind him had already begun to curse. "Enough!" Fomin Linta extended 2 fingers and stopped his subordinates behind him. His intimidating gaze fell on Wang Chong. "Wang Chong, the Wangs are also a family of ministers and generals. Your grandfather was a virtuous minister of the Tang dynasty. I only have one question for you. Did you do something to Kifuli?" As soon as Fomin Linta's voice fell, the expressions of the people behind Wang Chong changed. No one expected Fomin Linta's senses to be so sharp. He was able to figure out the cause and effect of the matter so quickly and link it to Wang Chong. At this time, he absolutely could not admit it, especially when Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, and the head of the Wushang clan had gone to Wushang village. If Fomin Linta were to make things difficult for him at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. To everyone's surprise, Wang Chong chuckled and straightforwardly admitted it. "Correct. I truly was the one who had the king of Song capture Kifuli. Your intuition was correct. When you sent out those 5 trusted subordinates, I was the one who arranged for the carriage crash and the beggars to come. You reacted very quickly, but alas, I still won in the end. Rumble." At Wang Chong's words, whether it was Li Sai, Qing Sanyuan, Fomin Linta, or the people of Chishi, they all paled. No one had expected Wang Chong to be so bold. He should have denied it, but he actually admitted it in front of Fomin Linta. Clang! The clear cry of a saber cut through the air. The moment Wang Chong admitted it, Fomin Linta pulled out the saber at his waist. "Bastard! Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? This one has dominated Chishi for 10 years and killed countless people, but no one has ever dared to oppose me like this. Do you know that with the distance between us, I can kill you with a single thought?" Fomin Linta's face was gloomy, his entire body trembling in rage. Although he had long ago guessed that this was the case when Wang Chong personally said it and confirmed everything, Fomin Linta still felt an indescribable rage. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the youngest son of the Wang family. "My lord, don't waste words with him. Kill him." Behind Fomin Linta, the Hu generals of Chishi also had furious expressions on their faces. Clang, clang, clang. Following closely behind Fomin Linta, the Hu generals began to unsheath their weapons. Countless sabers and swords illuminated the air, their cold glints flitting through the air like dragons and snakes. Sensing this killing intent, the soldiers behind Wang Chong also began to unsheath their weapons. Li Sai, in particular, had unsheathed his woozy steel sword that was taller than a man, exuding a mountainous pressure. "Who dares to touch Marquis?" "The Wushang cavalry are here. With a single order, none of you will be able to leave." Everyone was tense, swords drawn, and the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Just when it seemed like the two sides were about to begin a bitter and bloody battle, a light voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Put away your sabers and swords." Wang Chong first stopped the soldiers behind him, and then he turned to Fomin Linta and the Chishi generals. Unlike the nervous soldiers, Wang Chong's expression had remained confident and unruffled, causing others to subconsciously relax. "Lord Protector General, it is said that courtesy demands reciprocity. At the Triangular Gap, you borrowed a knife to kill me, using Dusong Mangpo's hand to kill me, and then stealing my credit. I only captured one of your subordinates, so it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Moreover, I'm not boasting, but do you really think you can kill me? You should know why Dusong Mangpo fled, right?" Chapter 8:23. Dusong Mangpo and Fomin Linta had fought countless times on the Uzun Plateau, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. But in the Battle of the Triangular Gap, Dusong Mangpo had abandoned his army and fled. To these Chishi generals who viewed Dusong Mangpo and the Uzun Plateau as their greatest foes, this was like an earthquake. All of them clearly remembered how terrifying the auras of those two elders, one black and one white, had been when Wang Chong had walked out of that miniature steel fortress. If those two terrifying elders were still here, none of them would have dared to attack. Hiss! Fomin Linta took in a deep breath, his eyes subconsciously glancing at the walls behind Wang Chong, a deep apprehension in his eyes as he finally came to his senses. Correct! Now truly was not the time to move against this brat. Since everything had been investigated, a gentleman's revenge was never too late, even after 10 years. Let him live for now, and there would always be a time for revenge in the future. "Wang Chong, I won't kill you today, but don't get happy too early. I'll remember this matter. Once I return from the capital, there will come a day when I will have you and your Wang clan pay the price." With these final words, Fomin Linta gave Wang Chong a fierce glare, as if trying to carve his image into his mind, and then he turned his horse around and rode back toward the capital. "Let's go!" At the last moment, Fomin Linta waved his hand, and his army flew away. Hiss! As Fomin Linta's figure disappeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous. "My lord, you can't take such risks in the future. Fomin Linta is too powerful. That was equivalent to putting your life in his hands." "That's right, my lord. If Fomin Linta knew that your master and Chief Wushang weren't here, we would have truly been in danger," everyone said with lingering fear on their faces. When Fomin Linta unsheathed his sword, everyone could smell the strong stench of death. The feeling of facing an imperial great general was difficult to imagine unless one had personally experienced it. "Haha, don't worry. Whether Fomin Linta sees through it or not, he won't make a move." Contrary to everyone else's expression, Wang Chong appeared to be quite calm, without a hint of nervousness. "Marquis, I also think that you were too rash in this matter. Fomin Linta is too strong. We should be more cautious," Li Sai suddenly said. "Ah, Sai, don't worry." Wang Chong smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Since Fomin Linta appeared here, he naturally guessed that it was me. If he really wanted to make a move, do you think he would have endured until now and said so much to us? Wang Chong's words left everyone speechless. That was right. Given Fomin Linta's personality, if he had confirmed that it was Wang Chong, he would not have endured until now. If Fomin Linta enters the capital now, as long as he clearly explains himself, there is still hope for him to return to the Chishi Protectorate. But if he kills me now, no matter how the Shuiyang Palace incident progresses, he will still be dead. The great clans aren't as simple as he imagines, and besides, I'm the son of Heaven's disciple. Fomenlinta is a shrewd and astute person, so there's no way he wouldn't understand this. Thus, he never intended to make a move today. This is why I met with him, Wang Chong confidently said, exposing the mystery. But Fomenlinta's thinking is still too simple. He believes that he still has a chance to make a comeback, but he has no idea that I won't give him this chance. With these final words, Wang Chong shook his head. As he gazed in the direction that Fomenlinta had left, a sharp light flashed through his eyes. When the devil grew 1 foot, the Tao grew 10. Fomenlinta believed that he could still rely on his past achievements, but Wang Chong would not let him have his way. Nay. Wang Chong turned his horse around and quickly left. The Holy Emperor's rage was no small matter. Moreover, Fomenlinta's pledge of allegiance to the fourth prince had already spread throughout the court. 8 or 9 days later, Fomenlinta traveled day and night, finally arriving at the capital with unprecedented speed. I finally returned. As Fomenlinta gazed at the majestic imperial city that soared into the clouds, his heart filled with complex emotions. As a border guard, he could not casually enter the capital without an imperial summons. Countless times, Fomenlinta had imagined what it would be like when he entered the capital, took the position of prime minister, and ruled over the world. But Fomenlinta had never imagined that he would appear here in this state. Wang Chong, just you wait. Once I explain myself to the Holy Emperor, I'll definitely make you and your Wang clan pay a price for what you've done. Fomenlinta seethed in his mind. Is it, Protector General? The Holy Emperor has ordered us to escort you into the court for an audience. As Fomenlinta's mind was spinning, a cold and callous voice rang out in his ear, and 2 expressionless imperial guards appeared on either side of the gate. There's no need. I'll go myself. With a wave of his sleeve, Fomenlinta pushed aside the 2 approaching imperial guards, passed through them, and began walking toward the imperial city. This lowly subject Fomenlinta kowtows in salute to your majesty. A few moments later, in the depths of the imperial palace in Taiji Palace, in front of all the civil and military officials, Fomenlinta, dressed in martial attire, heavily prostrated himself on the floor of the imperial court. Haha, Marquis is too interesting. Several days later, while Wang Chong was in his room inspecting a map of the kingdoms of the western regions, Sukai was so excited that his face was red. Holding a letter, he strode over the threshold, his mouth unable to close. A letter from the King of Song. Wang Chong chuckled as he moved his gaze away from the map to Sukai. Wang Chong's focus was increasingly placed on the western regions and Arabia, and Wang Chong was beginning to let go of many of the trivial matters. For example, when Fomenlinta entered the capital, Wang Chong had left the follow-up matters, including those concerning the King of Song, to Sukai, essentially giving him full authority to manage them. This could also be considered a kind of tempering experience that Wang Chong had given him. Sukai was beginning to display a leadership ability that was not just his strength. This was also why Wang Chong had chosen him. Marquis is wise. He truly is the King of Song. An excited expression on his face, Sukai firmly nodded his head and immediately relayed the news from the Song dynasty. It turned out that the moment Fomenlinta entered the capital, he had been summoned to the imperial court. In front of all the officials, Fomenlinta had wept bitterly and confessed to the Holy Emperor all his mistakes. Fomenlinta had repeatedly emphasized his loyalty to the Tang dynasty. Although he had colluded with the fourth prince, he had only wanted to get closer to the Holy Emperor. He had no intention of rebelling. In addition, in front of all the officials, Fomenlinta had spoken of many old matters to the Holy Emperor. He had spoken of his first meeting with the Holy Emperor and the many years of friendship between him and the Holy Emperor. As he spoke, Fomenlinta wept bitterly, and those who heard it would grieve for him. And in the imperial court, Fomenlinta had repeatedly emphasized his identity as a Hu, emphasizing that he was different from the Han who had received the teachings of the Confucian school. The Hu naturally liked to be straightforward, but they had no evil intentions. As for the matter of his loyalty, Fomin Linta had only said that he had been blinded by greed and that he had only been sitting on the border, unable to enter the imperial court for several decades, which was why he had been tempted by the fourth prince. There were many other reasons for this. One could say that Fomin Linta had put on a bitter performance in front of all the officials. He had turned a normal court discussion into a one-man show for him. It had to be said that when Wang Chong heard all this, he was truly filled with admiration for Fomin Linta. As the Qixi Protector General and the oldest great general of the Tang dynasty, Fomin Linta truly lived up to his reputation as a cunning and astute old fox. The tactics and methods he had employed were truly exquisite. Even in Wang Chong's eyes they were flawless. Ginger is spicier with age. As expected of an old fox, Wang Chong sighed. In the Tang dynasty, the Hu had always been a very special group. For Fomin Linta to use emotion to emphasize his loyalty to the Tang dynasty, despite being was truly a brilliant tactic. What did His Majesty say? Did he just let him go? Wang Chong indifferently said, "No, His Majesty still hasn't made his stance clear." Suki hurriedly said, "Oh." Wang Chong smiled, his eyes flashing. He was not at all surprised by this result. Fomin Linta truly is very smart, but the heart of a monarch is unfathomable. The fourth prince is His Majesty's flesh and blood, a member of the imperial household, but even the fourth prince has been imprisoned in the imperial prison. Does Fomin Linta think that his words will make His Majesty let him go? There were no small matters in the imperial court, and this was the most dangerous war of the princes. No matter what methods Fomin Linta used, this matter would not be easily concluded. A prince colluding with a border general, and an imperial great general at that, had always been a major taboo. If this taboo had not been so taboo, the Holy Emperor would not have been so angry. How is the imperial court doing? What have they said about Fomin Linta's punishment? Wang Chong asked as he sat on the spacious armchair. Marquis is wise. Just as you predicted, Fomin Linta truly did use a pitiful ruse. There is now a voice in the imperial court that believes that Fomin Linta has a special status, that he has rendered great service, and that Qixi needs an imperial great general like him to guard it. Thus, some people have suggested that Fomin Linta be stripped of his rank and title of Protector General and Imperial Great General. However, he will continue to command Qixi under observation so that he can atone for his crimes. And there are quite a few people who hold this view. Chung, Sanyuan bowed. Ha! Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he suddenly laughed. Fomin Linta spent so much effort to put on a pitiful performance in front of all the officials for this reason. But there's no way this matter is that simple. Suki, what else did the King of Song say? Marquis is wise. This matter truly isn't that simple. Fomin Linta colluded with the fourth prince in order to become prime minister. That letter was spread throughout the imperial court, and no one could tolerate him. There are even more voices in the imperial court calling for Fomin Linta to be severely punished, with some even suggesting that Fomin Linta be executed to uphold the law. Zhang Chou Jinqiong, Zhang Shougue, Wang Zhongxi, and even King Qi and the Prime Minister cannot tolerate him. Chapter 824. Wang Chong gave a knowing smile. Fomin Linta was currently in an awkward situation. The one who had the greatest hope of helping him, and the one who held the most weight, was King Qi. In truth, before the incident, King Qi had truly spoken up for him and the other Hu generals in the royal court. But Fomin Linta's letter was far too lethal, especially the words Prime Minister. It had made Fomin Linta the target of public criticism. In the entire Tang dynasty, countless people had their eyes on the position of Prime Minister. The Anong Protector General, Zhang Shougue, was known as the second most powerful figure in the empire. He had wanted to take this position 10-some years ago, but even now he was still stationed in Yuzhou, fighting against the Goguryeo Empire. The person who was most similar to Fomin Linta was the previous Anan Protector General, the Tiger of the Empire, Zhangqiu Jinqiong. However, even someone as ambitious as Zhangqiu Jinqiong only dared to covet the position of Minister of War. Moreover, in Wang Chong's impression, the current prime minister of the Tang dynasty was that he had concealed his strength and was far more frightening than anyone else. He was also the most underestimated and frightening existence in the empire. Even now, Fomin Linta probably didn't know what sort of existence he had offended. With these people around, how could Fomin Linta dare to covet the position of prime minister? Wang Chong could only say that while Fomin Linta was very intelligent and crafty, he was still a Hu, far removed from the royal court. His ability in politics was far less outstanding than his ability in military affairs. He had underestimated this entire matter. Politics was not so easy to deal with. Since Fomin Linta still has hope, we should deal him a fatal blow. It's about time. Tell the king of Song that he can hand over Dian Mangpo's head. Wang Chong indifferently said, "Understood." Suki smiled at these words. Fomin Linta was still fearless and hopeful because of his past military achievements, especially when he had just made a great contribution to the Triangular Gap not long ago. However, when he took out Dian Mangpo's head, everything would be different. Walala! A few moments later, a messenger bird soared into the sky, flying through the skies of Wushang toward the capital. Several days later, when the discussion of Fomin Linta in the capital was still in a stalemate, the fatal blow finally arrived. The Lord of Wushang, the young marquis of the Tang dynasty, the son of Heaven's disciple, Wang Chong, had submitted a memorial to impeach Fomin Linta for making false reports and stealing his military achievements. In addition, the imperial censor had impeached Fomin Linta. The 5,000 deaths of the Qixi Protectorate, the death of General Pulin He, and the Uzun White Braves and Dian Mangpo had not attacked the Qixi Protectorate from the Uzun Plateau, but from the rear of the army. This was the true reason why the Qixi Protectorate had suffered so many casualties. And those White Braves and Dian Mangpo had been released into Wushang by Fomin Linta, who had neglected his duty. These people had even fiercely attacked the City of Steel, but they had been stopped by Wang Chong's army. Not only that, the entire world knew about the regional commander's incident and the grudge between Fomin Linta and Wang Chong. The Qixi Protectorate's carelessness in allowing the White Braves and Dian Mangpo to enter the pass seemed like a coincidence, but everyone could see the truth with a single glance. The combination of these two matters immediately caused a massive uproar in the imperial court. The impeachment of Wang Chong was one thing, but Wang Chong had been personally made the young marquis by His Majesty, and he had even been granted a courtesy name and given the fief of Wushang. One could easily imagine the favor he had received. His impeachment was a heavy weight to Fomin Linta. Dian Mangpo's head was especially fatal. In the Battle of the Triangular Gap, the Uzun side had two commanders. One was the renowned eagle of the plateau, Dusong Mangpo, and the other was the commander of the Qixi Protectorate, Dian Mangpo. Fomin Linta had clearly stated all of this in his report. And as more intelligence was revealed, more information about Dian Mangpo was revealed. This was the Azura war god of the plateau, second only to the imperial great general Dusong Mangpo, a revered brigadier general of Uzun. His weight in Uzun was far greater than anyone could imagine. As one of Uzun's two highest-ranking commanders, Dian Mangpo had not died to Fomin Linta, but to Wang Chong. This was enough to explain the problem. Most absurd of all was that Fuming Lingcha had not mentioned a single word of this enormous achievement in memorials he had submitted to the imperial court, completely erased from the report. Not even a fool would believe that there was nothing fishy going on in the Battle of the Triangular Gap. If Wang Chong's impeachment could be said to be one-sided, then, as the great clan stepped forward to corroborate Wang Chong's words, the dust finally settled. Wang Chong's construction of Wushang City of Steel had dragged many of the great clans onto his chariot. At the Battle of the Triangular Gap, many of the scions of the great clans had been in the miniature city of steel in the rear, mingling with the craftsmen working on the construction. They had clearly seen what had happened at the Battle of the Triangular Gap. In normal times, when Fomenlinta was still Chishi, Protector General, no one would believe their words, but now they had taken Fomenlinta's life. Bastard! When Wang Chang's memorial was submitted to the imperial court, the Holy Emperor finally flew into a rage. The entire capital and all the officials trembled at the Holy Emperor's rage, their faces pale. Fomenlinta knelt on the throne, his face ghastly pale, sweat pouring down his face, his heart like dead ashes. He had never expected that things would take such a turn. Wang Chong! A thought flitted through Fomenlinta's mind. He finally realized that he had completely underestimated that youth in Wushang. He had completely lost this battle, colluding with the fourth prince to participate in the War of the Princes, stealing military merit and falsely reporting military intelligence, abusing his position to avenge a personal grudge, luring the enemy in. With these three matters added together, his career had been completely ruined. Fomenlinta was swiftly arrested and imprisoned. For an imperial great general and protector general to be imprisoned was a precedent set by Fomenlinta. It was obvious that Fomenlinta's actions had thoroughly infuriated the Holy Emperor. Otherwise, someone of his status would never have been imprisoned. Although Fomenlinta's punishment had not yet been decided, everyone knew that Fomenlinta was truly finished. This matter is finally over. Wang Chong was in Wushang, and it was only a few days later that he received the news. An imperial great general like Fomenlinta was far too high a status, and moving him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order to move him from the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, Wang Chong had expended a tremendous amount of effort, spending nearly 3 months. But despite the time and effort, the dust had finally settled. Without Fomenlinta holding him back, Wang Chong could finally carry out many of his plans in the western regions. Li Sai informed the great clans that the second city of steel on the northern border of the Uzun Plateau can begin construction. Wang Chong said, "Yes, Marquis." "Yes, Marquis." With a vigorous voice, Li Sai put on his armor and quickly left. While Wang Chong was busy opening up the situation on the northern border of the Uzun Plateau, in the distant capital, a completely different situation was taking place. The fact that Fomenlinta had lied about military intelligence, colluded with a prince, and defrauded the sovereign was already a foregone conclusion. For this reason, Fomenlinta had been temporarily imprisoned to await future punishment. But this was not the end. On the contrary, it had given rise to an even greater problem. A country could not go a day without a sovereign, and a border army could not go a day without a general. This was especially true for Chishi, which lay between the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate. If such an important place was not guarded by a great general, once Uzun returned or the Western Turkic Khaganate sent its army, Chishi would be completely lost. This was also why many old officials had stressed that Fomenlinta should be treated leniently, allowing him to continue to lead Chishi to atone for his crimes. Fomenlinta's imprisonment had given rise to an even greater problem. "Your Highness," a magnificent carriage stopped outside the King of Song residence. The door was pushed open, and the King of Song walked out. The old steward, dressed in an azure robe, hurriedly walked out to welcome him. The King of Song replied, his head lowered and his brow furrowed. "Is it still because of Fomenlinta's successor?" The old butler's heart thumped, and he immediately asked. "That's right." The King of Song sighed and stopped. Although no one in or out of the court is talking about it, undercurrents are surging in the shadows. Everyone is getting restless. Everyone hopes to become Chishi Protector General. This position might not be as illustrious as that of Prime Minister, but it's still an important role in the military. More importantly, it's a position of real power. In addition, according to the information I've obtained from the Bureau of Personnel, the Holy Emperor has already summoned the Minister of Personnel to the palace. If everything goes as expected, it won't be long before the Chishi Protector General is formally chosen. After all, the role of Great General Bianlong is different from that of the imperial court. It can't be delayed for too long. Then has your highness thought of a suitable candidate? The old steward bowed. If I had, I wouldn't be as vexed as I am right now. The king of Song sighed. The Chishi Protector General is no small matter. This is a high-ranking official on the border, and he commands tens of thousands of elite soldiers. He must resist Uzin to the west and Uzin to the east. This person must have abundant experience in military affairs and be able to hold his own. Wang Yan could have been an honest and straightforward person. His style of battle is extremely steady and solid, and he has led an army for more than 10 years. In the War of the Southwest, if he hadn't arrived early, Error's Lion City would have already fallen, and the tens of thousands of soldiers of the Annam Protectorate would have been completely wiped out. In this aspect, Wang Yan's ability to command is even more outstanding than Xinyu Zhongtong's. One could say that after the War of the Southwest, Wang Yan is completely capable of being used. The old steward frowned. Then what is your highness hesitating for? If only it were that simple. According to the rules of the imperial court, the position of Protector General must be at the peak of the Saint Martial realm, a great general. In this aspect, Wang Yan is far from enough. However, he's skilled in the mighty miracle god formation, so this aspect makes sense. But have you noticed that the army of the Chishi Protectorate is almost entirely made up of cavalry? The king of Song sighed. The old steward froze, momentarily speechless. Chishi was made up of cavalry, but Wang Yan led the army. His defense was steady, combining offense with defense, defending with offense, and attacking at the same time. All of this was built on the foundation of infantry. In truth, if one carefully examined the War of the Southwest, one would realize that the Annam Protectorate had cavalry, but not many of them. The 200,000 soldiers of the Annam Protectorate, including Wang Yan's army, were mostly infantry. Chapter 8:25. Now you understand, right? The king of Song gave the old butler a profound glance, knowing that he had also understood. Given the relationship between the Song and Wang clans and Wang Yan's outstanding talent as a commander, he should have been the best candidate, but now he was the most unsuitable. In addition, the majority of the Chishi Protectorate is made up of Hu, and the Hu are obstinate and difficult to subdue. If Wang Yan were to appear out of nowhere, the Han and the Chishi Protectorate would be fine, but the Hu would definitely not submit to him. Wang Gungji has always been harsh and strict in his management of the army, but could he really just kill half of the Chishi Protectorate? His Majesty needs to send people to stabilize Chishi and guard against Uzin and the Western Turkic Khaganate, not to cripple ourselves and engage in internal strife before we have even begun to deal with Uzin and the Turkic Khaganate. The old butler fell silent. In terms of politics, he was not a very good partner, and he had no say in this matter, so he could not provide much help to the king of Song. Old butler, help me write a letter and inform him of the situation here. Ask for his opinion. The king of Song thought for a few moments before speaking. Yes, this old servant will do so. The old butler's lips moved as he quickly left. In the entire king of Song's faction, the one who could provide the greatest assistance to the king of Song in every aspect was undoubtedly Wang Chong. Fomin Linta was a formidable protector general with decades of service in the army, a lofty and dignified existence. Yet Wang Chong had managed to slowly drag him down from his high horse. In the capital, Wang Chong's reputation had unwittingly reached an extremely high level. Even though Wang Chong was far away at the border and had yet to step into the imperial court, he had no right to participate in politics. However, in the eyes of many nobles and aristocratic families, he was already like the sun in the sky. He was probably even more feared than many of the old officials in the imperial court. Gradually, even the king of Song himself did not realize that he now valued Wang Chong more and more. Unconsciously, whenever he encountered a problem, he would subconsciously think of Wang Chong, hoping to get some advice from him. Several days later, Wushang, City of Steel, after reading the letter from the King of Song. Wang Chong put down the letter and remained silent for a long time. "How is it? Have you noticed anything?" Su Yi-Chin sat at the side. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her beautiful eyes were rippling. She blew at the foam on the tea and opened her cherry lips. It's not that easy to choose a candidate for Fomenlinta. When it comes to the position of Imperial Protector General, the Imperial Court has always made the decision. I never thought that the King of Song would ask me about this matter. Wang Chong shook his head. He had to admit that the importance that the King of Song placed on him was far greater than he had imagined. You were the one who moved Fomenlinta away, so you should have a candidate in mind, right? Su Yi-Chin said. As she spoke, she stretched out her snow-white fingers, took a piece of pastry from the plate on the table, and lightly placed it in her mouth. She took small bites, her posture elegant and composed. As she spent more and more time in Wushang, she was becoming more and more involved in matters, and her relationship with Wang Chong was also growing closer and closer. Now, the two of them ate breakfast together. There were some important matters that not only did Wang Chong not avoid, he even consulted with her. Of course I did. Originally, the best candidate for Qixi Protector General was my father. If he could enter Qixi, things would be much more convenient for us. But it seems that the King of Song still doesn't think it's possible and has already eliminated him. Wang Chong gave a faint sigh. The Song and Wang clans had been on good terms for generations, and there was no need for him to bring up the position of Qixi, Protector General. The King of Song would assuredly think of his father first. But the King of Song had still sent him a letter asking for his opinion. It was clear that the King of Song still felt that his father was not good enough as a candidate for Qixi Protector General. The King of Song was an upright person, and although the Song and Wang clans had been friends for many years, the most important things in the King of Song's heart were still the Tang dynasty and the world. There was nothing that could be done about this. But on the other hand, this was precisely why Wang Chong respected him. In the imperial court, there was a reason why the King of Song was able to suppress King Qi and receive the respect of all his subjects. If nothing unexpected happens, the reason why the King of Song has eliminated my father is probably because he commands infantry, not cavalry. Wang Chong helplessly said, there was a huge difference between different types of soldiers. In the War of the Southwest, his father had not been an expert of the great general level, but he had been able to resist the attacks of an Uzin great general like Huishu Wuzong precisely because of the mighty miracle god formation, which gathered the strength of the army. But if it had been cavalry, the subordinates he was familiar with, then the mighty miracle god formation would have been impossible to use. And without the mighty miracle god formation, his father would have been no match for an imperial great general. This sort of person was absolutely not suited to become Qixi Protector General. As these thoughts flew through his mind, Wang Chong couldn't help but deeply crease his brow. Other than uncle, do you not have any other candidates in mind? Su Yi-Chin faintly smiled, somewhat unconvinced. The Wang Chong she knew had always been confident and composed. He would always be confident in everything he did. This was not like the Wang Chong she knew. Huh. Wang Chong couldn't help but turn his head and laugh. In truth, the reason I want to move Fomenlinta away is very simple. With him around, I have no way of carrying out any operations. Incidents like Damong Mangban's night raids will happen again and again. Moreover, he will find a way to ruin all my plans. For example, if I build a city of steel at the Triangular Gap, he'll immediately move to it. Thus, as long as Fomenlinta isn't overseeing Qixi, it's fine. In addition, if father isn't too suitable, I can consider Xinyu Zhongtong or one of the other Han generals. As long as it's not someone from King Qi's faction, it's fine, but no matter who it is, as long as it's someone from King Qi's faction, the King of Song will never agree. Before Wang Chong could say anything, Su Yi-Chin interrupted. Smart. Wang Chong turned to glance at Su Yi-Chin and heartily praised her. Whether the imperial court chooses Fomenlinta's successor or not, I have nothing to worry about. Compared to what the King of Songs said, I'm actually more worried about something else. The moment Wang Chong finished speaking, the two people in the room fell silent. With Fomenlinta imprisoned for the War of the Princes, Wang Chong's greatest foe and threat in Qixi had been smoothly resolved. However, this matter had inadvertently triggered an even greater conflict. At least half of the people in the Qixi Protectorate were vassals and who revered strength. To put it simply, whoever had the greatest strength was the master. It was fine when Fomenlinta was around, as everything could still be suppressed. But now that Fomenlinta had left, Qixi was like a group of dragons without a leader, and all the problems were immediately exposed. In an instant, 10 factions appeared in Qixi, each of them vying for control of the Qixi Protectorate. According to the rules of the imperial court, only the imperial court could appoint the next Qixi Protector General. But to the who revered strength and whose brains were determined by their fists, this rule was of no use. This was also why Wang Chong had objected to the regional commander system and the excessive use of who. If it had been a group of Han, this sort of situation would have never occurred. In the current situation, these 10 who commanders were vying for power, and there was a high chance that an internal conflict would erupt in the Qixi Protectorate. Li Sai, what's the situation like in Qixi? Wang Chong suddenly turned his head to the door. Replying to Marquis, we've been monitoring the situation day and night. Just as you expected, Fomenlinta's trusted aide, Gujulai, is wantonly trying to recruit the other, who in the Qixi Protectorate. He's extremely strong, and he was originally Fomenlinta's personal guard. His voice in the army has already surpassed Hibayez, and more importantly, even the Qixi Protectorate on the eastern Turkic steppe has begun to support him. If I'm not mistaken, if the Qixi Protectorate were to choose someone to replace Fomenlinta, it would probably be him. In addition, I've received word that Gujulai will probably use his words to suppress Hibayi. Li Sai, dressed in martial attire, was standing guard at the door. In addition, according to the intelligence we've gathered, Gujulai has a serious tendency to rebel. Recently, he's made several statements saying that who shouldn't fight who, that we're all one family. He's even said that he wants to bring all the who in the Qixi Protectorate to join the Western Turkic Khaganate. The two men in the room frowned at Li Sai's words. Wang Chong, don't be impulsive. We have no jurisdiction over the Qixi Protectorate, and we can't recklessly violate the laws of the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, there will be serious problems, and we might even lose everything. Moreover, there hasn't been a large-scale war in the Qixi Protectorate. Interfering at this time and killing a general of the Qixi Protectorate is a crime punishable by death. Su Qichin, who was observing from the side, immediately sensed something and quickly warned him. "HAA, I can only put this matter aside for now." Wang Chong mentally sighed. The affairs of the Qixi Protectorate were currently a complete mess. They could only wait for a new Qixi Protector General to take office before they could be completely resolved. Li Sai, I'll leave the matters of the Qixi Protectorate to you. Keep a close watch on them and pay attention to their movements. If there's any internal strife, no matter what, you have to get involved and stop them. Yes, Marquis, Li Sai deferentially said. After leaving everything to Li Sai, Wang Chong took a short nap in his room. After enjoying his breakfast with Su Yichin, he quickly left the room. The events in the Qixi Protectorate truly were worrying, but to Wang Chong, they were nothing more than a minor itch. There was another matter far more important than this. Venerable Masters, long time no see. In the City of Steel, in the main hall of the Lord's residence, Wang Chong met with Arloja and Ablonidin. After more than a year, although the two were still thin, their complexions were much better. Young Master, Chong pays his respects. I didn't think that young Master would already be made a king and a marquis after more than a year. Young Master is so young and promising. We truly did not misjudge you. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the two Sindhi monks immediately stood up from their seats, pressed their palms together, and gave a deep bow. When Sindhu was suffering from a famine, Wang Chong had delivered a large number of cattle, sheep, and provisions to them, alleviating their immediate need. All of Sindhu viewed him as their most important benefactor and honored guest. Moreover, when Wang Chong purchased the Hyderabad ore, he had paid an extremely high price on a completely different level from the other countries. For this reason, even the high priest of Sindhu viewed him as an honored guest. Chapter 8:26. Haha, venerable ones are too polite. Come, sit. Wang Chong gestured at the seat with his palm. Young master, for what reason did you summon us from Sindhu? The three of them sat down, and after some small talk, our Lodja got straight to the point. The two of them were ascetic monks, and their methods were straightforward. In this aspect, they were completely different from the people of the Central Plains. Haha, to tell you the truth, I wish to purchase another batch of Hyderabad or from Sindhu. Wang Chong smiled, took a sip of tea, and said straightforwardly, But young master, if I remember correctly, the time we agreed on is just a little while away. Young master doesn't need to find us, much less give any orders. The second batch of Hyderabad will be delivered soon. Both of them were puzzled. Haha, it is indeed as venerable ones say, but it is different this time. However, I wish to bring forward the date of this transaction. In addition, I wish to change the amount of the transaction from 1,000 June of Hyderabad or to 6,000. Wang Chong said to the two, the price of Hyderabad or had risen from the woozy steel swords forged by Wang Chong to fame, and the price had also soared. The price of Hyderabad or had already risen from several hundred taels to 1,000. 6,000 June of Hyderabad or was equivalent to 6 million taels of gold. This number was close to an astronomical figure. At the very least, to Sindhu, this was an unprecedented transaction. Young master, are you serious? Like a bolt of lightning, the two of them trembled as they stared in shock at Wang Chong. They had traveled a great distance and crossed mountains, but they hadn't expected Wang Chong to propose such an enormous transaction. 6 million taels of gold was enough to sustain Sindhu for an entire year. Of course, in my long association with venerable ones, when have I ever lied? Wang Chong smiled and nodded. He had been working in Wushang for several months and had spent so much manpower, resources, and money. Now, everything was ready except for the final push. After the battle at the Triangular Gap on the Uzun Plateau, the 5,000 Wushang cavalry had grown much stronger, and their combat experience had increased. But they still had a massive weakness: equipment. Whether it was the woozy steel weapons or the meteoric metal armor, Wang Chong's 5,000 Wushang cavalry still had none. Before the War of the Southwest, Wang Chong had promised the 1,000 Wutz steel swords to the great clans, so it was impossible to get them back. If Wang Chong wanted to equip his 5,000 Wushang cavalry, he would need to get more Hyderabad ore. Young master, this isn't the first time we've worked together. We've always been at ease with you. The high priest also has a deep impression of you. We are very grateful for young master's benevolence, but you know the output of Hyderabad ores. 6,000 June of Hyderabad ores. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to satisfy such a large amount. Ablonaden and our Lodja glanced at each other and frowned. The Hyderabad ore was extremely important to Sindhu. It was probably the largest source of income for all of Sindhu. As the seller, he naturally hoped that more people would buy it. However, Hyderabad ores were different from ordinary ores. Because of their high density, the difficulty of mining Hyderabad ores was beyond imagination. The high density and difficulty of mining severely limited the output of Hyderabad's ores. Thus, even though Wang Chong had only said 6,000 June, it was still an enormous number for all of Sindhu. Of course I know that. That's why I've summoned all of you here. I hope that when Sindhu sells Hyderabad ores, you can greatly favor the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. For the time being, you can sell the ores to other factions to me. You also know about the current Hyderabad ores. Only I have the method to forge woozy steel weapons. If this precious ore falls into the hands of others, it will only be a waste. Sindhu also doesn't wish for such precious ores to be wasted in the hands of ordinary craftsmen, right? Wang Chong put down his teacup and smiled, his expression exuding an aura of confidence and confidence. In terms of Hyderabad ore, Wang Chong actually had an enormous advantage. The price he offered was something that no other faction could bear. Moreover, the method to forge woozy steel weapons was something that all other factions could only drool over. Even the two Sindhi monks, Ablanadin and Arloja, had gasped in admiration at the sight of those beautiful and sharp patterns. If they had a choice, the two of them would naturally be willing to favor Wang Chong. After all, only he could bring out the unimaginable potential of Hyderabad ore. The moment Wang Chong finished speaking, the two Sindhi monks revealed extreme shock in their eyes. The sale of Sindhu's Hyderabad ore was strictly divided into regions and not completely based on price. There were many reasons for this. The simplest was that if Sindhu suddenly stopped supplying the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu, the two empires might attack in anger. This was something that Sindhu had to consider. Although Sindhu was hot and humid, muddy, filled with miasma, and was prone to diseases, making it difficult for armies to take risks, this was not a certainty. Sindhu had to consider all of these things. I know that venerable sirs find it hard to make a choice, but I think that you can tell this matter to the high priest and have him decide. Moreover, I am not asking you to completely stop supplying the other empires, but to prioritize the early production to the Tang dynasty. Once our transaction is completed, Sindhu can complete the transactions with the other empires. Wang Chong softly chuckled, as if he had already guessed what the monks were worried about. In addition, it has already been so long. I don't believe that the high priest hasn't taken any measures to increase the production of Hyderabad ore. Young master's eyes are truly sharp. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. The two bitterly smiled. Ever since the transaction with young master, the high priest has truly ordered the recruitment of more people to increase the production of Hyderabad ore, and there are clear results now. However, the amount that young master spoke of is still not a small number for us. I can pay a portion of the 6 million taels of gold in advance. I'm confident that the high priest will carefully consider it. In addition, with this amount of gold, the high priest is completely capable of recruiting even more people and increasing the production. Wang Chong said, Let's first ask the high priest. Young master, please give us some time. We will give you a reply as quickly as possible. Ablanadin and Arloja glanced at each other. Okay, Wang Chong nodded. After having Ablanadin and Arloja stay in the City of Steel for a few days, he personally saw them off. While Wang Chong was taking care of all sorts of trifling matters in the western regions, in the distant capital, the mood was completely different. It was brimming with tension. The Holy Emperor has decreed that all beloved subjects must submit a memorial if there is anything, and a court is dismissed if there is nothing. The whip cracked, and the voice of the eunuch resounded through the court. The hundreds of officials stood around the coiling dragon pillar, and the atmosphere was deathly still. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial. At this moment, Imperial Censor Meng Xian solemnly stepped forward, his hands clasped on a tablet. Chishi Protector General Fomin Linta colluded with the fourth prince and attempted to rebel. Moreover, he lied about his military achievements and deceived the sovereign. His crimes are truly unforgivable. However, the Chishi border cannot be without a general for a single day. This subject proposes that a new Chishi Protector General be chosen as quickly as possible, so as to stabilize the morale of the army and guard the border against any further incidents. Meng Xian's words caused all the officials to raise their heads and look up at the ceiling of the hall, the atmosphere instantly tensing. Although they remained calm on the surface, All of them were inwardly restless, and undercurrents were surging through the hall. Chishi, Protector General. Ever since Fomin Linta had been imprisoned, this position had been left vacant, and all the factions were eager to take it. All humans had ambitions, and there were very few people in the empire who could surpass the position of Imperial Protector General. But no one had mentioned it before, so no one had said anything. But now that someone had taken the lead, everything was different. Your Majesty, this subject proposes Yao Guangyi for the post of Chishi, Protector General. Yao Guangyi was born to a prestigious clan, and when the old eunuch Yao was prime minister, he had both ability and integrity. He was deeply respected by all the ministers, and even His Majesty had nothing but praise for him. Yao Guangyi was deeply influenced by the old eunuch Yao, and as the saying goes, a tiger father does not beget a dog son. Moreover, Yao Guangyi is both brave and astute, a master of both the pen and the sword. He is truly the best choice for Chishi, Protector General. Before anyone else could speak, King Chi, dressed in his imperial robe, stepped forward and loudly declared, "No." The King of Song's voice came from the other side, and he immediately stepped forward. The position of Chishi Protector General requires at least the cultivation of an imperial great general. Yao Guangyi's talent is only above average, still extremely far from the great general level. He's simply not qualified to be Chishi Protector General. Humph. If even Yao Guangyi isn't suitable, then I'd like to know who you think is more suitable than him. King Chi coldly sneered. If I had to choose Yao Guangyi, I would rather recommend Wang Yan. At the very least, Wang Yan is more talented, and in the War of the Southwest, his accomplishments are unquestionable. In any case, he's better than Yao Guangyi for the position of Chishi, Protector General. The King of Song said to King Chi, "Nonsense. Since Yao Guangyi isn't suitable, is Wang Yan suitable? You yourself said that the position of Chishi Protector General requires the cultivation of an imperial great general. Do you think Wang Yan is enough?" King Chi harshly rebuked. "Your Majesty, this subject believes that neither Yao Guangyi nor Wang Yan is suitable." As King Chi and the King of Song were fiercely debating, a grating voice rang out in their ears. Upon hearing this voice, all the officials, including King Chi and the King of Song, paled. All of them turned their heads in search of the source of the voice. Imperial Censor Hao. The sight of that white-haired, incorruptible, and thin figure left all of them stunned. Imperial censors inspected the world and impeached all officials, and they were known to speak bluntly, and Imperial Censor Hao was an outstanding figure. He was over 60 years old and extremely experienced, already at the age of one's grave. Imperial Censor Hao spoke without restraint, from monarchs and princes to high officials and county officials. Chapter 8:27. This subject proposes that Great General Tong Luo, Great General Abusi, assume the post of Chishi Protector General. Great General has worked hard and rendered great service, and his strength is not one bit inferior to Fomin Linta's. This subject believes that with him, Chishi will forever be safe and sound. Imperial Censor Hao sternly said as he stepped out of the ranks, "Buzz." Great General Tong Luo had been coldly watching from the sidelines, but Imperial Censor Hao's words were like a bolt from the blue, and his entire face paled. He had been listening to the argument between the King of Song and King Chi, but he had never imagined that the flames of war would burn him. "Your Majesty, no." Albus knelt on the floor with a thud and lowered his head. Ever since His Majesty became Protector General, the Tong Luo clan has always stood guard at His Majesty's side. Abusi is willing to stand guard at His Majesty's side and never leave. This lowly subject appreciates Imperial Censor Hao's kind intentions. As he spoke, Abusi's face paled. Although the position of Chishi Protector General was extremely prestigious and lofty, it had already become the target of public criticism. Countless ambitious people were vying for this position. Even members of the imperial family like the King of Song and King Qi, were involved. For imperial censor, how to recommend him at this time was no different from throwing him over a fire rack to roast. Moreover, although the Protector General was a high position, how could it compare to the emperor's personal attendant? Fomin Linta had spent so much effort to sneak into the capital and get close to the emperor. Was he going to do the exact opposite and run all the way to Qixi? Imperial censor Hao had interrupted the King of Song and King Qi to recommend great General Abusi, but Abusi was still unwilling. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became lively, and everyone began to feel restless. Your Majesty, this subject recommends Protector General Xinyu Zhongtong. At this moment, Yang Zhao suddenly stepped forward, a stern expression on his face. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Lord Yan, are you joking? Xinyu Zhongtong was already the Protector General of the Southwest. Was that not enough? Did he still want him to hold multiple posts? Based on this line of thought, can I also recommend Anong Protector General Zhang Shogui, Biting Protector General in Sishan, and Anqi Great General Gao Xianji? Assistant Minister Liu Xiao of the Ministry of Personnel said with a cold expression as he stood beside a huge coiling dragon pillar. Humph. How could Xinyu Zhongtong be like the other Protector Generals? In the southwest, the Mengxi Zhao Empire had completely submitted, while the Uzun Empire's Ngari royal faction had also completely collapsed. For at least a few decades, they would not be able to make a comeback. The entire southwest was currently at peace. Could the Anong Protectorate achieve this? Could the Biting Protectorate do it? So why can't Xinyu Zhongtong do it? Yang Zhao held his head high and said confidently, in addition, Xinyu Zhongtong was originally a Protector General, so assuming the post of Qixi Protector General is a surefire and easy task. Your Majesty, please consider it. The crowd in the hall coldly sneered as they watched. Everyone understood what Yang Zhao was thinking. This was clearly the southwest branch trying to encroach on the northwest and expand its own power. Your Majesty, this subject proposes that Duke of Gua Chaizi and Duke of Tan confer Jiru. While Yang Zhao and Liu Xiao were still arguing, another voice came from another seat in the hall. Minister of Revenue Zhou Jing gripped his tablet and suddenly spoke. The ancestors of the Duke of Gua and Duke of Tan were both founding ministers of their countries. Their ancestors followed Emperor Gaozong and Emperor Taizong in conquering the world, and they are loyal and devoted to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, both of them are clans of ministers and generals, and the art of war and martial arts have been passed down from generation to generation. With them as Qixi Protector General, Your Majesty will have nothing to worry about. The hall fell silent at Zhou Jing's words. Even Yang Zhao, who was eager to expand his influence, shut his mouth, a look of apprehension in his eyes. Founding dukes. The appearance of these three words in any place would assuredly lead to a thorny problem, and all the parties involved would be filled with apprehension. The reason was very simple. In the Tang dynasty, founding dukes did not refer to just one or two clans, but a group of ancient and powerful factions. They had been operating since the founding of the Tang dynasty, and they had a long history and flourishing roots. They had taken root in the Tang dynasty and were inextricably linked to the imperial household. Although these founding dukes were slowly declining, no longer able to live up to the glory of their ancestors, no one in the Tang dynasty dared to look down on them. Zhou Jing had recommended the Duke of Gua Chaizi and the Duke of Tan Fengzhiru. No one would believe that he didn't have someone backing him. What everyone found very difficult to grasp was whether Zhou Jing had the intentions of just one or two clans or the entire group of founding dukes of the Tang dynasty behind him. But no matter which one it was, it signified a massive change. The group of founding dukes that had been silent for so long was slowly beginning to emerge, hoping to once more exert their power in the military, and the position of Qixi Protector General was an excellent opportunity. When it came to this faction, everyone felt that it was a thorny problem. Half the court instantly fell silent. Many of the officials who had wanted to use this chance to recommend their trusted aides hesitated, wanting to speak up, but they were also filled with apprehension. Your Majesty, this subject recommends the wolf smoke General Zhang Zhengbei. It was also at this moment that everyone suddenly heard an abrupt voice. Hearing this voice, Minister Zhou Jing of the Ministry of Personnel was furious. The Feng family and the Chai family were both deep-rooted forces in the court. He had been preparing for this court discussion for a long time. He didn't expect that someone would interfere at this time and interrupt him. Bastard! I'd like to see just who it is that wants to oppose the Feng clan and Chai clan at this time. Zhou Jing fiercely turned his head, hatefully glaring at the speaker. With just a glance, Zhou Jing was instantly struck dumb. Zhao Kuang! Zhou Jing originally thought that the person who dared to mention the Feng family and the Chai family in front of him and dared to oppose him like this would at least be a minister or assistant minister of one of the 6 ministries, or at least a secondary second-rank official, or even a secondary first-rank official. However, he never expected that it would be a secondary third-rank official. Zhao Kuang was only a minor minister in the Bureau of Military Personnel, 2 ranks below him. But this was not the most important point. Although Zhao Kuang was a minor official, everyone in the court knew of the person behind him, the first prince. As this thought flashed through Zhou Jing's mind, his face paled. Could it be that the first prince also wants to interfere with this Qixi Protector General position? It was also at this moment that Zhou Jing suddenly remembered that the wolf smoke general that Zhao Kuang had mentioned was rumored to have submitted to the first prince and become one of the generals under the first prince's banner. It was just that the royal court had never had any evidence. Moreover, the first prince and Zhang Zhengbei had never interacted with each other, and there was no evidence of a close relationship between the two, so no one had taken it seriously. But now everything was different. If Zhao Kuang's words were truly the first prince's, then this matter had become a thorny problem. Although the Feng clan and Chai clan represented the most ancient and deep-rooted factions of the Tang dynasty, the first prince was the candidate for the future Tang emperor, the successor to the Holy Emperor. To oppose the future Holy Emperor for the sake of a Qixi Protector General was extremely unwise. This is troublesome. Zhou Jing's brow instantly creased. It was clear that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, one that he had never expected. And if Zhou Jing could think of something, the other officials could also clearly think of it. Even the King of Song and King Qi, these 2 imperial princes of the Tang dynasty, couldn't help but frown. What is Ying trying to do? The King of Song's brow creased in thought. He heard Zhao Kuang's voice continue. Zhang Zhengbei has guarded the border fortress for 7 or 8 years, always taking the initiative in biting. In a year, he has repelled 70 or 80 Turkic assaults, both big and small. In addition, he has been very active in providing reinforcements to the other fortresses. Under his watch, the Turks are extremely apprehensive, and even now, they do not dare to take a single step forward. Moreover, in the crusade launched by biting Protector General and Sishan last year, Zhang Zhengbei also made great contributions, killing the most soldiers of the Western Turkic Khaganate and capturing the most. He is an active supporter of war against the Western Turks. This lowly subject believes that if Zhang Zhengbei is chosen as Qixi Protector General, he will be able to resist the Uzin and the Western Turks to the east, stabilizing the situation in Qixi. Zhao Kuang, are you lying through your teeth? Just what kind of position is Qixi Protector General? Is it something that just anyone can replace? Could it be that anyone with some achievements in the frontier fortress could become Protector General? Do you think that the great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate are just decorations? If Zhang Zhengbei is so formidable, why doesn't he attack the Western Turkic Khaganate's tent? If the Western Turkic Khaganate advances westward and Qixi is lost, can you bear the responsibility? Is a war between a frontier fortress and a war between great generals the same? This is child's play. At this moment, an impolite voice rang out. not far from Zhao Kuang, a minor third-rank official of the Bureau of Revenue. Yi Zhuan had suddenly stepped forward. Yi Zhuan was around 36 or 37, with a fair complexion and long and narrow eyes. Not just in age, but also in standing, he was the same as Zhao Kuang. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Zhao Kuang for dereliction of duty. For Zhao Kuang to recommend a puny frontier general for such an important position as Qixi Protector General, he truly harbors malicious intentions. This lowly subject believes that he should be killed. The words "should be killed" immediately caused the atmosphere in the imperial court to become extremely tense. A normal court discussion about the Qixi Protector General candidate was instantly filled with smoke, its flavor completely changing. Yi Zhuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Jingbei is proficient in the Hu language and has many Hu generals under his command. In terms of controlling the Hu, he has a unique advantage. With him as Qixi Protector General, the masses will naturally be convinced and the Hu will be united. Isn't this wonderful? It's you, Yi Zhuan, who are spouting nonsense. Your Majesty, this subject wishes to impeach Yi Zhuan for disturbing the court and showing no respect for the sovereign. Your Majesty, please punish him. Chapter 828. Zhao Xing, you know if I'm speaking nonsense or not. Do you think that everyone doesn't know what you're plotting? Yi Zhuan blurted out. The moment he spoke, everyone became wary, as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. This was especially so for the civil and military officials around the two of them. All of them felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they were placed on top of a stove. All they could do was stay away from the two balls of fire. However, everyone was standing in a fixed position, and they couldn't move at all. Damn it, it's the 1st and 7th princes. Their people are actually fighting in the hall. In Taiji Hall, even some of the 2nd-rank and 1st-rank officials were beginning to feel uneasy. Zhao Xing's background was not simple. Although his position was small, he had the support of the 1st prince, and Yi Zhuan also had the support of the 7th prince. In every dynasty, the struggle between the princes had always been extremely intense. When it came to the supreme imperial throne, any brotherly relationship could be set aside. Although the 1st prince was currently the most popular candidate for the throne, the other princes were also actively fighting over it. The 4th prince had been the first to reveal his intentions, actually thinking of using the Hu general on the border to fight with the 1st prince. Besides the 4th prince, there was another person fiercely competing with the 1st prince, and this person was not one bit weaker than the 4th prince, the 7th prince Li Ji. Although it was a great taboo for a prince deep in the palace to rope in an important official of the court and was forbidden by the emperor if it was just a few minor officials, it wasn't much of a problem. And the 3rd-rank officials was the limit that the emperors could tolerate for their princes to rope in. As long as it was below this level, the emperors would usually turn a blind eye to it. This could already be considered an unwritten rule in the struggle between the princes. Even the Holy Emperor, who knew what the two princes were up to, would turn a blind eye to it and not pursue it too much. No one had expected the selection of the Qixi Protector General to devolve into a dispute between the princes, and all of them wanted to avoid it. With the example of the 4th prince still present, no one dared to get involved in the dispute between the 4th and 7th princes. In the main hall, many ministers were panicking and uneasy. Many pairs of eyes looked up at the top of the main hall, but the Holy Emperor hid behind the bead curtain, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. However, the Holy Emperor had yet to show any dissatisfaction. From another perspective, it was clear that he did not care much about this dispute. Your Highness, when Zhao Kuang and Yi Zhuan first argued, they were still somewhat apprehensive and reserved. However, when they saw that the Holy Emperor didn't seem to care, or at least didn't express any clear reaction, the argument immediately became more intense. Your Majesty, I also recommend great General Abusi. I think what Imperial Censor Hao said makes sense. Just as the two of them were arguing fiercely, a loud and clear voice suddenly drowned out the two of them and rang out in the hall. Bastard! Which idiot recommended me at this time? Great General Tong Luo was still kneeling in front of the hall, and when he heard someone mention him as Chishi, Protector General, his face turned green and he angrily turned his head. But a single glance caused Abusi's body to tremble, the fury in his heart vanishing without a trace. Lord Prime Minister! Abusi's body went cold, and he felt like a frog being stared at by a snake, his mind filled with unease and apprehension. He was the Tongluo Great General and had served generations of sovereigns, from Emperor Taizong to the present, for more than 100 years. There were very few people that Abusi truly had to worry about. Many times when Abusi was forced to kneel, it was not because he feared the imperial censors or the other ministers, but because he was worried about what the emperor thought. In the entire world, there was only one person that the Tongluo people had to worry about. After all, as the supreme general of the empire, Abusi was indeed a first-rank official. His rank was even higher than that of many civil and military officials. But Abusi had never spoken, never participated in court debates, so many people often overlooked that his status was not one bit inferior to that of Geshuhan and Sishan, Fomenlinta, or Gao Xinji, these influential, great generals of the empire. Abusi had never feared a single person in the court, but there was one exception, the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. This lowly one appreciates Lord Prime Minister's good intentions. But when Abusi inherited the Tongluo clan head position, I swore that I would forever remain by His Majesty's side and protect His Majesty's safety. This lowly subject will never leave His Majesty, even if I am offered a high position and a generous salary. His Majesty is wise. Even if Abusi dies, I will never leave His Majesty. Abusi's head drooped, cold sweat pouring down his back. And now that Abusi had made this oath, all the ministers were instantly rendered speechless. This was especially true of Imperial Censor Hao, who had been recommended earlier. His face was filled with disappointment, but there was nothing he could do. Abusi had already said that he would never leave the Holy Emperor's side. Anyone who suggested that Abusi leave now would be forcing him to his death. Oh, at the very front of the hall, next to the first crimson, coiling dragon pillar, that thin and long voice gave an "oh," but it said nothing more. It took a slight step back and returned to its ranks. Your Majesty, if Great General Abusi is not suitable, this lowly subject would like to recommend someone else. Minister of War Zhangqiu Jianqiong, known as the Tiger of the Empire, was originally the Protector General of the Southwest, and he had been suppressing the Southwest for 10-some years without any problems. This lowly subject believes that if Lord Zhangqiu were to head to the northwest and temporarily assume the post of Chishi, Protector General, Chishi would be able to stabilize and endure this crisis. The first prince seemed to have been inspired by the Prime Minister. Another minister with wise eyes and a kind face seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly stepped out of the ranks and bowed. Buzz! In the row, Zhangqiu Jianqiong was listening attentively to the discussion of the crowd. When he suddenly heard his name being called, his body trembled. Caught off guard, he turned his head around in shock, only to see an official from the Bureau of Military Personnel looking at him with a friendly smile on his face. In that instant, Zhangqiu Jianqiong's face nearly turned green. Zhoucheng! Zhangqiu Jianqiong recognized at a glance that this was a minor third-rank official under his command in the Bureau of Military Personnel. When he had first entered the Bureau of Military Personnel, this fellow had been the one to serve him tea and water, doing his utmost to please him. He was completely different from everyone else. Zhangqiu Jianqiong could sense that this fellow truly had good intentions, but it was precisely this that made him even angrier. This bastard! Does he know what he's doing? Zhangqiu Jianqiong inwardly clenched his teeth in rage. He had gone to great lengths to enter the capital and become the Minister of War. How could he abandon what was close at hand and seek what was far away, neglecting the essentials to become Chishi, Protector General? Perhaps he believed that it was just a temporary position that he could return after a while. But could the position of Minister of War be temporarily vacant? It wouldn't be long before he returned, and the Minister of War would be someone else. Your Majesty, this cannot be done. This subject is already the Minister of War and is not suited for any other post. Zhang Jianqiong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, his voice loud and clear. Your Majesty, this subject also believes that Lord Zhangqiu cannot be done. This lowly subject recommends Shualu General Lu Shiwei. Your Majesty, this subject recommends Army Destroyer General Jin Yuping. This cannot be done. Your Majesty, this subject recommends Frontier General Long Qianfan. This lowly subject believes that he is more suitable. In the main hall, the voices of debate rose and fell. Once one person spoke, the others immediately expressed their own opinions, recommending their own people that they had thought of in advance. The hall was in chaos, and the King of Song stood in the middle of the hall, his brow creasing deeper and deeper as he watched his subjects argue. In the end, he couldn't help but give a long sigh. While the imperial court was in a heated debate over the new Qishi Protector General, in the distant city of Steel, Wang Chong was greeted by a completely unexpected event. Marquis, there's a who outside requesting an audience. He says that he has an important matter to discuss with you. In the morning, while Wang Chong was enjoying his breakfast, a scout rushed in. Oh! Wang Chong's eyes flashed in surprise. Almost everyone in the city of Steel was Han, and the number of who he knew could be counted on one hand. He truly couldn't think of anyone who would seek him out at a time like this. Did that person say what his name was? I think he was called Hulieg. The scout hesitated for a few moments before saying, What? Wang Chong was alarmed and immediately stood up. Warning, user's mission. The war horses of the Tang dynasty is about to fail. User only has one chance to save the war horses. If the mission fails, 2,000 points of destiny energy will be deducted. At this moment, the familiar voice of the Stone of Destiny resounded in his mind. Wang Chong's body trembled, completely unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't Hulieg already give him a suggestion and have him change his mind? How did such a big problem suddenly occur? Even if Wang Chong was slow to react, he could still tell that something had happened with Hulieg and that his trade with Hulieg was about to be threatened. Where is he? Take me to see him. Wang Chong immediately said. Outside an inn in the city of Steel, Wang Chong saw the long-awaited Hulieg. He was leading a horse and dressed in a single garment. He had an anxious and restless expression on his face. When Wang Chong arrived, he had been constantly looking around, apparently trying to figure out where he would come from. Hulieg. Wang Chong only needed to call him once before Hulieg's entire body trembled, and he turned his head. At that moment, Wang Chong finally saw his face. Hulieg's eyes were sunken in, his cheekbones protruding, his entire body haggard, and he had lost a great deal of weight. Wang Chong, wonderful. You've finally come. Upon seeing Wang Chong, Hulieg seemed to see his savior, his entire body agitated as he strode forward. Save me! You have to save me. Otherwise, I'm really dead. Hulieg's eyes were red, his lips trembling, and he almost kneeled down. Hulieg, don't panic. Let's sit inside, and then you can tell me what's going on. Wang Chong placed his hands on Hulieg's shoulders and comforted him. Prepare some hot tea for him. Chapter 829. Chapter 824. The second update. In Wang Chong's room, Hulieg drank a few cups of hot tea. As expected, his mood had stabilized, and he began to explain what had happened. As it turned out, Hulieg had done as Wang Chong had said. After dealing with the old steward who had secretly betrayed him, he had obtained a large sum of gold from Wang Chong, and with Su Yiqin helping him from the shadows, Hulieg truly had the wind and rain he wanted on the steppe, living a very comfortable life. And with the gold opening the way, Hulaeg's status on the steppe was even higher than before. The enormous transaction with the Tang dynasty for 300,000 war horses had become a project that all the tribes of the steppe could salivate over. Countless tribal chiefs had shamelessly followed Hulaeg for the sake of getting a piece of this pie. But the weather was unpredictable, and Hulaeg's wanton purchase of war horses and his enormous wealth had attracted the attention of one person, the Black Wolf Yabgu of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Agudalan. Agudalan dispatched his subordinates to investigate this matter, and they quickly found that Hulaeg was the culprit. Moreover, the other person that Agudalan had dispatched to investigate the whereabouts of the war horses had also followed the trail, ultimately leading to the city of Steele's Wangchong. These two matters added together made Hulaeg the target of the Black Wolf Yabgu of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Hulaeg had sensed danger and immediately fled, but even so, the assassins that the Black Wolf Yabgu had sent had been in hot pursuit. Hulaeg had gone through a near-death experience, disguising himself and changing his appearance, and only with great difficulty had he managed to escape. But even more trouble had yet to come. After escaping, Hulaeg had realized that he had nowhere to go. In the end, the only person he could think of was Wang Chong. Wang Chong, you have to save me. I've worked on the steppe for many years and spent a great deal of effort. I can't just abandon it like this. Furthermore, if I can't return to the grasslands, we won't be able to continue our deal. Wang Chong, I have nowhere else to go. Only you can help me now. If you can help me escape this calamity, I will definitely repay you heavily. As Hulaeg spoke, he tightly gripped Wang Chong's right hand like he was grabbing onto his only savior. Wang Chong's brow was tightly creased as he silently stared at the haggard and dejected Hulaeg. Wang Chong had never imagined that such a major change would occur on Hulaeg's side. This had never happened in his last life. It was clear that his interference and contact with Hulaeg had caused many things to change. The Black Wolf Yabgu's pursuit of Hulaeg was one of them. Hulaeg, are you saying that the entire Western Turkic Khaganate has placed a bounty on your head? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Not really. Hulaeg hurriedly waved his hand. Right now, it's completely the Black Wolf Yabgu's idea to pursue me. As for the Khagan, I've bribed all the people at his side, and even the Khitan Turkic Empress has been bribed by me. But the Black Wolf Yabgu is Ishbara Khagan's younger brother and has the blood of the imperial clan. Although he isn't that close to the Khagan by blood, he still has an extremely esteemed status. If he wants to kill me, there's nothing I can do. And the people I bribed would never make an enemy out of someone like the Black Wolf Yabgu for my sake. Understood. Wang Chong nodded his head and heaved a long sigh of relief. If Hulaeg was wanted by the entire Western Turkic Khaganate, no matter how capable he would be powerless to reverse the situation. But if he was being pursued by just the Black Wolf Yabgu, the situation was completely different. This meant that as long as he could deal with the Black Wolf Yabgu, Hulaeg's problem would be easily resolved. Hulaeg, there's no need for you to worry. Leave this matter to me. In at most 2 months, I'll have a way to resolve this matter for you and have you return to the steppe. Wang Chong lightly said, his voice suffused with a powerful confidence that made others involuntarily trust him. Really? Hulaeg was overjoyed. He had come here to try his luck because he couldn't think of anyone else besides Wang Chong. He had never expected Wang Chong to so quickly agree, and even promised that he could resolve this matter in 2 months. This was something he had never expected from the very start. In all the time we've known each other, when have I ever lied to you? Wang Chong faintly smiled, his body slowly exploding with a powerful aura. After sending Hulaeg away, the smile on Wang Chong's face gradually faded. I didn't think that it would be him. Wang Chong muttered to himself, his brow slowly creasing. Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan was a name that Wang Chong was extremely familiar with. There were 2 major threats to Chishi. One was the Azura war god of the Uzun Plateau, Dayan Mangpoj. That person had already been killed by Wang Chong, and the danger to Qixis west on the Uzun Plateau had been temporarily removed. The remaining threat was the Black Wolf Yabgu Agudalan of the Western Turkic Khaganate. This person's style was completely different from Dayan Mangpoch's. If Dayan Mangpoch liked to break through head-on and attack, then the Black Wolf Yabgu of the Western Turkic Khaganate liked to watch from the shadows, find a chance, and strike a fatal blow. Although the two had different styles, the threat they posed was the same. After the battle of the Triangular Gap in the Uzun, there had been no activity on the Turkic steppe. Wang Chong had never imagined that in the end, the Black Wolf Yabgu would appear before his eyes in this manner. The 300,000 high-quality Turkic warhorses were extremely important to him and the entire Tang dynasty. No matter what, they could not be destroyed by the Black Wolf Yabgu. It seems like I'll have to bring forward that matter, Wang Chong quietly said to himself, a harsh and cold light in his eyes. On the distant Turkic steppe 700 or 800 kilometers away from the defense line of the Qixi Protectorate, a massive golden tent stood, guarded by tens of thousands of Turkic cavalry, all of them strong and sturdy, their eyes cold and sharp like unsheathed swords. Not far from these Turkic cavalry, large and muscular wolves were roaming the area, bearing their fangs. Man and wolf lived in harmony, as if they were one. This was a sight that could only be seen on the Turkic steppe. Have you found any news of Hülayeg? At this moment, a silhouette swayed in the golden tent, and a rough, wild voice came from inside. Lord Yabgu, Hülayeg is truly crafty. He actually disguised himself as a woman and escaped. Our men were fooled for a moment and allowed him to escape. He has already fled to Wushang's City of Steel, the territory of that Tang dynasty youth. According to Lord's orders, our men did not dare to pursue him. The thin Turkic scout kneeled on the ground, his face as white as paper and his forehead drenched in cold sweat. What? All of you bastards! The Black Wolf Yabgu was enraged, and with a crack he crushed a large night pearl he had taken from Hülayeg's house. If you can't even capture a trifling horse merchant, what use are you? Someone. Upon hearing this, the face of the scout who was kneeling on the ground immediately turned ashen, and he couldn't even kneel steadily. After following the Black Wolf Yabgu for so long, he naturally understood what these words meant. Once the Black Wolf Yabgu began to call for reinforcements, someone would definitely be decapitated. Wait. At this moment, the voice of a young Turkic man dressed in extravagant robes walked up from behind the Black Wolf Yabgu and lightly pressed down on the Yabgu's raised right hand. Are you going to kill me? Wang Chong asked. It's just a trifling horse merchant. There's no need for Lord Yabgu to get angry. Moreover, we've already seized so many things from his house, which is more than enough. What need is there to get angry with your subordinate? In addition, compared to a trifling horse merchant, what we need to do next is what Lord Yabgu should be focusing on. Isn't that right? The Black Wolf Yabgu immediately calmed down, rubbing the cold the eagle ring on his forefinger and finally calming down. Withdraw for me. Thank you, Lord Yabgu. The thin Turkic scout immediately felt like he had been given a royal decree and hurriedly left. What's the news from the Qixi Protectorate? Once the scout was gone, the Black Wolf Yabgu immediately turned to the Turkic youth. He had left all the matters of the Qixi Protectorate to this youth, and for him to speak at a time like this clearly meant that he had some new information. Haha, everything is as the Yabgu predicted. With Fomin Linta caught up in the War of the Princes of the Tang dynasty, Qixi is a group of dragons without a leader. Right now, there are many factions in Qixi, all of them hostile to each other, all vying for the position of Qixi Protector General. In addition, according to Lord Yabgu's orders, we've already gotten in touch with a few of them and are doing all we can to rope them in, promising them all sorts of conditions. The effects are already beginning to show. Some of them have already expressed that they want to lead some of their soldiers in Qixi to join us. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we can use this chance to deal a heavy blow to the Chishi Protectorate. The Turkic youth's face was beaming as he spoke. Not a heavy blow to the Chishi Protectorate. The Black Wolf, Yabgo, frowned. Our goal isn't to infuriate the Tang dynasty and start a war with them. That would be no different from Uzin, and it would be extremely unwise. Moreover, a heavy blow to the Chishi Protectorate is useless. The Tang dynasty will continue to send more soldiers over, and a heavy blow of tens of thousands of soldiers won't have much effect on the Tang dynasty, but it will incur the wrath of the Tang dynasty. The crucial point is that massive armory of the Chishi Protectorate. The Turkic youth fell silent at the Yabgo's words. He knew which armory the Black Wolf Yabgo was referring to. The Chishi Protectorate possessed all of the western regions, or more accurately, it was the largest armory on the border of the Tang dynasty. This armory had been constructed on the orders of the Holy Emperor. At the time, it had provided enormous assistance to the Tang dynasty's westward march and the northern expedition of the Turkic steppe. There was an enormous amount of military equipment there. Putting aside everything else, just the Great Tang's most powerful heavy ballistae numbered 100,000, and there were also countless other types of armor and bows. However, although this armory was in Chishi, it was not owned by the Chishi Protectorate. The Chishi Protectorate only had the responsibility of guarding it. This armory simultaneously supplied the armory of Anshi, Baiting, Chishi, and Longxi. All the mobilization of armory required the personal decree of the Holy Emperor. This meant that, although the Chishi Protectorate possessed this treasury, it had no authority to use it. Chapter 830. The Black Wolf Yabgo had been eyeing that massive armory for some time now. But when Fomin Linta was in power, the place had been heavily guarded, and with Fomin Linta presiding over it at all times, the Black Wolf Yabgo had never had a chance. But now, Fomin Linta had been transferred to the capital, and based on the news from there, Fomin Linta had been imprisoned. This was an extremely rare opportunity for the Western Turkic Khaganate. You saw for yourself how we fought with Baiting last time. Their equipment was far too astonishing. Rather than saying that our skills were inferior, it would be better to say that we lost to their vast quantity of equipment. All of Norland's ordnance and equipment came from here. Thus, you should also know how important this operation is to us. The Black Wolf, Yabgo, suddenly broke the silence. Be at ease, Yabgo. I will definitely handle this matter well. The thin Turkic youth said. The Black Wolf Yabgo nodded, a stern expression on his face. This matter is also very important to you. Do it well. In addition, you can take all of Hulaeg's treasures and bribe the officers of the Chishi Protectorate to move the guards around the armory away so that they can relax their guard even further. Understood. The Turkic youth excitedly left. Wushang, City of Steel. A massive sand table was placed in front of Wangchong, and in the center of the sand table was a massive hull. This was the Chishi Protectorate headquarters. But no one was looking at the Chishi Protectorate headquarters, but at a nearby armory. Based on the information we've obtained, the Western Turkic Khaganate has always wanted to move against the largest armory in the northwest. In truth, it's not just the Western Turkic Khaganate. Even the Uzin has this thought. But with Fomin Linta present, they didn't dare to move. But now that Fomin Linta has been transferred away, the Chishi Protectorate is a leaderless dragon, and it's in internal strife. For the Uzin and the Western Turkic Khaganate, this is an extremely rare opportunity that they won't let go of. Wang Chong extended an index finger and pointed at the armory on the model. My lord is wise. On the side, Hulaeg was staring at Wang Chong in shock. After interacting with Wang Chong so many times, Hulaeg had long ago become accustomed to Wang Chong's ability to foresee the future. The betrayal of his butler and the subsequent crisis of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate had made Hulaeg not only believe in Wang Chong's abilities, but prostrate himself in admiration. Marquis, Then do we need to send troops over to strengthen the defenses there? Li Sai listened on the side and suddenly frowned. He pointed at the armory and said, although he didn't know where Wang Chong had obtained this secret information, Li Sai had never doubted Wang Chong's decisions. Haha, it's the exact opposite. Wang Chong smiled and shook his head. If you want to take first, you must first give. Not only can we not strengthen the defenses there, we must think of ways to weaken them. Only by drawing them out can we exterminate them and eliminate any hidden dangers. Otherwise, as long as they continue to hide in the shadows, we will have to be on guard at all times, never able to rest easy. Does Marquis mean to say that we want to remove the defenses around the armory? But that armory is essentially the property of the Imperial clan, and we have no authority to move it. Even the Qixi Protectorate probably has limited authority. Cheng Sanyuan said with a frown. Cheng Sanyuan frowned. The Qixi Protectorate is currently in chaos, a group of dragons without a leader. No matter what we want to do, now is the best time. Wang Chong gave a carefree smile, his composure so infectious that one couldn't help but be convinced. Wang Chong grinned. This sort of composure and ease had a powerful, infectious power that made others involuntarily trust him. Indeed, the current Qixi Protectorate was filled with factions and factions. There was nothing that could not be done. Suki, I'll leave this matter to you. Wang Chong turned his head to the nearby Suki. After the search for Fomin Linta's trusted aide, Suki's performance had only gotten more and more outstanding, and he was slowly beginning to show that he could stand on his own. Although the Qixi Protectorate was currently under the control of the Hu generals, there were still quite a number of Han leaders in the Qixi Protectorate. As long as he had the right method, he could use these Han to effectively influence the Hu generals in the Qixi Protectorate. Removing the defenses around the armory wouldn't be too difficult. Yes, Marquis, this general will go. Suki hurriedly bowed. Flap, flap. Just when Wang Chong was about to give his orders, the flapping of wings attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned their heads and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a black messenger pigeon suddenly land from the eaves and fly in through the window. It's a messenger pigeon from the capital. Everyone's expressions flickered at the sight of this messenger pigeon. The capital would always use special messenger pigeons to deliver messages, and depending on the urgency of the situation, the pigeons would also be of different colors. Pigeons of this color were usually only used in the most urgent of situations. What's going on? Wang Chong's brow creased in shock. At a time like this, he truly couldn't imagine what could be happening in the capital that would be sent to him. Bring it over. A guard quickly grabbed the messenger pigeon, removed the letter from its claws, and respectfully delivered it to Wang Chong. Wang Chong unfurled the letter, and with a single glance his face instantly paled. Li Sai, I'll leave the matters here to you. I'm going back to the capital. After saying this, Wang Chong stood up and left. Under the flabbergasted gazes of the crowd, he hurriedly crossed the threshold and vanished. What? The young Marquis of the Tang dynasty left the fief of Wushang and went to the capital? In the distant Turkic steppe in the golden tent, the black wolf Yelong Agudu Land's eyes widened when he heard this news, and he immediately stood up from his seat, his face brimming with disbelief. Lord Yabgu, it's absolutely true. Our people followed him and saw him leave Wushang, retreat through Sand Pass, and then vanish in the direction of the capital. A fierce-looking Turkic scout respectfully said as he kneeled on the ground. The western regions was a place where the Hu were mixed together, and the advantage of a place like this was that a Turk could blend in. It was not as conspicuous as it was in the capital of the Tang dynasty. Have you found out why? Why would he leave Qixi at a time like this? The black wolf Yabgo asked, his body slightly leaning forward. It was too sudden. The black wolf Yabgo was greatly surprised by Wang Chong's departure, his mind in turmoil. In truth, there were only two people in Qixi that he feared. One was the old protector general of Qixi, the great General Fomenlinta. This man was cunning and not easy to deal with, and he was also very strong. The other was that young Marquis Wang Chong, who had always been underestimated in the Tang dynasty. Unlike the other factions, Agudalan had met the ghost Yabgu, and the information he had obtained from the Divine Mountain battlefield in the southwest was completely different from what others had heard. This 17-year-old youth of the Tang dynasty had displayed astonishing abilities on the southwestern battlefield. The ghost Yabgu had once said that the number of people in the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates who could contend against that youth in terms of strategy could be counted on one hand, not even 3 fingers more. It was precisely because of these words that Ishbara Khagan had issued the order to kill the youth of the Tang dynasty. Although that young marquis of the Tang dynasty was a formidable commander, his excessively low level of martial arts was his Achilles heel, his fatal flaw. Agudalan had once wanted to lead his army south, break through the barriers of the Chishi Protectorate, slaughter his way into Wushang's City of Steel, and then use a surprise attack to behead the youth of the Tang dynasty. But Agudalan had realized that someone had moved even faster than him. This person was the Azura war god of the Uzin, Dayan Mangpoj. When the news of Dayan Mangpoj's death at the Battle of the Triangular Gap arrived, Agudalan had been utterly stunned, and all the killing intent in his mind had instantly vanished. Although he rarely met with the Azura war god of the Uzin, let alone interacted with him, the two of them had known each other for a long time, and both could be considered the 2 mighty lions of the Chishi region. Agudalan felt that he was about as strong as Dayan Mangpoj, both being brigadier generals. If not even Dayan Mangpoj was a match for Wang Chong, Agudalan did not believe that he would be able to gain much of an advantage. At the very least, a lightning-quick assault and beheading Wang Chong was extremely impractical. This was why he had let Huleye go when he heard that he had fled to Wushang. "My lord, we've investigated. It seems to be related to the young Marquis's second brother. Based on the information we've obtained, it seems that his second brother committed a crime and killed someone, and it seems to have involved a princess. The incident was too sudden, so he had no choice but to leave." He could vaguely hear the scout's voice. He knelt motionlessly in front of the hall, his expression respectful and reverent. "Second brother? Isn't it that fellow called Wang Bei?" The black wolf Yabgu Agudalan's eyes widened as he quietly said to himself. He had long ago gathered all the information he could on Wang Chong. Unlike the other factions, the black wolf Yabgu's information was very comprehensive, and he even knew that Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, suffered from some sort of berserk bloodline. Many years ago, he had suffered an attack and ended up being imprisoned in the imperial prison. He hadn't expected to be released so soon. "Investigate for me. Hurry up and verify the authenticity of this information," the black wolf Yabgu said without hesitation. On this matter, his attitude was very cautious. This was also his usual style. In the era of Chishi after Fomenlinta's departure, the only person Agudalan had to worry about was Wang Chong. Wushang wasn't close to the Chishi Protectorate, but it wasn't far either. At the very least, if something happened to Chishi, Wang Chong could send reinforcements. But if not even Wang Chong was present, there was nothing in Chishi that Agudalan needed to worry about. Chapter 831. The Black Wolf Yabgu did not have to wait for too long. Several days later, a massive eagle flew from the capital over the mountains and rivers, landing in the Black Wolf Yabgu's tent. Upon opening the letter, he saw only a few short lines. The information is conclusive. Wang Chong's second brother, Wang Bei, was released from the imperial prison a few days ago. His berserk madness had broken out, and he began to kill people on the street. This matter has caused quite a stir, and the Court of Judicial Review has already intervened. In addition, this matter truly did involve a princess of the imperial household. There were also a few other related bits of information. Ha ha ha, good. The black wolf Yabgu's brows relaxed at this news. The depression in his heart instantly swept away. His entire person felt refreshed, and he finally couldn't help but laugh, his laughter echoing over the steppe. The heavens truly are helping me. Since I have this chance, there's no need to wait for anything else. Pass on my order. Have the army gather. Tonight we will completely destroy the Tang Dynasty's Qixi armory. The Tang Dynasty's massive armory was like a fishbone wedged against the western Turkic Khaganate's throat. The Black Wolf Yabgu had wanted to destroy this armory for more than a day or two. It had been a year or two, and now the time had come. It was finally time to make it a reality. Yes, your subordinate will go. The guard quickly left. Boom! The Black Wolf Yabgu's order caused the horses of the steppe to whinnied and whinnied as countless Turkic warriors received the summons and gathered from all over the steppe. At the same time, the howls of the green wolves began to summon their large and muscular counterparts. For a moment, the steppe was in a somber mood, the atmosphere of a battle. Deep into the night after the Z period, the area where Qixi and the steppe intersected, where soldiers had once stood, was now empty. Ha ha ha! After taking someone's money, they'll help them avert disaster. These fellows truly are trustworthy. In the distance, a coarse laughter in Turkic came from the darkness as a horseman scouted the area and quickly galloped away. In the blink of an eye, the earth rumbled as hundreds and thousands of cavalry swarmed over. At the very front of the group, a tall and muscular figure was riding a majestic divine steed that was taller than a man. His robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. He was filled with a sense of wildness and looked extremely eye-catching. All of you, keep up. Let's get this over with. If anyone falls behind and makes a mistake, they will be punished according to military law when we get back. The gloomy voice of the Black Wolf Yabgu floated far into the night. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Sir won't do anything bad. This time, we'll go to Qixi and burn it to the ground. Ha ha ha, how is arson enough? We still have to kill 2 people. Whoever dares to stop us this time will die. If you can't even do this well, all of you should hurry up and take your babies to drink milk. The darkness was instantly filled with laughter, and the wind howled as the group of people flew through the gap, heading toward the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. Behind them, tall and muscular black wolves, their eyes flashing with a dark green light, silently followed them through the darkness. After passing through the Turkic steppe, they kept their distance from Wushang City of Steel and then continued northwest. After the Z period, the howling of the wind in Qixi drowned out the sound of the horses' hooves. The 5,000-strong Turkic army was like ghosts in the night, silently advancing in a straight line toward the Qixi armory. They did not encounter any sentries or defenses along the way. This was completely different from the strict security that had prevailed under Fomin Linta's rule, with a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10. The Black Wolf Yabgu carefully examined his surroundings and gave a satisfied nod. The wealth he had obtained from that great traitor Huleeg had been put to good use. After taking his money, the Hu commanders of Qixi had indeed removed all the sentries. As long as they could burn down that Qixi armory, everything would be worth it. Rumble. Amidst the howling of the wind, the 5,000 men charged forward. About an hour later, they arrived at an enormous building. It was towering and lofty like a prehistoric beast. It covered an area of several dozen li and was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. Even from far away, Zhang Xian could feel a powerful aura and pressure coming from afar. In front of this massive building, all palaces and buildings seemed as insignificant as ants, all of them losing their splendor. The Qixi armory, the Black Wolf Yabgu, was instantly invigorated by that massive silhouette in the darkness. This massive armory was stocked with hundreds of thousands of ballistae, armors, sabers, swords, and halberds. 10 some years ago, the Black Wolf Yabgu had disguised himself as a Hu merchant from the western regions and sneaked into this place to take a look. With just a single look, he felt that it was a magnificent sight, and he was greatly shaken. The entire building had been designed and constructed by the architects of the Tang Dynasty Imperial Palace, and the outer walls were all made of sturdy metal. From the very start, the possibility of arson had been taken into account. But it's still useless. There's nothing that can't be burned. As the black wolf, Yabgo, galloped forward, he shot a glance at the leather bags and cylinders at the sides of his horses, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. These were not filled with water, but Arabian black oil. Each of the 5,000 soldiers was equipped with several of these leather bags and cylinders. As long as the Arabian black oil was poured into them, even steel would be set ablaze. More importantly, the black wolf Yabgu had already ordered one of the Hu commanders to stuff the armory with hay. "Everyone, follow me." The black wolf Yabgu suddenly let out a loud roar and charged forward. The 5,000 Turkic soldiers kicked up a cloud of dust as they rode the wind toward the Chishi armory. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, they were getting closer and closer, and soon the Chishi armory was only 10 samjang away. In the distance, the guards at the gate of the Chishi armory seemed to have noticed something and began to shout. "Haha, it's too late to notice now." The black wolf Yabgu looked into the distance, a savage and cruel smile in his eyes. His previous strategy was already showing its effects. Although there were still some guards around the Chishi armory, they were less than a tenth of their original number. These people were simply no match for the Turkic elites he had carefully selected. It's about time. Kill them all. Destroy the Chishi armory. The black wolf Yabgu unsheathed his scimitar and swung it forward. In an instant, the 5,000 Turkic warriors roared and charged forward. "Kill them all!" "Ha ha ha! That yelling guard at the gate is mine. No one is allowed to fight with me. Destroy these Tang people. It's finally time for us Turks to counterattack." The 5,000 soldiers pulled out their weapons and charged toward the gate of the Chishi armory with lightning-fast speed. Chishi was like a group of dragons without a leader, each fighting with its own faction. There was no one who could threaten them. Tonight was fated to be a night of blood for the Chishi protectorate. Clang, clang, clang. In the process of charging, one war ring after another burst out of their bodies and fell under their feet, producing a series of metallic clangs. 5,000 soldiers were 5,000 war halos. Their energies fused together into a massive wave that swept toward the Chishi armory with mountain-toppling momentum. In the face of this vast ocean of energy, the guards of the Chishi armory were like fireflies before the bright moon, all of them dim and colorless, thrown into disarray. The black wolf Yabgo was overseeing the western border, and it had fought countless battles with the Chishi protectorate. This night's operation was a surprise attack, and the 5,000 soldiers were all elites who had followed him for many years, all of them extremely experienced. Even if they couldn't compare to Dayan Mangpo's white braves, they weren't too far behind. They were more than enough to deal with the guards of the Chishi armory. Rumble. The earth quaked as the 5,000 Turkic soldiers appeared out of nowhere like ghosts, causing the guards of the Chishi armory to fall into disarray. Just when these people were about to be crushed to pieces by the 5,000 Turkic soldiers, bang! Without any warning, the several dozen Turkic cavalry at the very front suddenly sank down, men and horses plummeting to the ground. The earth around them suddenly caved in, revealing a massive pit. This pit was filled with sharp steel awls. As these war horses fell, they were pierced through by these awls. The other Turkic cavalry were thrown off their horses and landed in the pit, also heavily injured. Nay, the war horses neighed, and a series of miserable cries rang out incessantly. The Turkic army, which had been charging forward in high morale, was instantly thrown into chaos. What's going on? The black wolf Yabgu paled in shock at this sight. Almost all the guards around the Chishi armory had been mobilized, leaving less than 10% of them. They posed no threat at all. Moreover, he had bribed more than half of the Hu generals in the Chishi protectorate. No matter what, there shouldn't have been such a large horse trap here. Careful! The black wolf Yabgu yelled, his eyelids twitching as an intense sense of unease welled up in his heart. This was definitely not something they had agreed on beforehand. The black wolf Yabgu had a feeling that something unexpected had happened. But before the black wolf Yabgu could order his army to retreat and go around the trap, a shrill whistle cut through the air and resounded in everyone's ears. Thwish, thwish, thwish. Fire arrows suddenly appeared in the darkness, drawing fiery red arcs in the night sky as they abruptly landed around the group. Flames roiled, and where each fire arrow landed, a massive bonfire would ignite. These bonfires were scattered all over the place, engulfing the 5,000 Turkic soldiers. The night sky was instantly illuminated. Not good, we've been ambushed. Chapter 832. It was clear that all of this had been prepared in advance, just waiting for them to fall into the ambush. But this was not the end. Rumble! A massive sound came from above, accompanied by the howling of the wind. The black wolf Yabgu raised his head and saw a black silhouette approaching, rapidly growing larger and larger. Finally, with a massive boom, it crashed into the ground in front of him. Only when the black wolf Yabgu focused his eyes did he realize that it was a massive wooden stake. There seemed to be some words written on the stake, not in the Chinese characters commonly used in Qixi, but in Turkic script. Year 38 of the Holy Emperor, 17th of the 11th month, the Western Turkic Khaganate's black wolf great Yabgu Agudalan has been buried here. Bastard! Agudalan was enraged by these words. Just who is it? Come out! Agudalan's roar resounded through the night sky. As a famous general of the western regions, Agudalan's reputation was no less than Dayan Mangpo's. Both were top-class existences in the region. No matter who was hiding in the shadows to deal with him, they would have to pay a price. There was currently no one in Qixi that was a match for him. Even if someone had laid an ambush here, it would only prove that they were seeking death. Ha ha ha, Agudalan, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. It seemed like only a split second had passed, but it also seemed like countless long centuries. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out in the night. The voice sounded very young, and it was filled with a sense of calculation. Nay, a war horse neighed as a 16 or 17-year-old youth galloped over, its hooves as white as snow. This youth had an outstanding temperament and was galloping in this direction. Kail! Kail! A battle cry shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of cavalrymen charged over like a hurricane. This momentum was even more terrifying than the charge of the 5,000 Turkic soldiers. Wang Chong! Agudalan did not pay attention to the cavalrymen charging towards him like a tidal wave in the dark. The moment the 16 or 17-year-old boy appeared, he attracted all of his attention. This is impossible. Agudalan felt a great impact and shock in his heart. Although he had never seen this youth before, he had already accumulated a mountain of drawings and information about him. Agudalan was extremely familiar with him. He had many titles: the young Marquis of the Tang dynasty, the son of Heaven's disciple, the 8th great general of the Central Plains, but none of these titles could compare to one name, Wang Chong. Didn't he go to the capital? Didn't something happen to his second brother? And he even killed a princess. Why is he here? Agudalan couldn't believe his eyes. It was too sudden. Even if the entire army of the Qixi protectorate appeared here, he would not be as shocked as he was right now. He had investigated this matter, and both the capital and Wushang had confirmed it before taking action. If Wang Chong were still in Wushang, he would never have acted so rashly. He would have been much more cautious. Does he not even care about his second brother? Countless thoughts flew through his mind, but Agudalan quickly regained his composure. Everyone, hear my order. Split into 800 men and break down the gate of the Qixi armory. Pour black oil over it and light it on fire. Everyone else, follow me. Wang Chong, since you've come to find me, I'll fulfill your wish. All soldiers, hear my order. Anyone who kills the young marquis of the Tang dynasty will be rewarded with 1,000,000 taels of gold. Kill!" In a flash of cold light, Agudalan gripped his saber and squeezed his horse's abdomen. Man and horse became one, and he charged forward, leaving behind countless afterimages as he charged at Wang Chong. Behind him, the 5,000 Turkic warriors split into two. 800 went around the pit and toward the Chishi armory, while the other 4,000 followed closely behind Agudalan. The 5,000 Turkic warriors had managed to quickly regain their composure, showing no sign of panic. But Wang Chong only smirked at the sight. No matter how experienced and well-trained Agudalan soldiers were, they were nothing more than parlor tricks in Wang Chong's eyes, a display of slight skill before an expert. Agudalan's 5,000 soldiers couldn't even keep up with Dayan Mangpo's white braves, much less his own Wushang cavalry. Li Sai, Huang Batian, Elder Fong, Elder Du, follow me. The rest of you, deal with the Turkic cavalry. Not a single one is to escape today. Under the night sky, Wang Chong's eyes were as bright as swords. His body was pressed against the back of his horse as he stared at Agudalan, his entire body exuding an intense will to fight. Today, the two major threats to Chishi would finally be resolved. With Dayan Mangpoj dead, only Agudalan was left. Once he was killed, Chishi would have nothing to worry about. Rumble. The galloping of the warhorse was like a peal of thunder. Every time its hooves stomped on the ground, it seemed like the earth itself was about to shatter. Wang Chong and Agudalan charged at each other, both of them moving as fast as lightning. Even more shocking was that neither Wang Chong nor Agudalan was holding back. The power of this attack was beyond anyone's imagination. Vast heaven-earth art. Great yin-yang art. Wang Chong pressed against the back of his horse, countless halos descending from his body and fusing with his warhorse. Meanwhile, Wang Chong's body flashed with light. After activating the karmic battle armor, Wang Chong immediately used the vast heaven-earth art and great yin-yang art, the two strongest techniques of the great yin-yang heaven creation art. BZZZ. In an instant, the world transformed into an invisible dividing line. The sky was bright while the ground was pitch black, the two clearly demarcated. And at the two ends of this dividing line, one gold and one red, one yin and one yang, the images of the sun and moon appeared in the air, making Wang Chong's figure seem imposing and lofty, like a god exiled from the heavens. Rumble! Wang Chong and his horse soared into the air, and in a fierce gale, he charged at Agudalan like a meteor crashing into the earth. War god raises the heavens, Mount Sami. Agudalan's roar resounded through the air. In a flash, light and shadow crisscrossed, and a frightening energy erupted from his body. Ah! A low, hoarse roar came from the void. It sounded like the roar of a god. Before the eyes of countless people, the shadow of a huge god clad in armor reached into the void with one palm. Light and shadow changed in the sky above him, and there were 3 huge mountains that were incomparably heavy. Even though it was just an illusion of a mountain range, anyone who looked at it would feel a tremendous pressure, and they could not help but tremble in fear and worship. Mount Sami, the Khagan court of the Western Turkic Khaganate, was also where Ishbara Khagan resided. It was said that in the skies above the Western Turkic Khaganate, those ancient beings of Turkic history had once battled in the sky. In the end, this battle had inadvertently caused a divine mountain to fall from the sky and into the mortal world, becoming the present Mount Sami of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Agudalan had always been a member of the imperial clan of the Western Turkic Khaganate, possessing a branch of the imperial family's bloodline. This Mount Sami divine art was something that Agudalan had learned from the imperial clan. It was extremely powerful and lethal, and in the entire western regions, it was undoubtedly one of the best divine arts. In the history of the Western Turks, generation after generation had used this divine art to subdue many countries of the Western regions, causing these countries to fear the Western Turkic Khaganate and not dare to lightly offend it. Come! With a furious roar, Agudalan shot into the sky like an eagle soaring into the clouds and collided with Wang Chong. Boom! 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 Their energies fiercely clashed in the air, and a violet flame soared into the sky and wrapped around Agudalan's body. Agudalan's expression was savage, but he did not seem to care at all. Their fists and feet were extremely fast. Li Sai, let's go! Behind them, Huang Batian was clad in a suit of black armor. When he saw the intense battle ahead of him, he shot forward as well. Standing on the left and right of Li Sai, they charged forward with all their might. Stone General, Halo of Storm. The two fierce generals of the Qixi Protectorate pushed their strength to the limit, and with a heaven-shaking boom, their attacks exploded on Agudalan's body. Behind him, Elder Fong and Elder Du roared and lunged down from above, pressing down with the weight of Mount Tai as they joined forces with Wang Chong, Li Sai, and Huang Batian in attacking Agudalan. Boom! 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 Under the combined attacks of the five, Agudalan was instantly at a disadvantage. While the six were fiercely battling, the 800 Turkic warriors had also bypassed the pit and reached the gate of the Qixi armory. Brothers, this is our chance to show off. Marquis and the others are putting their lives on the line, so let's not slack off. Bastards, do these Turkic barbarians really think that no one knows what they're doing in secret? Kill them. If you want to sneak attack the armory, you'll have to get through us first. In front of the gate of the Qixi armory, Su Qi, Qing Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and Qinbin stood in a row. Clang, clang, clang. They unsheathed their woozy steel swords, their cold gleams dazzling in the darkness. Kill! Their eyes flashing with cold light, they immediately led their several hundred clan experts in heavy armor toward the 800 Turkic warriors. Swish!